My desire is to leave the fire. I give thanks for its grace, but I'm done with that place. My longing is now belonging. I take joy in this time, for I know it's my pride. From slavery I departed, and before I started my own cleansing reign, I knew there'd be pain, mind and body impure, but my heart was so sure to leave all behind would lead me to find not better the best, and in that I rest. Now I emerge from the flame, and I hold my new name. And my prayer is thanks for the air. No more ash and no smoke. I can breathe and not choke. My existing now about living with purpose. I'm outbound and new love to be found. From slavery I departed, and before I started my own cleansing reign, I knew there'd be pain, mind and body impure, but my heart was so sure to leave all behind would lead me to find not better the best, in that I rest. Now I emerge from the flame, and I hold my new name. Just had to wake up and drink from that cup till all was all healed and completely filled. My light, it was dim. I did nothing, it's him. I was offered all grace and eternal embrace. Now my fate is take down the gate in my life. No more wall, heart and soul is for all. My reworking is about serving. Give my best, yes, for you, for myself and God too.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are on this great big earth. No matter where you are, the earth itself is just one big flat playing field. We're all under the dome, baby. Go dome, H Town. How about that win? I know that the 49ers I know that the 49ers were a little bit hobbled, but still the Texans had a nice solid game. Defense was great as usual. I did not get to watch the game. For those of you who are wondering, I might have to repeat this later. I'm sure somebody's going to ask. It's coming in late. But for those of you who are watching early or watching a replay for some reason, um, a couple of days ago, I after I did the game, after I did the World Series game 2, I uh, I made myself something to eat. Actually, it was a really nice meal. I mean, that day was so good overall. I mean, I'd slept well. I had the game. I got up, uh, um, feeling great. But after the game, I made myself a couple of breakfast tacos that had just 4 eggs total. Two different soft breakfast tacos with really nice eggs with crushed black pepper and Mediterranean sea salt. I added onions, tomatoes, and lettuce. They were really so freaking yummy. Just thinking about them right now makes me want to make some more. And then after that, I wrote a new song. Not the one that you just heard. The one that you just heard, I wrote last night and made it last night. But I made a few new songs over the past couple of days. And after I made that new song, I went outside and I did some more raking and cleaning in the yard. Some new leaves have fallen because it's autumn. That's what fall means. The leaves fall, right? And I raked up a lot of old bamboo, leaves, grass, etc., old limbs, wood, and I took out a bunch of old clothes that were left in this house. And I just kept burning stuff, and I would rake up more and burn it, and rake up more and burn it. And I literally cleaned up the whole backyard. Everything that Glenn and I had cleared out in my backyard here, we burned all. I burned all of it rather. He's not here right now, but um, by the time I finished, I was having some pretty severe pain in my side and in my shoulder, and I realized that whenever I applied pressure to my side, it would hurt. The pain would radiate up my side into my shoulder, through my chest into my shoulder, up my neck, and sometimes even on both sides of my head. I mean, that's how much the pain was radiating. So I realized very quickly there was an issue with my kidney because there's a tumor there. And at least I thought it was okay. I thought it was, but it wasn't just that. It was also the pain in my chest also became worse as I was breathing. So if I were to breathe, especially deeply, or cough or sneeze or anything like that, it would hurt really bad. Also, moving around was hurting a lot, and I got really concerned about it because it got progressively worse to the point where I couldn't move around. I went to the I went ahead and I decided that maybe the raking and all of that work that I did in the afternoon aggravated it, and I decided not to go to the hospital that night. It got to its worst point at around I would say 6 to 7 p.m. 2 nights ago. And of course, late that night, I decided that there's no way I can get up and do a football game for the Texans 49ers game, at 2 o'clock. I need to try to rest. And I wasn't even sure if I was going to have to get up and go to the ER. You know what I'm saying? So I actually went ahead and packed my bags. I packed my computer. I packed everything because I thought I might have to go have another stint in the hospital. It would have been my third time. But as I relaxed and didn't move around, it seemed to get a little better. So I decided, maybe I just aggravated it. I'm gonna try to muscle it out and stay at home. And I managed to fall asleep. I leaned up on my side, my left side, and I managed to fall asleep and get some rest. And I'm really glad to see that the Texans beat the 49ers that night. I went to the clinic yesterday, and they gave me some pain medication, but I got some mixed news. Waiting for the first pitch right now, by the way. Hey, Casey, good to see you. Welcome back. Rock and roll. Let's go. You're my only viewer right now. Just me and you. We got Scherzer on the mound today for the Blue Jays. And Glasnow, Tyler Glasnow on the mound for the Dodgers. Of course, the Blue Jays will be hitting first today. But anyway, long story short, they did a CT scan and some blood work. They gave me some iron medication because my iron was really low. That's contributed to my massive fatigue recently. As for the pain, they showed me that the tumor on my kidney has not grown in the past several months, so that's good. But there is a new spot on my lungs, and of course, that is not good. And it's causing irritation, which is the reason I've been consistently coughing over the past several months, and now having pain as I breathe and move around. Luckily, the pain medication has dulled the pain a lot. But I mean, last night the pain medication helped me out so much that I was almost feeling good despite the dulled pain, and I was very happy about that. And they've got a commercial break. I think we're gonna have the first pitch right after that. But anyway, this morning it's the same. I'm able to function, and that's why I decided to go ahead and stream the game. And if worse comes to worse, I can always stop the stream and rest if I need to. But it appears that there's no immediate danger. It's just a matter of pain management and not overdoing it. So I've got to make some major changes in my diet. I've got to do a lot of fasting, continue taking my supplements, my vitamins, drinking my electrolytes, staying away from the carbs and the sugars. And this is the only chance I have to prove the doctors wrong. But it won't be the first time. Actually, it won't even be the second time. I survived this. It'll be the third time that I've proven the doctors wrong. So I appreciate your prayers. Those of you who pray for my health and my recovery. Let me ask you a little favor. I know it's a little thing and you might find it kind of strange, but if you think about it, it'll make sense. By the way, I'm not religious, but I do believe the Bible, and I read it in a very different way than most people. And you remember there's a part of the Bible where it says, whenever you pray, believe that ye have already received that which you pray for, right? So it means that when you're praying for something, you don't say, God, please heal me. That's actually incorrect prayer. God, I'm suffering. I have cancer. Please heal me. That's incorrect. And when you pray for someone else, you don't pray, God, please heal that person. Please heal Brandon. That's not how you pray, according to the Bible. The way you pray is you pray as if it's already come to pass. It has already come true. That means that prayers are prayers of gratitude. So you say, God, thank you for healing me. Thank you for the healing that you gave me. Thank you for healing Brandon. Thank you for the healing that you gave Brandon. Thank you for healing him from the cancer. That's how I would like for you to pray for me. All you have to do is show God gratitude for healing me. If you'll do that for me, even just one time, I would much appreciate it. And thank you, as always, for your support and for your well wishes, your thoughts, and all of the support that I've been getting. I thought today I'd be able to stream on my Go channel because it has been a week, I believe, since they gave me the strike, but I was incorrect. Apparently, a little more time is needed. So today, here we are on my original YouTube channel, which has become my backup channel. It's interesting because now I have over 500 subscribers on this channel, but I can't monetize it. You get a partial monetization at 500 subscribers and full monetization at 1,000 subscribers, but that's not the only requirement. Another requirement is that you have to have a certain amount of watch hours over the past 365 days. This channel has nowhere near that amount of watch hours. You need, I believe, at least 3,000 watch hours to get the 500 subscriber monetization here. And right now, this channel has about 60. And I think all of that is from the past two games, the past two World Series games. So you can see that the channel is, in most ways, kind of dead. All right, it looks like we're getting ready to start. George Springer's leading it off for the Blue Jays. Nathan Lucas batting second. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. batting third. And Bo Bichette back in the game at second base batting cleanup. Glasnow has now warmed up. He's on the mound. Dalton Varsho's batting fifth. Captain Alejandro Kirk catching, batting sixth. Barger batting seventh. Looks like he's still taking some warm-up pitches, actually. He was just kicking the dirt around on the mound, trying to get it just where he wants it. Dalton Varsho, yeah, batting fifth. Alejandro Kirk sixth. Let's see, Addison, that's right. Addison Barger batting seventh. Ernie Clement batting eighth. And Andre Jimenez rounding it up, batting ninth. Let's hope that Jimenez can come through today also. He hasn't had a phenomenal year or postseason, but he did come through in some clutch situations during the Mariners series, and I'm hoping that he's able to do that here in Dodger Stadium. This is one of the easiest parks to hit in the MLB. This could be a big game for the Blue Jays. Should be. George Springer, 3 straight games with a home run at Dodger Stadium. No player has ever homered 4 straight games in a single ballpark. Interesting. So today, George Springer has the opportunity to do just that. Batting .412. Or, I'm sorry, he batted .412 against the Dodgers in LA with the Astros during his World Series stint with the team. Pretty amazing. He completely owned them. He was almost hitting half of everything, every at bat. Pretty great stuff, right? First pitch coming up. Here's the toss. 80-mile-per-hour breaking ball, curveball on the outside edge, strike one, and we are off. Off to the races. Let's go. 0-1. Another curveball low and outside, misses the corner. That was close. 1-1. Hey, what's up, Jay? Let's go. Go Springer. Hello, everyone. Hello to you. Thanks for coming in. Springer fouls that one off. 97-mile-per-hour fastball. Oh, I just remembered I have a little bit more hot coffee here. I can warm up my hand. Yeah, that's good. That's real good. That's real good. 98 miles an hour, right down the middle, slightly to the outside, swing and a miss. So Springer strikes out. Don't often see that. Springer strike out on a fastball right in the zone. Glasnow got lucky there. He's got a long extension. Probably had a lot to do with it. Nathan Lucas at the plate. He goes after the first pitch and hits it out into the left field all the way over. Barely playable for Kiki. He puts it away just a couple of feet foul and a couple of feet away from the net. That's out number 2. That brings up Vladdy. Low and outside on the curveball, ball 1. Got about half a dozen watching. Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate you guys and gals. Might just be guys right now. Vladdy fouls that one off. Another curveball. 1-1 is the count. Based on the statistics of my channel, I think I have less than 20% women, or less than 20% female at the very least. One ball, one strike, 2 outs. Nobody on. Top of the first. Here's the pitch from Glasnow. Guerrero hits that one out into right field, but it should be an easy fly. And it is. So strikeout. A foul out to left field, pretty deep. And then an easy fly ball to right field. 3 up and 3 down. Max Scherzer will be up next on the mound for the Blue Jays. He's facing Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, and Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman. But the Blue Jays are going to put you in a cage today, Mr. Freeman. All right. Let's take a look at the Dodgers lineup overall and let's see if there have been any changes. Of course, like I just said, Ohtani's leading it off in the DH spot. Mookie Betts batting second at shortstop. Batting third is Freddie Freeman at first base. Will Smith batting cleanup, catching. Max Muncy at third base batting fifth. Teoscar Hernandez batting sixth in right field. Edman at second base batting seventh. Kiki Hernandez in left field batting eighth. And Andy Paez batting ninth in center field. You know, if you look at this lineup, there isn't but one guy batting over 300 in the playoffs, and just barely 314. Ohtani's got a great OPS, but his batting average is absolutely trash. Batting 224 in the postseason. It's interesting. Listen to these batting averages. This is not the batting average of a team that should be winning the World Series against the Blue Jays. Okay, 224, 271, 222, 314, 229, 229, 262, 273, and 93. That's right. Andy Pajes is batting 93. Now let's look at the Blue Jays. All right, very different. 255, 311, 423, 333, 255, 255, 300, 429, 244. The lowest batting average on the team is Jimenez, batting 244. Kirk's batting 255, and so is Varsho. Varsho has slipped a lot, but Varsho's OPS is 806, and Kirk's is 845. You know, they almost don't have a player. Jimenez is 692 on his OPS. He's the lowest one. Ohtani fouls off that first pitch opposite field into the crowd. Strike one. Hey, Sydney. Konnichiwa. English J and go safe space. Yes, this is right. This is a safe space for me and for you guys and gals. Ohtani rips that into the corner. It's going to be fair. Looks like it bounces into the crowd. It'll be a ground rule double. That one was just that would be what you call in Japanese giri giri. Giri giri means basically by the skin of the teeth. I mean, look how close that was. I mean, it's just right inside the line there. That was low and inside. He had to really. That was well, it had some drop, not too much drop. If it had a little more, he probably would have not been able to hit that. Wouldn't have been able to hit it. Runner on second with no outs. Here's the toss from Scherzer, low and outside. That's the first hit of the game. And Betts is at the plate with that first pitch ball outside. Here comes the next toss. Come on, Scherzer. Never thought I'd be pulling for Scherzer. He fouls it off. 1-1 to Betts. Mookie Betts, Mookie cheats, Mookie smokes, Mookie drinks. He's got all the vices. Mookie, 7 deadly sins, Betts. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Low and outside again. Check swing. I don't even know why they tried to appeal that. He was nowhere near going around. 2 balls and 1 strike. I do like that though, Sydney. That's funny. The go safe space. Welcome to the go safe space. Here comes the 2-1. Fouled off. The count is even. Even Steven. I'm glad that I was able to get the pain down to a manageable level. Was not able to behave like this at all yesterday. That's hit high out to right field. It's going to be a long run. Barzier's got to run all the way over for it, and he's able to get it. Toss it back to the infield really quickly. Barzier had to run his butt off to get to that one. That almost dropped in as an opposite field hit. Luckily, he put it extremely vertical, and Barzier was able to get over there and grab it. So Betts goes down on a fly out. Freddie Freeman comes to the plate next. Ohtani remains on second base. The Dodgers have created the first lost lobster of the game. Right now, that lobster is Shohei Ohtani. He's in the lobster trap on second base. The first fisherman, Mookie Betts, loses him. Now it's Freeman's turn. Ooh, 91 just barely up and in. Ball 1. One and 0. Here's the next pitch from Scherzer. Freeman tries for that one. Another pitch, 91 inside. That one a cutter. Good pitch. Beautiful. One ball, one strike. Come on, Scherzer. Be the man today for the Blue Jays. This is hit way up in the air on the infield, third base side. Clement is underneath it and puts it away, no problem. So Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman are down. 2 outs. Ohtani creates the second lost lobster, or is the second lost lobster. He's still on second, so with that foul ball, Will Smith has strike 1. 6-game hitting streak for Will Smith. Overall in the playoffs, he's batting .314. Let's see if he will deliver the third lost lobster of the inning for the Dodgers. 88 right in there. Nice pitch on the slider. 0-2. Scherzer gets ahead. I've been thinking about adding some very light ambient music in the background, something very light, not anything annoying like some of those other channels, with the rap music and the loud stuff. There's one guy that does, I can't remember if he's doing Yankees or Dodgers, one of those. I think I can't remember. But he has 2 microphones. He talks really loud. His voice is always distorted, but he's playing some type of hip hop or rap music the whole time he's doing his live stream, and it's louder than even his voice. It's so annoying. I don't understand how he's got so many subscribers. Check swing in the dirt. Does he go? And they say he does not. That's ball 2. 2-2 to Will Smith. Take me out to the ye old ball game. Take me out to the ye old crowd. What say you buy me some of the ye old popcorn and Cracker Jacks? Ball 3, full count. Yea, I care not whether not we ever get back, for 'tis root for the Blue Jays. If they don't win, it's a terrible game. What's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. Will Smith here in this ball game. Oh, no, he fouls it off. Ah, I thought I was so clever. I almost got it. That right there would be a foul ball and another full count pitch. Coming up for Max Scherzer. He's up to 16 pitches. A tad high. If he can get out of it right here with Will Smith, he'll be doing all of us a favor, even America. Swing and a miss. He did get it. All right. I called it right. I just got it at the wrong pitch. Scherzer strikes him out. Nice curveball. Boom, baby. Go sit down. So after Ohtani's leadoff double right inside the line, 3 up and 3 down for Scherzer. 2 flyouts and a strikeout. 1 hit for the Dodgers. It's 0-0. First inning is finito. We go into the top of the second. Blue Jays do up. Bo Bichette, baby. Boba Fett. Dalton Varsho and Captain Alejandro Kirk. Let's see here. Jay says, hello, glad you're feeling better. Thank you, Jay. I have to say that it's 100% the pain medication. My pain is still not gone, but it is, I guess you could say, subdued or dulled. The pain is dulled. If I breathe deeply, I still have pain in my lung. And that's not good. But like I said before, I just need to focus on doing some fasting and completely 100% lay off the sugars and the carbs. I mean, 100%. Sugar is what really sets off these these tumors and spots. It sets off the kidney tumor. It sets off the metastasis in my lungs. I've got to stay completely off. Right now I'm having black coffee. But thank you very much. Did you get to tell my kids? Tell my and kids? Did you get to tell my and kids? Oh, is that a reference to the video I sent you? Did you see it, Glenn? Oh no, they got Glenn. I saw that. I started laughing, and I actually hurt myself because I laughed at that when I saw it. I wasn't expecting to see that. It was funny. ZX8JPN dropping the spam in my chat. Man, come on. Get out of here with your trash. Trying to spam, or you're definitely spamming, and you're trying to scam people into clicking on your stupid links. By the way, I'm sure that all of you are too smart for that guy, but never click those links. They try to get you to click and go off site, and those links can really cause you to have some trouble. Not just viruses, but primarily it's for getting your account information and stuff. So be careful with that. Bo Bichette at the plate takes that first pitch high for ball 1. Glenn says, yes, the wife and kids will be sad, but I'll be back on Friday. Another ball, 2-0. 2-0 from Glasnow. Come on, Bo Bichette. Let's see your Boba Fett impersonation. Not with the half swing. 97 miles an hour all the way upstairs. Strike 1. 2-1. Did you watch the whole video, Glenn? It's really funny. Ooh, up and in. He had to kind of do the limbo to get away from that one. Brushed him back just a tad. A tad. Let's hit up the middle, and that'll be a single. Bo Bichette. That's right. Pulls out the gun, the laser gun. Pew, pew, pew. Got a runner on first. First hit of the game for the Blue Jays. Now both teams have a hit, a double for Ohtani, and now a single for Bo Bichette. Right down the middle, a little high in the zone. And he put it right up the middle. Perfectly right up the middle. No outs, runner on. Dalton Varsho at the plate, and there's the toss, low. Glasnow has thrown quite a few balls this inning. He's now up to 14 pitches in total. One ball, no strikes. Here comes the Tizos. High and outside. Glasnow continues to throw. Nothing but balls, yo. Yeah, it's interesting, Glenn, because just doing that, just taking a movie and redubbing everything is such a simple thing, but sometimes it's really hilarious the way they do it. I've long wanted to do that. Actually, for many years, I've wanted to do that. But once again, you know, when you're having to work 50 hours a week or more doing stuff that you don't even want to do just to get some cash, and it's not even enough cash, you have almost no energy or motivation when you get home, you know. 3 balls and 1 strike now. Glasnow to Varsho. Great gravy. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Just walk him. Get him out of the way and walk him. Get to Captain Kirk. Hi. Oh, he called it a strike. Hey, what is going on? What in the world is going on? Everybody thought it was a walk, and the umpire called it late. Now the coach is arguing with the umpire because Bichette, look at this pitch. It was way above the zone. There was a really long delayed call there. Look how long it was. Bichette was off the base, started to walk to second base, and then they threw the ball over to first and tagged him out because the umpire made a really long delayed call. So that's 1 out, nobody on with a full count, thanks to the umpire. That's nonsense right there. Good job. So that's the 10th player on the field for the Dodgers, apparently. Another 3-2 pitch on the way. Fouls it off again. Varsho. Come on, Varsho. 97 miles an hour. This is one of those things where the Blue Jays say, okay, I see how it is. I'll just take it into my own hands. Umpire is not going to be somebody we can reliably trust. Not with that call. In the dirt. Ball 4. We would have had 2 runners on. Yeah, this is nonsense. It should be no outs with 2 runners on right now. But look at this. Okay. It's a ball 3 inches above the zone. Everybody's confused. Nobody knows what's going on. They think it's a walk. But by the time they realize it, Bichette is off the bag. But by the time they realize he actually called a strike, Kirk into right field. Awesome. Varsho cruises over to third base. That would have scored a run. Now runners are on the corners with 1 out. See, that right there, that can change an entire game. Very first pitch. Captain Kirk. Start 8 now. It seems I got a hit to the wing, to the right wing. Always funny. Always fun to see known film parts, the new substitute, or like doing voiceovers on animals and making funny scenes. Yes. If done the right way, it can be absolutely hilarious. Yeah, if done with class or in a clever or different way. Sometimes just even using language that's like not so common, right? Using vocabulary and words that are not so common. 0-1 is the count. Addison Barger. Tapper foul, 0-2. Information on the screen has not updated on the MLB site. They're still showing Varsho at the plate. But Kirk has already gotten on base and Barger is up. So I got to pay attention. Blue Jays are batting .393 with a 1.1 OPS with runners in scoring position or with runners on base. Glaz now or Glaz later? Maybe he's made of glass now so they can break him. Fine by me. He's made of glass. Let's break him now. Captain Kirk. Are you saying that like Captain Caveman style? Here's the toss. Oh my goodness. 96 miles an hour. Struck him out way up high. Why did you go after that, Barger? Yeah, they're showing the reaction earlier, and the coach is like, what the heck? That was the ball 4 strike 2 call that cost them a run just now. Ernie Clement, come on, man. You got to come through big time for the Blue Jays in the second inning here. Come on. It's up the middle. Is it going to get down? Get down. No! Okay, so the Dodgers get out of it thanks to their 10th man on the field, the umpire. B to the S, you know what I'm saying? That's 2 hits in the inning and 1 walk for the Blue Jays. But they don't get a run because the umpire calls a literal ball a good 3 inches above the zone. He makes a loud sound. They think it's ball 4. Everybody literally thinks it's ball 4 because it is. It was ball 4. But as he's walking, suddenly the umpire does the strike signal. And then Bo Bichette was on first base, thought that the ball was, I thought it was a walk, and he was off the base. So Glasnow throws it over to first base, and they tag him out. If that had been handled properly, then there would have been 2 runners on, and then whenever Kirk got his hit, a run would have scored. But that's not what happened. What happened instead was the umpire made a mistake, didn't fix it. So it's 0-0. 2 hits for the Blue Jays, 1 for the Dodgers. Go to the bottom of the second. What nonsense is this? Oh, it's the same guy who's come back to put crap in my chat. Get out of here with your garbage. Stop trying to scam my followers here. Sydney says, you need a box for umpire errors. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I should put up a couple of boxes. One for umpire missed calls. Maybe one for each team, right? So we can see the difference. And then missed calls for each team, right? That win against each team. So that one obviously would be a missed call, a missed pitch. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Either way, it's nonsense. We got about 14 people watching. That's not bad. There's a commercial break right now. It's the middle of the second. It got really chilly here last night. The lowest temperature I think that it's been this. I almost said this year. Definitely not this year, but this autumn. I'll say that this fall. It's the lowest temperature so far. It got down below 5 degrees Celsius. Maybe it was 3 or 4 last night. Right now, I've got my little radiating space heater. It has water radiating out of it. It's really nice. It's warming up my legs. Very first pitch to Max Muncy is hit out into right field. Barger puts it away easily. Shallow fly ball. 1 up. 1 pitch, 1 strike, 1 out. I guess it doesn't really count as a strike, but it's an out. Teoscar Hernandez at the plate, followed by Tommy Edman. Postseason batting .229 is Hernandez. Here's the toss. He's just standing there. He was still waving the bat around when Scherzer was going into the windup. I don't know what he was doing there. He got lucky with a ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss there on the slider. That evens the count. Just a little soft reminder. This channel, I cannot accept super chats or anything like that. But I do have a link in the video description for donations, direct donations. The best way to donate to me is always PayPal. If anyone wants to send me $1, a few dollars, $1,000, $1 million, your entire inheritance, if you want to give it to me, or rather, if you want to leave all of your money to me instead of your children or your family, if they just don't deserve it, rest assured, if you send it to me, I'll use it to restore this old house and property. Can you imagine somebody sending all of their accrued money to me through PayPal instead of giving it to their family? That would be insane. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Oh, no, that looks like it could be trouble, and it is. It's a home run. Right into the bullpen in left field. for Teoscar Hernandez. And you see right now it should be 1-1, but instead it's 1-0 Dodgers. Leadoff homer in the bottom of the second. I'm sorry, not a leadoff homer. Second batter homer. 1 out, 412 feet, 109 miles an hour for Teoscar. 1 out. Tommy Edman comes to the plate next. Kiki is on deck. Here's the toss. Right in the bottom of the zone, strike 1 to Edman. Dude, get out of here with your trash. You're a garbage person. You're living as a garbage person, okay? Swing and a miss, strike 2. Yeah, Mad Max beat the Funky Muncie, but he was not able to handle Teoscar. Yeah, Sydney, 1,000 yen. Are you saying that's the donation, or is that the amount that you leave to your family? A little high. Oh, that's not a strike. That's the one they called a strike a moment ago on Varsho. It's not a strike to the Dodgers, though. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the toss. Swing and a miss on that one. 89-mile-per-hour cutter. Scherzer comes back and gets the strikeout. That's what I like to see. Scherzer gives up the home run, and the very next batter, he throws a 4-pitch strikeout. That's what I like to see. You know, how often do we see these pitchers toss a home run, and then the very next batter, they throw a lot of balls, maybe walk them. They lose a little bit of their control, but Scherzer seems a little more locked down. Speaking of which, there's another strike right there. About 96 miles an hour in the low part of the zone. Kiki at the plate, batting .273 in the postseason. 95 up and in, swinging a foul tip, strike 2. Wow. 5 of the last 6 pitches since the home run are strikes. Let's get a 3-pitch strikeout here. Come on. Ooh, almost went for it on the slider. Outside pitch. Good toss. How much is 1,000 pesos in dollars? Because 1,000 yen is about $7 or so, maybe $6.50. The dollar is very strong against the yen right now. In the dirt, 2-2. Yep. No more bread, no more crackers, no toast, no noodles, no rice for me. Oof. Curveball. Fouls it off. Bounces off the mitt of Captain Kirk. Count remains 2-2. 2 hits for both teams. What's the difference? The umpires held the Blue Jays to no runs. Here's a 2-2. 95 fouled off again. The Dodgers bunt one over the fence into left field. Here's the 2-2. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? 96 in the bottom of the zone. Called a ball. Called ball 3. Chalk that up, Sydney. Chalk that up on that umpire error box. Ball 3 instead of strike 3. Now the count is full. Here's the toss. Swing and a miss on the curveball. I'm sorry, slider. It looked like a curveball to me. Scherzer comes back and just does it himself. He throws a slider that starts inside, ends up in the zone. Swing and a miss. And Hernandez, Kike, goes down. I'm getting really tired of the sunflower seed shower. Every time they come in with a home run, they're throwing sunflower seeds all. Is this a Dodgers thing, or are other teams doing that? I keep seeing the Dodgers doing it. throwing sunflower seeds all over the player coming in. It's just another one of those things that I think is stupid. You know, think about seriously think about this. All of these gimmicks that these teams are doing, like the throwing the sunflower seeds on their players when they come in after a home run, giving them a prop to hold, like putting a hat on or a vest or a freaking pitchfork, the trident. Can you imagine trying to do these things in Little League or in high school? You know that the coaches and everybody else, it'd be like the umpires even probably, but the coaches would be like, what are you boys doing? You can't do that. Put that away. Stop being ridiculous. They would consider it unprofessional, silly, taking our attention off the game, immature. So they would be completely against it. 100%. Completely against that. The coaches would not allow that. They would not understand it. And they would tell us how immature and ridiculous it is. And that's the truth. That's the absolute truth. And here are the grown men getting paid millions and millions of dollars, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. And they're doing it. They're throwing sunflower seeds on each other, putting on hats, putting on jackets, holding up pitchforks, golden pitchforks, etc., etc. It's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Either way, we are at the end of the second inning. They're showing Josh Naylor throwing his bat into the dugout. So many batters have done that this year. It's absolutely ridiculous. They just showed a highlight of Glasnow. There's Captain Kirk booking it home and getting waved off. But they just showed a highlight of Glasnow throwing it to second base way over the head of the second baseman, and he threw it into center field. That was funny. Andre Jimenez, the ninth hole hitter, is at the plate, takes that first pitch, 96, right on the inside. They're talking with the coach about what happened. He said he asked the umpire, in this environment, could you be a little bit quicker to let us know, so we can be clear? 0-2 is the count to Jimenez. Come on, man, we need you, bro. You're the ninth hole hitter. You got to step up. Opposite field, foul ball. Count remains 0-2. You're right. Did mess it up. That's the one thing you can't have in a game, especially in the World Series, is the ump making huge mistakes like that. Here comes the 0-2. Outside, 1-2. Big curveball, but way outside by almost 3 feet. The worst hitter in the lineup, but still batting .244. Come on, man. We need you to get on right here for the top of the batting order. Bouncer to the second baseman. He's going to have to lob it over quickly, and he does. And unfortunately, Jimenez grounds out. Yeah, they're showing this again. He said that Varsho said he couldn't hear it. Nobody knew what was going on. They didn't hear a strike called. And of course, he doesn't have eyes in the back of his head. He can't see the umpire make the strikeout call. Everybody was confused. And then Bo Bichette got tagged out because of it. Nonsense. George Springer at the plate with 1 out, nobody on. He hits this one up the middle. It's going to be played by Betts. Bad throw. Pulled him almost off first base. First baseman had to really stretch for that. Yeah, they're talking about what a great play that was. No, it wasn't. It was a basic look. That's a foundational basic play right there. To catch it like that is not difficult, but his throw was it almost pulled the first baseman off the bag, and they talked about it was a great play, and he deserves winning the Gold Glove on that play. Man, they blow so much smoke up the skirt of the Dodgers. I swear, they paint them out to be so much more important than what they are. High and outside, ball one. I'm sorry, ball two. To Nathan Lucas. 2 outs, nobody on. He fouled out in the first, but this inning is where he gets a big hit. Here's the toss. Fouls it off, 97 miles an hour. 2-1. This is not a live World Series. This is a guy who keeps spamming the channel, and he's trying to scam you. Do not click on his bullcrap. Stay out of my channel, you loser. Get a life. Stay out of America. Just stay in India, because I'm sure that's where you are. Just stating the truth. 95 up in the zone, fouled off again. The count's 2-2 to Lucas. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 hits for the Jays. No runs yet. Nobody on here in the top of the third. Yep, that's right. Boneheaded call. If everything else had remained the same, it definitely would have been a run. Definitely would have been. Crowd is not really loud right now. You'd think that they'd be louder. They cheer for that, but they don't even stand up. You know, this crowd is sitting down. Their guy, Glasnow, just struck out the... Well, he didn't strike out the side. He just struck out Lucas for out number 3. They never stood to their feet. They just cheered. This crowd just... Man, they're so opposite of the Blue Jays crowd. If this were in Toronto right now, and there were 2 outs with 2 strikes on the batter, the Toronto crowd would be standing on their feet cheering, looking for that 3rd strike. This crowd is so weak. You can barely tell that they're there until it's like they only accept home runs. It kind of reminds me of the Yankees crowd in a way. I think the only difference is that the Dodgers fans don't boo their own team as quickly as the Yankees fans do. It could be the first inning with bases loaded, and Aaron Judge comes to the plate, strikes out, and that's out number 3, and the crowd would boo. In the first inning, you know, instead of just being like, oh... That's what the Astros fans would do. They'd be like, oh, no, man, oh. But the Yankees fans, they would boo something terrible. Daryl agrees. The Dodgers are overrated. Sydney says, get my grocery bag back out of the trash. I don't like to curse, but man, that was bad. From horrible call from ump. Be careful with that language. That's pretty strong language. Jay says their Botox faces are too tight. They can't cheer as loud. That's what it is. Must be a strange crowd, even when they're angry and booing or yelling. They look happy. Or all the women look, you know, like completely expressionless, right? Isn't that most women say that. The women who really, really care a lot about not getting the lines on their face and wrinkles and stuff. The crow's feet and the wrinkles and everything. They don't like smiling and they don't like laughing. They don't like doing any of those things because they cause wrinkles, etc. And so they try to keep their look, their base look, as neutral as possible. just flat. That's probably what their surgery is like. When they have surgery or Botox, their goal is to be as neutral as possible. Alrighty, Nathan Lucas is no longer at the plate. Now it's Andy Pages. Fouls off the first pitch from Scherzer. It is the bottom of the third. LA up by 1. 1-0 is the score. Daryl says Dodgers fans could have cardboard cutouts and you'd never know. Just like during COVID, right? Put the cardboard cutouts in the stands. Maybe that's why the Dodgers won that half season during COVID, is because the cardboard cutouts gave them more energy than their real crowd. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, that's painful. Oh, that's funny. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fouled off. 95-mile-per-hour fastball. Low in the zone. The count remains 0-2 to Andy Pages. Ohtani, no way, no Tani on deck. Here is the pitch. Strike him out. No. The slider misses. Man, why? His slider looks so much like the curveball. But that was a curve, apparently. 1 ball, 2 strikes. This would be so much more fun against the Brew Jobs. Oh, I'd love to see it against the Brewers. You know, in a series like that, Sydney, he fouls that one off. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. The count remains. In a series like that, even though I would prefer for the Blue Jays to win because of Springer, it's a series that I could get behind 100%. Either team wins, it's okay. Because I wouldn't have any problems with the Brewers winning, but man, they let me down against the Dodgers. That's hit high in the air on the infield, second base. Out number 1. Ohtani comes back to the plate after Bichette puts away that fly ball for out number 1. Pages goes back to the dugout. His average goes from .093 down to .091. You're making it worse. Here's the first pitch to Ohtani outside on the changeup. Ball 1. Jay says, oh, snap. Just realized I was 3 minutes behind on the live stream. Either that or I must have time traveled. Hilarious. 89 miles an hour on the slider above the zone. Ohtani went after it. Got nothing but air. Strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. And no more than 1 hit today for Ohtani. He's already got that last inning. Swing and a miss. 94-mile-per-hour fastball. Again. There's one thing about Ohtani, though, that I think is hilarious, is that he is like the epitome of typical Japanese politeness. Like he steps out of the box to call timeout. Just watching him call that, the way he calls it to the umpire, it's like he's apologizing for calling timeout. It's pretty funny. Yeah, and here he is checking, make sure. Are you really okay? Are you serious? Are you really okay? Because he fouled that one off of me. Then the look on his face, he's like, I don't know. He's still looking at him. He asked if he was okay, and Kirk was like, yeah, I'm fine. And Ohtani's face was like, I don't know. Are you sure about that? 1-2. Here's the pitch. Line drive foul down the first base side. The count remains 1-2. Hey, we got a baker's dozen watching right now. Thank you for liking the live stream. Oh, no! No! Don't say it's so! An Ohtani home run. It's blasted out into right field. And easily over the wall. Maybe about, I don't know, 18 rows up, looks like. 7th postseason home run. It's 2-0. That's the second home run given up by Scherzer in 2 innings. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Dude, stay in India with your scamming garbage. Get out of my live chat. Seriously. Mookie Betts at the plate. Swing and a miss, 95-mile-per-hour fastball. I want to see where he placed that ball. I want to see the replay. Second most home runs in a single postseason franchise history. Betts hits it out into left field, easily playable. Put away. Here's the pitch. You can see the home run pitch. No, that's not it. That's the foul ball. Okay. High and inside. So the foul ball that he hit was low and inside on a breaking pitch. But the high and inside, there they go with the stupid sunflower seeds again. Freddie Freeman is now at the plate. Ball one. Yeah, he flattened out that pitch. He slowed it down. He flattened it out. There was no break. It was not low. It was not inside. I mean, it was inside. It was not well placed. The speed, the movement, the placement. You know, that's what happens. All of those things are incorrect. It bites you in the arse. 2 balls and no strikes with 2 outs, nobody on. 95 fouls it off. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-0 on solo homers. What are you gonna do, coach? What are you gonna do? Here's the 2-1 pitch from Scherzer. Low and inside. Come on, Jays. Here's the toss. Way outside, 3-1. What is he doing? I thought that was 3-1. Apparently it's a walk. Even the count on the screen went from 2-1 to 3-1. I'm a little confused there, but apparently that's ball 4. That's what happens when I just completely trust the information on the screen. Scherzer and Kirk have a little meeting on the mound for a moment. Will Smith comes to the plate with 1 on and 2 outs. And the Blue Jays have some guys warming up in the bullpen. Just a contingency, a backup contingency. In case things get worse for Scherzer. I don't necessarily think they will. First pitch is outside, 94 miles an hour. Come on now. Will Smith is a guy you can get out. Righty on righty. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Gets him to swing at that one. He fouls it off. Rolls down the first base side. 1-1 is the count. Next pitch is right in there. Nice slider. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Scherzer gets ahead in the count. Will Smith 0 for 1 today. About to be 0 for 2. Here comes a pitch in the dirt. 2-2. Jay Herna says, I trolled one of those scammers before. When they called me, I was pretending to go along with the scam. Eventually, he ended up cursing all mad at me. It was hilarious. Yeah, it reminds me of those YouTubers who spend a lot of time not only trolling those guys, but actually reverse scamming them. Second base, stolen attempt. They say he's safe in there Freeman is in at second base. Kirk does not throw him out. I don't think the throw was very good to Bichette. They're going to take a quick look to see if they want to challenge it. He might have gotten him. It looks like they're going to challenge it. That's not a good angle. Why would they show that angle? It might have gotten him. It's close. It's too fast. Slow it down some more. Yeah, I don't know. They need to slow it down a lot more than that. Can't tell with that speed. It's too close. It almost looks like they got him, but it's going to have to be clear. Otherwise, you know how it goes. You guys knows. You knows. Well, the speed was right, but the camera frame rate was not good. Yeah, he's out. He's out. I mean, it couldn't have been any closer, but I think that he's out. I think that they can overturn it. With that angle, I think they can overturn it. But it is really close, so I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. But I think this can be out number 3. Come on. Maybe in New York they have no love for the Dodgers and they'll say, yeah, he's out. Overturn that call. The local umpires are all for the Dodgers, but the ones in New York might be anti-Dodgers. So let's see if we get lucky here. The replay review challenge answer is on the way. He's safe. So it looks like LA got on the horn with New York and said, hey, listen, how much money do we need to send you over via Apple Pay to keep this call safe? And they're like, how about you just send me a cool G? 1 G is fine. Done. And as soon as they got it, the call came through. Call on the field, stand, safe. Runner on second, 3-2 to Smith. Here's the toss from Scherzer. He hits that into right field, and it's a line drive. They're going to wave him around. Here's the throw. He's out by a mile. Yes! Beautiful throw by Addison Barger. All the way to the plate, right into the glove of Kirk. Look at this. Nice throw. Perfect. Look at that. No chance. That's right. That's called karma right there, because whenever the umpires let you down, the review system lets you down. He was called safe at second base, but they sent him all the way around, and it didn't matter. Because Addison Barger picked up that ball on one bounce, took a nice big step, made a strike throw all the way to Kirk. That ball got there when Freeman was still like 8 feet away from the plate. What a beautiful play there. That ends the inning. Another solo homer, this time by Ohtani, gives the Dodgers a 2-0 lead in the third. 4 hits for the draft Dodgers, 2 for the Blue Jays. We go into the top of the fourth. The Blue Jays need to start scoring some runs now. Sydney says, another awful call. Is this an NL crew? Good question. JH says, New York Yanks equals LA Dodgers. Same difference. May as well be. They scratch each other's backs. It's kind of like voting for a president or something. Everybody comes from the same family tree. They appear to be on 2 different sides, but actually, the truth is, you never have any real choice when both candidates are from the same tree. You know what I'm saying? Jay says 1G. Hell no, at least 10G. 10 gold bars, probably. Send us over 10 gold bars. No problem. We got that. Get that in our back pockets. Yes, Daryl, that's right. Let's put up a 9 spot. Yes. You know, the Dodgers nickel and dime runs here and there, but they can't have the big run, the big inning runs. The Blue Jays could definitely have the big inning runs, and I think they would have done that in the first inning. Or the second inning, rather. If not for the freaking umpire. Because they have a really strong ability to keep things going, you know? All right, they're showing that throw again to home plate. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at the plate to lead it off for the Blue Jays. Takes that first pitch outside for ball 1. 9 outfield assists from Addison Barger in the regular season. I believe that he's made at least 2 that I've seen this postseason. 96 up and in, way up and in. 2 balls and no strikes to Vladdy. Let's work on that 9 spot for Daryl and for America. Blue Jays, do it for America, Toronto. Here comes the 2-0. In the dirt outside. Glasnow hasn't thrown anything competitive to Guerrero so far. He's scared of Vlad the Impaler. 3 balls, no strikes. Here's the toss. Oof. 97 right in there. Right on the inside edge. 97 miles an hour. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Inside, fouled off to the right side. Into the Blue Jays dugout. Right into the back of the dugout. Little soft foul ball. Full count. Come on, Vladdy. This crowd is so lethargic right now. It's a full count against Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and they're barely cheering. Check swing, they say he didn't go. Ball 4. Got lucky there. Jay Herna says, come on, Vladdy. Good at bat. Fouled off the strikes. Didn't swing at the balls. Got a walk. That'll do, Pig. That'll do. Bo Bichette at the plate with a runner on. We need you, baby. We need you with that big hit. Oh, curveball right in there. Strike 1. An 80-mile-per-hour curveball in the dead center of the zone, man. I would rake those all day long. I'm not kidding. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Bichette to the right side, and it gets through. It's going to be an error. Vladdy is going to go over to third base. Look at that. Right through. Should have been at least an out at first base. Edmund couldn't pick it up. I can hear his mom now. Edmund, what are you doing? You got to clean up the infield. You got to clean up your room and clean up the infield. Look at that. That's what happens, buddy. Look at this. Man, he wasn't even close. What lazy defending is that? That's World Series glove material right there. That's the Dodgers. They miss an infield fly in the last game, and this one goes right into the glove. Runners in the corners, no outs for Dalton Varsho. And that is 1 error for the Dodgers. Varsho walked his last at bat. 0-1 is the count. Runners on the corners, no outs. He fouls that one down the line. 0-2's the count. Come on now, this is where the Blue Jays are most dangerous in my opinion. They start getting hits, walks, and homers. Like I said before in the last series, you know, you open in the first game and in the last series, if you let the train engine come through the gates, come on, drop. No. Kiki Hernandez gets it. Vladimir fakes a run home. That'll be out number 1. You let the engine get through the gates, then the cars keep coming behind it, so Kiki Hernandez selling it too much. He throws and falls down like he's putting his all into it. That was a shallow hit. Do you really think that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is going to tag up on a shallow fly ball to left field? That was 100% all show right there. No glow. Captain Kirk at the plate. It's hit pretty hard. Is it deep? Is it going to go? Is it going to go? It's all the way to the wall. It's gone. It's a 3-run homer by Captain Alejandro Kirk. It is 3-2. It is 3-2. Very first pitch. The 5th home run of his postseason. Alejandro Kirk. Big little man does it. How do you like that? I told you. You just let that engine through. The carts start rolling, man. This is where the Blue Jays really shine. Alejandro Kirk with my old high school number, 30. That's right, baby. 3-2. The Blue Jays take the lead. Addison Barger at the plate. The man who saved a run with that great throw to home plate is at the plate. 0-1 is the count. That's right, Daryl. That's 3. We need 6 more. 6 more this inning. Here's the next toss. 98, right on the inside edge. You got to swing at that, Barger. Let's see the Barger barrage. 0-2 is the count with 1 out, nobody on. Captain Kirk, star date. October 27, 2025, I drove in 3 runs. I did the best I could do, given the situation. 1 ball, 2 strikes with that one in the dirt. Let's keep it rolling, absolutely. Rolling. Whew, man, that's great. 3 hits for the Blue Jays and 1 big 3-run shot. Low and inside in the dirt again, 2-2 on the 98-mile-per-hour fastball. $24 watching. Thanks so much. We've got a dozen times 2. Make sure you leave a like on the live stream if you don't mind. You can drop your thousands of dollars of donations into my PayPal link. Your life savings, your children's college fund. If you feel like, you know what, I'm just not so sure about this kid, but I believe in Brandon and his play-by-play live stream. Full count. Right in the zone, fouled off by Barger. Jay should get a blowout. Will get a blowout. Oh, yeah. The only thing that's going to blow out for the Dodgers are their tires. Here comes another full count pitch to Barger. Ooh, he rips it into right field, and that's going to be a single. What a great at bat. Barger was down in the count with 2 strikes. Comes back, gets the full count. There's that beautiful error. Beautiful D, wonderful D. Beautiful D from LAD. And then the 3-run shot by, look, he looks, he looks so lost. The look on his face and then the head going down. It was perfect. Blow us a kiss, Captain Kirk. Boldly go into left field. This is the voyage of the Starship Blue Jay Prize. Our ongoing mission to seek out more runs and run up the score against the Dodgers in the World Series. To boldly hit every man in and more. Yes, to the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Toronto Ship Blue Jay Prize. Clement at the plate fouls the first pitch off. Barger is on first base. He was on his way to second on a steal. He's going to have to stroll back. One out, guys. One runner on. The inning is not over yet. Jimenez is due up next. That's a good matchup against this righty. But Clement is up right now with the 0-1 pitch coming. Hey, look at that. Another hit into right field. That's going to send the man over to third. Barger all the way over. A little bloop into right field. Perfect. We have runners on the corners yet again. Again. This guy, Tyler, is made of glass now. Look at that. This is what I'm talking about. I think the Blue Jays might have been just trying too hard to hit the ball a couple of days ago. You know, swinging too hard, trying to smash the ball too hard. Kind of lost their normal way of doing things. But this is the way the Blue Jays do things. Hits, walks, homers all together. Jimenez at the plate, righty on lefty. It's a big opportunity. Here's the toss. Grounded foul. I can't believe that the Dodgers pitching coach has not at least visited the mound right now. He's now given up 5 hits. Runners on the corners with 1 out. That's right, broken glass now. That's hit really hard out into center field, pretty deep. It's going to score another run. All the way to the warning track and a tag up. Barger's easily going to score. And runner is tagging. Clement tags from first base and he gets second. He's safe. Look at that. Four to 2. Look how close this was. Woo! If he'd been tagged out before that run scored, now the crowd is booing. Of course. Runner on second with 2 outs. George Springer at the plate. It makes sense. Come on. A Springer dinger to cap it off. Yep, we still have 5 more runs to get this inning. Springer, add 2 more. Low and inside, ball 1. They still haven't come out to talk to this pitcher. They're talking to the bullpen, though. Or maybe he's talking to his wife. His wife just called, Honey, what's going on? I mean, we're Los Angeles. You can't be giving up this many runs in 1 inning. Springer fouls that one back for strike 1, 1-1. Or maybe she talks like this. What kind of accent would a really entitled narcissistic California woman have? 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, runner on second. Springer goes after that curveball low for strike 2. He's nodding his head. He's like, okay, I got it. 4 to 2. This game stands right now with 5 hits. That last one, a very deep drive all the way, just a few feet from the center field wall by Jimenez to drive in 1 more run, the sacrifice fly. And the ball outside, check swing. They say he didn't go. It's 2-2. Dave Roberts looked a bit stunned. Certainly did. Daryl says, it's Superman. Indeed it is. Springer up. Come on, Springer homer. What's for dinner? Springer, that's what's for dinner. He looks so lost, doesn't he? Come on, show me the dinger. Timeout called. Little Smoke Dog. Shake, what's up? Welcome in. Let's go Springer indeed. Here's the toss. That's high. Ball 3. You know, if we don't get the Springer dinger, if we instead get a walk, pretty sure that's going to be the last batter the Glasnow faces. Glasnow. All the Dodgers fans still sitting down. Ah, he should have let it go. Curveball outside and low. Swing and a miss. That's out number 3. I was hoping he wouldn't go for something like that. He chased. But Kirk gives, yeah, that he was staring at it, and then he just, I wish you could see the look on his face. Show it from the other angle. They didn't. Later on, I'm going to have to clip that into a short and put it on my channel. Because it was just, as Glasnow was looking up, they had a camera angle right from the front where you could see his face. And he was just watching the ball go, like he was stunned and like just unbelieving. And then after it landed, he just put his head down. That was when he knew he screwed up. That was the moment he knew he screwed up. I'll put it lightly. Get your garbage out of my live chat. Freaking Indian scammers are going crazy, dropping their stupid messages into my live chat. Carrot Top on the mound. I haven't heard Carrot Top. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Sounds like, oh my God, you're not scoring touchdowns or something. Yeah, that's right. Honey, dear, what are you calling me? I'm in the middle of a game. Yeah, I know. I'm watching the game, but I don't understand. I mean, the scoreboard says we're losing, but how is that possible? It's not possible. I mean, you're not. Why aren't you scoring touchdowns? I mean, you have like, is that a safety? Did we get a safety? And they got 2 safeties on us? I mean, I don't understand what's going on. Get a touchdown or something. I mean, you got to kick a goal or something. That's probably what the typical entitled Dodgers wife sounds like. Maybe Otani's wife also called him, and she said, Otani, no, she would call him Shohei. Shohei, それは何ですか? It just means, what is that? Shohei says, Nani? He says, just what? Nani o, like, what is it? And she says, これは4。ブルージェイは4あります。ロサンゼルは2あります。So, the Blue Jays have 4, the Dodgers have 2. わかりません. I don't understand. And then Otani says, Watachi mo. It means me too. I don't understand either. Max Scherzer is back on the mound facing Max Muncy. It's the bottom of the 4th. The Blue Jays are up 4-2. He grounds out and fouled down the first baseline. 63 pitches now for Scherzer. The count's 1-2. That's right. It's nice, isn't it, Sydney? They caught the lobsters and they brought in most of them. Speaking of the lobsters, the Dodgers have 3. Blue Jays have 8. They finally brought some of those in. This is grounded on the first base side. Guerrero should take it himself, and he does. Easy bouncer. Muncy is going to go sit on the benchy. 1 down. Perfect that was. It was literally right on the plate, just about a foot from the ground. It couldn't have been a better throw. And then that error, So one side of the defense showing you how it's done, and the other side showing you how elementary school kids do it. I love the Dodgers' terrible defense. Sometimes they just look ridiculous. Swinging a foul tip miss into the glove of Captain Kirk. 0-1 is the count with 1 out, nobody on. I'll get to that question in just a moment. Just a little inside. 94-mile-per-hour fastball. The count's even 1-1. Cook him some ramen noodles. Hey, you know what? If Shohei Ohtani were Chinese, I mean, well, first of all, he wouldn't be playing baseball unless he's Taiwanese. If he's Taiwanese, then yes, he would be playing baseball. But mainland, I say mainland, the country of China, not Taiwan, the country of China. Many Chinese who travel outside of China, they take instant noodles with them everywhere, and that's not a joke. It's not an exaggeration. Many of them can't stand being in other countries and traveling abroad without access to ramen noodles. The reason is because they don't easily assimilate into eating Western foods and foreign foods, unless it's very similar like Japan, where they can get noodles easily. This is hit hard into right field, but going to be playable by Barger, who puts it away. Out number 2. Tommy Edman comes to the plate next. But it would be funny to see Shohei. Maybe he gets nervous and he's over there. He's over on the bench. Instead of practicing, he's the DH. So instead of practicing in between innings, he's sitting back there with his eyes bugged out, just eating the ramen noodles super fast, eating the cup noodle. Jay Harness says, are you able to carry a conversation in Japanese with the people in Hiroshima? Yes and no. I can definitely carry a conversation, but it's a broken conversation on my end. Strike 1 right in there. 0-1 with 2 outs and nobody on. Scherzer versus Edman. Here's the pitch. Outside, 1-1. Jay, the main thing is that my knowledge of phrases and vocabulary is just moderate. And so there's some holes missing in grammar, vocabulary, and phrases. That's a fly ball to third base. Clement puts it away. Mad Max, baby. Mad Max puts it away. They're showing all the teams that he's pitched for, including the Dodgers, believe it or not. Most recent one before the Blue Jays. Wasn't it the Rangers? They didn't show all of them. They just showed like 5 of them. We are done with the 4th inning, guys and gals. It's 4-2. 5 hits for the Blue Jays, 4 for the Dodgers. 1 big, funny, hilarious error on the Dodgers' second baseman. The Blue Jays come back from being down 2-0 to being up 4-2. Tommy Likey. Top of the 5th coming up. Nathan Lucas, I believe, is due up, followed by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and then Bo Bichette. But like I was saying, as far as my Nihongo is concerned, my Japanese, and if you didn't know that, that's how you say Japanese, the language, Nihongo. And here's something that you can learn that's very easy in Japanese. The word go, like go, just G-O, go, or the Go Dome, or Go Stros. The sound go, it literally means language in Japanese. And Nihon means Japan. So this is Nihon. This is Japan. There are 2 ways basically to say Japan. You can say Nippon or Nihon. Nippon is a more formal way of saying Japan. And Nihon is the common, basic, everyday way. It's okay to say Nihon at any time in any situation. But Nippon is more of a, I guess you could say, a formal, respectful way to say Japan. But when you add go on the end of Japan, so Japan plus language, Japan language, that means Japanese. Nihongo, Nihongo, Japan language, Nihongo. It's the same thing for the word for English in Japanese. You just take a go, ego, ego, and then that's it. That's English. Very easy. The name of China is Chugoku, Chugoku, and if you put go on that, Chugoku go, Chugoku go. That's how you say Chinese language. Very easy, right? Sometimes it can be tricky because putting the name of the country together with go, sometimes it's a little funky. But like Nihongo is easy to say. Eigo is super easy to say. But Chugoku is a little harder. It took me a while to be able to say that easily. Nathan Lucas at the plate. 97 inside. Can you believe that the broken glass ceiling is still on the mound? Over 2 today. Come on, Nathan Lucas. Let's keep the pedal to the metal. Curveball, bottom of the zone, strike one, 1-1. We don't need another hero. Nice throwback. In the dirt, swing and a miss. Another curveball. What are you swinging at that for? So he takes the curveball in the zone for a strike, and then the curveball in the dirt, he decides to swing at it. Are you mad? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the toss from Glass now. Wow, that was so far low and inside, it almost got him on the foot. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Use the force, Lucas. Use the force, Lukes. That's what it looks like. I keep wanting to say Lukes. Dodgers crowd are sitting down and so quiet right now. 96, high above the zone. It's a full count. The Blue Jays giving me a little bit of blue joys. Here comes the full count pitch. 96, high fastball. Fouled off. The count remains 3-2. No outs. Vlad the Impaler is on deck. He's just waiting to be invited in by the Dodgers. Ha ha. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Woo, 96 miles an hour, fouled off by Lucas. That was dangerous. Dangerous. Dodgers should be very afraid, says Daryl. As my Chinese friend once said, I agree. I agree with you. Let's make it hit number 6. Lucas as a lefty should be a really dangerous, good matchup against Glasnow, especially right now. Let's see, the 3-2. High, ball 4. Good job. Another good at bat. This is similar to what happened earlier against Vladdy. You know, they are those sinkers that he's throwing are either getting hit. 3 of the 5 hits by the Blue Jays had been off that sinker. Or he's throwing his sinker outside of the zone. So they're either getting hit or he's not getting them in the zone. If he does throw them in the zone, they hit him. Strike 1 to Vladdy. Runner on first with no outs. This is another inning. 5 runs this inning. That will total the 9 that we were talking about earlier. Here comes the toss. Grounded, foul down the third baseline. Strike 2. I can really tell when the pain medication starts to kick in. This pain medication is different than what I've received before. because the past 2 pain medications I've had, they kind of made me feel bad and made me feel sick. Normally, my body doesn't respond well to pain medication. I'm like the total opposite of my brother was. My brother got hooked on pain medication. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Guerrero Jr. But when I take it normally, it just makes me feel bad. Makes me feel sick. This is hit out into right field. Should be an easy play, but, you know, it's the Dodgers. So Teoscar puts it away for out number 1. Lucas, stay on first. Don't get doubled off. Use the force. Don't let them use the force. At first. Bo Bichette, baby. Reached on that error earlier. I want to see another Dodgers error with Bichette at the plate. That'd be hilarious. How about an error that leads to a triple and a run scored? That's what I want to see right now. 1 ball, no strikes to Boba Fett Bichette. Low and outside. 2-0. He doesn't want to pitch to him now. Glasnow up to 80 pitches. I think I haven't updated the pitch count in a while. Jay says, how did we translate Nippon into Japan? Outside, low and outside. You know, sometimes the Japanese words... Sometimes the Japanese words have some very funny histories about how they were made. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Oh, he goes after a ball in the dirt. What are you doing there, buddy? 2 balls and 2 strikes. I don't know how he kept that one from getting by. Will Smith behind the plate there was able to keep the ball in front of him. So Lucas was not able to advance to second. Right now, he's on first with 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bichette. He's running. Lined foul down the right side. Lucas, go back to first. It's not time yet. It's too early. Don't rely on your coach. Use the force. Come on, Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Bichette. Boba Fett, Bichette. Here comes another 2-2. A grounder to the third base side. Could be dangerous. Oh, it just barely goes foul. That would have been an infield hit. Muncy? Is that Muncy over at third? Yeah. He's a little thick, so it looked like Muncy. I thought, he's got a dad bod. That's got to be Muncy. He wisely lets it go foul. That would have been an infield hit for show. Not Varsho, but faux show. Daryl says, "Bing me up, Scotty." But Jay, I think Nihon originally, when we heard them saying Nihon, it was heard as like Yapon or something like that, and it was just translated as Japan. A toss over to first base. Lucas gets back, no problem. Glasnow is up to 84 pitches, only 55 in the zone. When he has been in the zone, he's been punished. 96 miles an hour, low and inside, strike 3, rung him up. And that's going to be it. They did strike out Bichette, but with Dalton Varsho coming to the plate, they're not going to let Glasnow pitch later. They're going to go ahead and take him out. They've got another guy ready to go. Mr. Tattoo himself. Pitching change. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, this pain medication. When I'm not moving and I'm not breathing deeply, I actually don't feel any pain. My head is still kind of dizzy, so that's no good. Anthony Banda is in the game for the Dodgers. He'll be facing Dalton Varsho with 2 outs and a runner on first. But yeah, if my head were completely clear and not dizzy, and I wasn't always just knocking at the door of nausea, I think right now I'd feel really, really good. Because while I'm not moving and I'm not taking really deep breaths, what a great improvement from yesterday and the day before. What a great improvement. I can take this pain medication twice a day. Unfortunately, I have to visit the doctor. If I need more, I have to visit the doctor, and that's at least it I think my doctor will also want to do blood work. So blood work and checkup is going to be at least $100 because I don't have insurance. That's unfortunate. It's not like the US, you know. Like if you have a standing prescription in the US, a monthly prescription in the US, basically, like for example, if you're taking like blood thinners or if you need pain medication because of your health condition, you know, you'll have like a prescription that you can just keep getting and you don't have to keep going to the doctor for that. But here in Japan, it doesn't work that way. You're forced to go to the doctor every month. Now, some medications like blood thinner, you can go like every 2.5 to 3 months and get enough. But some medications, they're highly controlled. So most of the time, they make you come back every single month or every 4 weeks. If you don't have insurance, it's just unaffordable. Banda is at the plate. First pitch is way outside to Varsho. Swing and a miss. Another one outside and low. Why didn't you let it go, Varsho? It was low and out there, yo. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner on first, 2 outs. 1 ball, 1 strike. He hits that one straight up in the air. That's going to be in the field. It's going to be another drop on the infield. Please, please, please. Okay, so Betts comes in and calls for it. We actually have one guy take control and come in and get it instead of a bunch of Dodgers coming in and nobody catching it. That's going to be it for the inning. That's going to be it. So a little bit of threatening, a little bit of soft threats from the Blue Jays, but they strand a runner on base. They lose a lobster. That's 11 lobsters lost by the Blue Jays with 4 runs, 4 lobsters brought home. That's okay. That's okay. Okay. It's not bad, but it's not good or great. It's just okay. The Dodgers have 2 runs on the board, but only 3 lobsters lost. And the reason for that is because the Dodgers aren't getting runners on base. They just have 2 solo homers. Outside of the 2 solo homers, they only have 2 other hits. So they've gotten almost nothing. They've walked 1 time, gotten 2 solo homers and 2 hits. That's it. The Blue Jays, on the other hand, have 5 hits, 4 runs batted in, 3 walks. They've struck out 5 times. The Dodgers have struck out 3 times. Anywho, the top of the 5th is over. We're on commercial break right now. It's the middle of the 5th. We are right in the dead center of this game, 4-2. Blue Jays are up. Max Scherzer due up on the mound. He's got 72 pitches under his belt. Enrique Hernandez, Kiki's striking delivery service is due up. Andy Pajes after that, and Shohei Ohtani in the hole. Jay says, looks like your Rockets are going to win today. Man, they should have won the last few games. They are a really, really good team. They have size and speed and talent. They just haven't gelled properly yet. But I'm telling you, when they do, and I'm not just saying this because of bias, trust me, when they gel, and they will, they're going to kick butt. They're going to really kick butt. Yeah, this is the score right now. $77 to 102. 25-point lead, excuse me. With just 30 seconds left in the third quarter. Wow, look at that. They scored 42 in the first. They haven't scored any less than 29 so far in any quarter. Scherzer is now facing Kiki. First pitch, check swing, ball one. Scherzer has a record of 176 and 4 losses. 176 wins and 4 losses when his team has the lead and at least 4 runs. How about that? That's a great record right there. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Bandai? Bandai. What about Bandai? Star Wars? Yeah, Star Wars for sure. I've been making too many Star Wars references. It's because of Lucas. Nathan Lucas. Here's a 1-2. Oof. Curveball. Fouls it off of Kirk. Count remains 1-2. Jay says, Lakers play later. I'm hoping Bronny gets some playing time. He's my garbage time goat. Garbage time goat. Yeah, his daddy can't keep from getting injured. That's a hit up the middle on a 1-2 pitch. Come on, Scherzer. You can't give up a single on a 1-2 pitch. Come on now. That was a pitcher's count. And he hung it right over the top of the zone. That was supposed to drop, and it didn't. Another gimme. He got lucky it wasn't knocked out. If that had been Ohtani or Betts, it would have been a different story. Let's get the double play. Andy Pah is at the plate. Good opportunity, righty on righty. 94 right in there, strike one. This is a ripe opportunity to double them off. I've watched several videos with people, Lakers fans actually, complaining about Bronny. It's pretty funny. This is hit high in the air, playable by Barger. It's not going to be a double play, but it'll be out number one. So Ohtani comes to the plate. He's 2 for 2 today with a double and a homer. But you know what? They're not going to let Scherzer pitch to him. I don't think so. They're going to take him out? Ohtani goes straight back to the dugout to discuss the next pitcher. Yeah, they are bringing in, it looks like they're bringing in Lewis Varland. Yeah, it's going to be lefty on lefty. They're not going to let Scherzer pitch again to Ohtani. I think it's a wise decision. I'm sure that Scherzer doesn't want to come out, but he didn't seem upset about it. I mean, he seemed not happy, but you know, when he really wants to stay in the game and he thinks he can do it, he'll argue for it, and he wasn't arguing for it there. I mean, you can't though. If you think about it, if you're in his position, you're a righty, and you've got a lefty that has already a double and a homer off of you, and you've got a 2-run lead with 1 runner on base already in the 5th inning, you kind of have to just accept that, you know. No, It's Fluharty. Fluharty is coming in. My bad. Not Varland. My bad. But that's why I have the information on the screen. If I'm not sure, I can be corrected. I would say I stand corrected, but I'm sitting right now, so I sit corrected. I need to get myself some electrolytes. Let me go grab a drink right quick. I'll be right back. You know what? I got a bottle of water right here. I'll just have water. I can get some electrolytes in me a little later. Right now, I think maybe I just need some water. I haven't really been physically active, so I don't think that I'm hurting in the way of electrolytes. I had kind of an oatmeal and healthy gut bacteria cereal this morning. So I believe I'm all right. All right. Here we go with Mason Fluharty on the mound, runner on first. First pitch to Ohtani is right in there on the breaking pitch, fouled off, strike one. 1 out right now. Here in the bottom of the fifth. Eric Heisman is locked on Astros. Here's the pitch. Low and outside. 1-1. Eric Heisman posted a video discussing 4 reasons non-Astros fans not to like Springer. Dodgers can't stand him, especially being in a team that defeated them in 2017 in LA. That's right. 83 miles an hour, a little low and outside. 2-1 is the count. Here comes the next pitch. Oh, come on now. 82 miles an hour, low. He misses again. It's 3-1. Come on now. Yeah, you know the main reason that the Shohei fouls that one off. The sweeper. Full count. But you know, the funny thing is, Dodgers fans cry about cheating, yeah, as many fans do about the Astros, but Dodgers fans in particular cry about it because of the World Series. But the thing is, explain how the Astros owned the Dodgers in Los Angeles. Explain that. There were no cans there that the Astros were able to utilize. This is hit hard into left field. It should be playable. Is it going to be in the gap? Yes, it is. That'll score a run, maybe. He's headed home. The throw's not going to get there, so it's 4-3. Ohtani has a double. A double, a homer, and a double, so the pitching change doesn't help. Ohtani still gets a hit. Luckily, the Blue Jays still have the lead, but a runner on second base with 1 out. Right in the zone again. You know, I can't give all this credit to Ohtani's hits or all these hits to his skill, because every hit that he's gotten, the double, the homer, and then this double, all were flat right in the zone. I mean, those are basically batting practice throws. 0-1 is the count to Mookie Betts. Betts is 0-2 with 2 flyouts today. Line drive to second, double off Ohtani. That'd be nice. 90 miles an hour, high and outside, ball 1. The count's even. Dodgers making it a game. Time for Fluharty and the Blue Jays to shut this down. There's the 1-1 pitch. Fouled off. 1-2. One runner on second. One out. One ball, two strikes. Fluharty to Betts. Betts hits it high in the air to left field. Lucas comes in. Two outs. Ohtani stays at second base. Freddie Freeman comes to the plate with two outs. 6 hits now for the Dodgers. The Dodgers. The draft, or should I call them the Daft Dodgers? Maybe that's more appropriate. The Daft Dodgers. And now the crowd is standing up. After they get a hit, they stand up. It's the only time they've been standing up. But the guys in the back, they're still sitting down. The Dodgers fans behind the plate are the deadest crowd I've seen this entire year. 1-0 is the count. Here comes the toss. Freeman bounces that one foul down the first base side. 1-1 is the count. Here comes the 1-1. Fouls it off on the cutter. Got around too late on it. Couldn't get a good clean hit. Yep, that was it. He got kind of lucky with that one. Another one right in the zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's hit down the line. They say it's a fair ball. They're going to wave Ohtani in. Freeman gets the hit. Once again, it's tied up. Leaves it in the zone again. What is the deal? Breaking ball right in the zone. They just talked about how he can't keep doing that. And that's exactly what he does. He gets right past the glove of Guerrero. He's not able to grab it. It's tied up 4-4. What is it with the Blue Jays pitchers just leaving these breaking pitches flat right over the zone? Runner on first with 2 outs, and they're going to take Fluharty out. They bring him in long enough to give the Dodgers more runs, and now they're going to take him out. So they gift the Dodgers some runs, and now they'll make another pitching change. Will Smith due up next. You can't blow those opportunities. Can't blow those opportunities. This game is reset again. Are you kidding me? See, this is the thing. The Dodgers get these little runs here and there. 4 runs on 4 flat breaking pitches. Can you believe it? You can't be setting it up on a tee like that, you know? Can't be doing that. This game 3, the first one in Dodger Stadium, Blue Jays have to get serious. Now they're bringing in Varland. This is the guy that I thought they were going to bring in before. But they wait until the damage is done to bring him in. Two outs right now with a guy on first base. 7 hits for the Dodgers. They've scored 2 runs this inning. They have 1 error. Blue Jays have no errors. They have 5 hits and also 4 runs. The Blue Jays scored all of their runs in the 4th. They had a nice inning. The Dodgers got a solo homer in the 2nd and in the 3rd. This inning, they've scored on a double and a single. Very first pitch to Smith is fouled off. Varland is now on the mound. Louis Varland. Oh, and 1 is the count. Smith. I agree with you. Come on, guys. Sydney says the doctor's not going to be happy with my BP on Thursday. Yeah. That's one thing I forgot to do yesterday. I saw the blood pressure machine. I thought I need to check my blood pressure, and then I forgot to do it. And I'll get to it eventually. 100 miles an hour right in there. Strike 2. 0-2's the count. You know, they just showed a Japanese school with a bunch of kids and teachers watching the game, and they were hitting these sticks that are filled with air. They were really loud. That's the one thing about Japanese baseball games I haven't been able to get used to yet, because from the beginning of the game until the end, the noise never stops. It's not as bad as the vuvuzelas, you know, that they had at the World Cup a few years ago. Just nonstop horns. It's not that bad, but it's still difficult to get used to. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside, count is even, 2-2 on the knuckle curve. Just need 1 strike. Now there are like 3 Dodgers fans behind the plate standing up. The rest of them are still sitting down. This crowd is not making any noise at all. They're just standing there watching. Strike 3 on the outside edge. There we go. 99 miles an hour. Got him looking. Varland gets out of it. 2 strikes, then came back 2 balls, and then gets the last strike. Man, I'm so tired of this. The way that MLB TV has their screen set up. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Whenever it goes to shift from the game to a commercial, I always hit mute because I don't want to listen to the freaking commercials, you know. I have no reason or desire to listen to the commercials, but what happens is it moves over. Those controls for the volume jump over. And it always seems to happen if you're not quick, if you don't mute it right as it's about to jump to commercial, it jumps over. And if you miss it, it makes you click on something you don't want to click on, and then I have to click back and refresh the screen to get the game back. It's so stupid. It's like they deliberately, I know that they deliberately set it up that way so that you will misclick and they will take you to another screen and they will try to make some money off of you because of that. It's so annoying. It reminds me of like the ESPN site. The ESPN site has a similar feature. Maybe you've noticed it on the desktop site whenever you're on your computer, your PC, or whatever. You when you load a new screen, you start to click on something on the screen, but they have a huge advertisement banner that pops up, and everything that you're about to click on suddenly shifts down. And there's a very high chance that you will accidentally click on that stupid advertisement banner. They make it load after the other information loads. So the information that you see, if there's something there that you want to click on, when you go to click on it, suddenly an ad appears and you click on the ad instead. You know what I'm saying? It's forcing you, but by design, it's forcing you to click on the ad. So what you have to learn to do is, once you load a new page on ESPN, you literally have to wait for that stupid big ad to pop up. It's really, really big. And then you have to scroll down to continue looking at or clicking on what you wanted to click on. They don't care about user experience. All they care about... Now, think about how stupid that is. They're not relying on the advertisement to appeal to you. They're not even just relying on the ad connecting with you. Captain Kirk at the plate. They're actually actively trying to trick you into clicking. Justin Robleski on the mound for the Daft Dodgers. Here's the 1-0 to Kirk. 97 right in there. Strike one. The count's even. Alejandro, the body. Kirk. Worked last time. Wink. Fouls it off. You know, Kirk has a lot of first pitch hits. Even today, he has 2. He's 2 for 2 today. With a 3-run shot under his belt. 98. Fouls it off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The count remains. Joe says Batman. Oh, if you're trying to do the Victor Caratini, I took that one out. Oh, that's right. We're not on my other channel. I don't have any emoticons. This channel doesn't have any special emoticons or emojis. That's just my Go Dome, Ghost Rose channel. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the toss. Grounded over to the right side. That's going to be an easy out. Freeman grabs it and steps on the base. 1 down. Top of the 6th, 1 out. Addison Barger comes to the plate next. Ernie Clement on deck. That was an almost opposite field hit for Kirk, but right at Freeman. 98 above the zone. Barger takes that one. Single in the 4th inning. Scored a run. 97 low and inside. Strike 1. 1-1 is the count. Yes. Get those 2 runs back and then some. 96 above the zone. Swing and a miss. Don't swing at that. 1 ball, 2 strikes. $99 fouled off. Count remains 1-2. What kind of diet did you have, by the way? You said you had to be on a strict diet because of blood pressure and dizziness. That pitch misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Barger. Come on, let's see the Barger barrage. Take the gas out of this crowd. That's a tapper to the left side. Should be an infield hit, and it is. No throw by Muncy. Big, huge bouncer. Muncy comes in, grabs it, but doesn't even make the throw. Huge chopper. Oh, he couldn't make the throw. He dropped it. He tried to scoop it and throw it. It's funny how he actually made the motion of throwing and he didn't even have the ball. Good job, bro. Runner on first. With 1 out. Clement at the plate. This is lefty on righty. Good matchup for the Blue Jays. Barger just stole second, but it was fouled off. That's unfortunate. He came out of nowhere in the screen. Suddenly he appeared at second base, and I was like, what is he doing? Oh. I see. Solka. Jimenez on deck. Here comes the 0-1 toss. Come on, Clement. Oh, too far inside. 1-1. Right now, I'm not taking any medicine apart from the pain medication. He gave me iron supplements, so I'm going to be taking those 4 times a day to get my iron level up, my hemoglobin raised. It's funny that my doctor in Hiroshima never gave me iron supplements to help get my hemoglobin up. Check swing, did he go? They say he didn't. At 97 miles an hour, that's ball 2, and the count's even. Sydney says a lot of baseball players should go to cricket camp to learn how to barehand the ball. Yeah, it really helped the infielders. Strike 3 on the inside. That was a bad angle. Couldn't see it really well from the umpire's perspective. Can we see it from a better angle? Here inside. Got to swing at that, Clement. I lament that bat by Clement. 2 outs. Barger on first base. Jimenez at the plate. Lefty on lefty crime is happening right now. Ball 1. Looks like they've got another guy in the bullpen. Trinan? Is that his name? No. Slow grounder. So Betts was easily able to get over there. Made another bad throw in the dirt. First baseman able to pick it up. Freeman. And that's going to be it for the Blue Jays in the top of the 6th. Nothing doing. Just one infield hit. And another lobster lost. 13 lobsters lost for the Blue Jays. Only 6 lost for the Dodgers. So the Dodgers are winning the war. Even though the Dodgers haven't caught many lobsters in their traps, they've managed to bring home the majority of what they've caught. The Blue Jays have caught a lot more, but failed to bring them home. This game is tied 4-4. 7 hits for the Dodgers, 6 for the Blue Jays. Bottom of the 6th coming up. Max Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez, and Tommy Edman due up. Middle of the batting order. Louis Varland, probably still on the mound. JH says, high fiber foods, very low cholesterol foods. Keto food. My cholesterol was really high. Since then, my blood pressure and cholesterol level went back to normal. That doesn't risk heart disease, etc. Casey says, good game so far. Well, it's definitely a baseball game so far, but I would much rather the Blue Jays have a comfortable lead. Daryl says, let's see if the Dodgers put up a goose egg. That'd be nice. Lay a big fat goose egg. You know, they have a good opportunity here. The Blue Jays do. If they can put down Muncy, Hernandez, and Edmund in order, then they only have to face 2. They have a good opportunity to put away the bottom of the batting order before they face the top again, before they face Ohtani. Ohtani has been on fire today. Blue Jays are giving the Dodgers opportunities. Yeah, you know, the main problem is with the Blue Jays, seriously, because they haven't let them get a lot of guys on base, but the big hits, all 4 of their big hits were breaking pitches that were flat and in the zone. All 4 of them. This is another thing that I'm tired of seeing. Every time you see a game in LA, they just have to show all the stars that are there. Swing and a miss by Muncy. He took a big swing at that 100-mile-per-hour pitch, but Varland buzzed it by him for strike 1. Casey says, I still don't know why Scherzer comes out. I would still play him deep into the game. Well, I think it's obvious, Casey. I mean, look at how Ohtani was owning him. I just think they didn't make the right decision with the pitcher they brought in, you know. I know that Varland. Let me back up. I assumed that they were going to bring in Varland to face Otani, and they didn't. They brought in Fluharty, and it didn't work out. So if I were the coach, maybe it would have been different. Maybe things would have been better, and the Blue Jays would still have the lead. But I just assumed they were going to bring in Varland. They didn't. They brought him in after the fact, but I think it was obvious why they took Scherzer out. Otani was owning him. He had a double and a homer off of him, you know? It was either that or walk Otani, but then you have to deal with Betts. I don't necessarily think that Scherzer was going to do a good job getting through the batting order in that inning. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Muncy. Here's the toss. Swing and a miss. Nice. 89-mile-per-hour knuckle curve. Strikeout, and that's out number 1. JH says, same here. Wish Blue Jays would have held that lead. Got to make runs. Don't want LA to make a walk-off or won't stop hearing the end of it. Well, we won't stop hearing the end of it no matter what. If LA were to win, we wouldn't hear the end of it no matter what. They're going to be talking about Otani 90% of the time, and they'll be talking about the Dodgers 100% of the time. They won't say anything about the Blue Jays. Teoscar Hernandez is at the plate. The first pitch is low and outside. 1-0. 1 out, nobody on. Here's the pitch from Varland. Swing and a miss. Knuckle curve, low and outside. Good toss. Started inside, went out. Betts has his head shaved. I didn't know that. He looks funny with no hair. Never seen him without his hat. High and outside on the 99-mile-per-hour fastball. 2-1. Casey's Dish Anywhere app keeps cutting out the live feed. Yeah, I understand that. I heard that recently they increased the speed of Starlink connection by like 50% or something. I haven't had a speed test done on mine yet, but I haven't had any issues with it. Of course, nobody around here is going to be taking away from my connection. Hernandez gets a hit off the very end of the bat. He's on first base with 1 out. Come on now. Here's the pitch. Edman is at the plate. What we really need here is a double play. We do not need to allow these bottom of the batting order guys to move us closer and closer to the top of the batting order. That's hit out into left field. Should be playable, and it is. Lucas grabs it for out number 2 and throws it in. So unless Varland can throw out Hernandez at first base, there's going to be at least, or no less than 1 batter between the next batter and Otani. That's fouled off. Hiki. 99 miles an hour. 0-1 is the count. 1 single. He's 1 for 2 today. Bringing Fluharty was foolhardy. I agree. I was not expecting to see him. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Outside, 100 miles an hour. 1-1 with 2 outs. Runner on first. Shut her down. Oh, yeah. Rockets' final score, 137 to 109. How about that? 137 points. That's crazy. You see that? 137 to 109. Rockets are now 1-2. Excellent, said the chicken. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. I think he got him, though. I think it's going to stand. So there was a grounder to shortstop. Jimenez snatched it and took a long throw to first base. Oh, they did a really quick review there. The Dodgers challenged it, and they did a quick review, and they said the call is confirmed. He's out. Okay, let me try again to explain to you what just happened, because that was a fast-moving play. But with 2 outs, he grounded the ball almost through the hole. It would have scored another run. Jimenez backhanded it, took a long throw to first base. There was no way to get the runner. But Guerrero caught it and fired a rocket to third base because Teoscar Hernandez seized the opportunity to try to get to third. But Clement caught it and put the tag on, and they caught him at third base for out number 3 on a rocket thrown by Vladi. The Dodgers decided to challenge it, and it took them about 8 seconds to come back and say, call on the field stands, he's out. So the Dodgers challenged it, and it was confirmed almost immediately. That was the fastest challenge I've ever seen. I guess they wanted to hurry and get to commercial break. No. We need that commercial break. So play on the field stands. But he was out. What a great throw and tag there. No runs for the Dodgers. They create a couple more lobsters. So Dodgers now have 7 lobsters. That's good. Lobsters lost. We're done with the 6th inning. Top of the 7th coming up. Robleski was on the mound for the Dodgers. We'll see if he's still on. George Springer's due up. Top of the batting order. Nathan Lucas on deck. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the hole. Let's take a look here. JH says that ESPN report from last Friday of Blue Jays win was so grotesquely biased. Yes, it is. It's funny that the Blue Jays win the game, and the actual headline says, despite Ohtani blah, 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 the Blue Jays win. It's like, are you kidding me? The Blue Jays win game 1, and they have such a great game. Or the Blue Jays win the game, and they have a great game, and you still have to focus on Ohtani and the Dodgers. ESPN should change their name to POSPN. Yes, please hit the like. Thank you, Sydney. I mean, I would very much love to be on my Godome channel right now, but I tried to do the live stream from there again today, and they're still not allowing me to do it. I thought that I was supposed to be given, here's that throw over. Robleski is still on the mound. Springer takes a big swing at that first one and fouls it off. 96 miles an hour, strike 1. 20 pitches now for Robleski. But yeah, I thought I was only supposed to be out of live streaming on my Godome channel for about a week. Springer's holding his side right there. He is grabbing his right side. What's going on? He immediately calls out the coach, and they're going to take him out of the game. Ty France is going to come in for Springer. Springer takes one swing and immediately calls the coach. He's in pain. That's not good. But Ty France comes to the plate. This is a guy who actually has caused a lot of problems for some teams, especially the Astros. When he's faced them before, he's come up with some really big hits. He does have a beefy bat. Yeah, they're showing the highlights of Springer getting hit a couple of different times. Getting hit on the knee, getting hit on the wrist. and then hurting his side right here on a swing. He immediately called for the coach to come, and he's going into the locker room. Yeah, that's not good. Let's see what France can do. Ty France does have power. He's been stretching and taking some swings. What in the world is going on there? .277 is his season average with the Blue Jays. Yeah, that's right. There was that goose egg, Daryl. They got the goose egg. Aflac. What was that? What was that, LA? Aflac. First pitch to Ty Francis high for ball one. The count is 1-1. If you're wondering why 1-1 is because Springer took one swing, fouled it off, and he went out. 97 right in there. Strike two. 1-2 is the count. You're right, Daryl. A rib injury is not good, or if it's oblique, any muscle strain is not good. Here's the 1-2. High, 98 miles an hour. 2-2. Did you hear the damn crowd cheering when he got hurt? Have some. Well, I'm not surprised. 97 fouls it back. Count remains 2-2. 97 mile per hour pitch from Robleski right there. He's up to 24 pitches. LA crowd, New York crowd, Seattle crowd, their fans have no class. Look at this right now. Okay, they got 2 balls and 2 strikes. They're not making any sound. They're playing music. They're playing a bunch of terrible music. But look at them. They're all just sitting down, not making any sound at all. Check swing there, ball 3. Full count. That was a nice check. Barely moved the bat. Come on, Ty. He goes after the high fastball and he misses it. 97 miles an hour. That could have been ball 4. Just a little out of his range there, I think. Yeah, that was all the way up above his chest. Yeah, that could have been ball 4. Out number 1. Top of the 7th, nobody on. Nathan Lucas taps the first one back to Robleski, who bobbles it, but then recovers and tosses it to Guerrero for out number 2. Just like that, Lucas goes down. They're going to go ahead and pull Robleski. They're not going to let him pitch to Vladdy. Now, this is one of those opportunities for Vladdy to pull a Yordan Alvarez, where the coach comes out, makes a pitching change, and then Vladdy hits a home run anyway. I feel it. I feel it in me bones. Hit number 7 coming up for the Blue Jays. A home run for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. against the new pitcher on the very first pitch. He's going to take him to task. That's right. Just like the Yankees. Bad fanship cheering for hurt players. Daryl says Dodgers fans are like spoiled milk. Leaves a bad taste in your mouth. I think Dodgers fans are also like smelly tofu. You can smell that horrible aroma from blocks away. You can smell it on the other side of the city. People are out cooking it on the streets and selling it in China. You're walking down the road and suddenly you smell something awful and you go, "Oh my God, what is that smell?" It smells like somebody has taken rotten food, old trash, dirty socks, dirty underwear, rotten cheese, and just mixed it all together with old cooking oil. and started cooking it. Now, you might think that sounds a little extreme. That sounds unbelievable. But I assure you, it is not. For any of you who've ever smelled stinky tofu or smelly tofu, I'm telling you, if you've ever smelled it, especially when it's being cooked, then you know what I'm talking about. But if you've never smelled it, consider yourself lucky. Kike, if you're American. Kike? Kike. Their fans don't shower. The only shower that they do in LA is with alcohol, probably. They're out partying and clubbing. And they get the beer shower or whatever, the alcohol shower. Blake Trinan is on the mound facing Guerrero. First pitch is high. It's not the first pitch homer, but that was a terrible pitch to be swinging at. Good take. Okay, 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the 7th. Here's the pitch to Vladdy. Oof. Right in there. 85-mile-per-hour sweeper. That was a nice pitch, but I guess not Guerrero's favorite. He is 0 for 2 today, so we're waiting for that big hit from the Maestro. Best hitter in the playoffs right now. That's hit up the middle, and there we go. A single. Not a homer, but we got a guy on base, and that's his first hit of the game. He broke through the ice. Now he's 1 for 3. Off the end of the bat. Bo Bichette comes to the plate. Bo Bichette. Get a big hit. A big hit. Boba Fett Bichette. Runner on with 2 outs. Here's the toss. 96 right in there. Strike 1. I'm surprised. I didn't see a fastball against Guerrero. They sit still so they don't want to get a bad whiff. They throw it over to first base to try to pick off Guerrero, but he is back. 4-4 is this ball game. 9 hits for the Daft Dodgers, 7 for the Blue Jays, 1 error for and in LA. 2 outs. No balls, 1 strike to Bichette. Runner on first. Here's the toss. Oof. Fouls it off. 95 in the top of the zone, 0-2. Yeah, I know what you're saying. You said, of course, not all fans. Yeah, I get it. But too many, that's for sure. Outside, 1-2. Good take. It is 11:42 here. I've got all my sliding doors closed to preserve the warmth in my room, but I fear I'm going to have to go outside after this. Guerrero is off to the races on that one. A little bit of a hit and run, but he fouls it off. The count remains 1-2. How many do we have? Watch. Oh, we got 38. Nice. That's not bad at all for this channel. I appreciate you all being here today. How many likes do I have? If you like the channel, if not, I appreciate you doing that. Here's the pitch. Fouled off again. Count remains 1-2. $9:43 here, Brendan says. You've got the daylight savings time coming up real soon, right? Maybe next month. Another throw over to first, trying to figure out exactly when Guerrero is going to be taking off for second. Seems they'd rather pick off Guerrero than throw to Bichette. Makes sense. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Come on, Bichette. You can do it. Oof. 94. Fouls it off. Guerrero was going again, but he's going to have to, once again, trot back to first base. He's definitely getting warmed up. Oh, it's this Sunday? Okay, thanks for letting me know, Daryl. I knew it was soon, but I didn't know it was that soon. I have to keep that in mind because there is no time change here, thankfully. But I always have to figure out the time difference. Yes, that's down the line. Fair. On the right side. Guerrero's all the way around to third. They're going to wave him home. Here's the throw. It's off. He's in there. He's safe. Guerrero is safe at home. It's 5-4. Opposite field, right down the line. Boba Fett Bichette comes through. How about that? Wow. I got to see that again. Look at this. This is the throw at home plate. Boom, baby. Just taps his hand on there right before the tag gets there. If the throw had been good, it would have been really close. Look at this hit right down the line. Perfect. Into the corner, ricochets off. Guerrero was stealing. He was waved all the way around from first base and he scored. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? A 2-out single that scored a run from first base. Can you believe that? It almost hits the sound guy. 5-4 Blue Jays. Boba Fett Bichette. The bounty hunter comes up again. Dalton Varsho at the plate with a runner on first. Swing and a miss. 84 miles an hour on the sweeper. Yes, perfect timing. Guerrero, yeah, man, he stole over and over and over again. The Blue Jays kept trying to do the hit and run. Bichette is now out of the game. They have a pinch runner on. Falefa is on first base. Varsho fouls that off. The count's 0-2. He had a walk in the second, but no hit yet. Yep. Guerrero's not the world's fastest, but he's fast enough to get there on that one. Man, Trinan keeps going over to first base. He's worried again about them trying to send Falefa on another hit and run. It'd be hilarious if they had the same exact result again. Here's a pitch. Opposite field Q might be trouble. There's nowhere to throw it. Runners are safe at first and second. Muncy makes no throw. Infield hit for Varsho. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Look at, she's given up already. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is Los Angeles. I don't understand. I don't understand. These are Dodgers. How can we lose? What accent is this? Captain Alejandro Kern comes to the plate. He's 2 for 3 today with a 3-run homer. Another opportunity to go pew, pew, pew. One more time. Here's the first pitch to Kirk. Outside and low, ball 1. Blake Trinan, how about you try to give up a run hit or something like that? Here comes the 1-0 toss. Opposite field, grounder to the second baseman, and it'll be out number 3. Oh, Captain Kirk grounds out to end the inning, but the Blue Jays, with a little tap on the home plate by Guerrero, they retake the lead. It's 5-4. The Blue Jays and the Dodgers are now tied in hits 9-9, but the Blue Jays retake the lead going into the bottom of the 7th. 15 lost lobsters for the Blue Jays. 5 lobsters brought home. The Dodgers have 7 lost lobsters. Wow. This is definitely a game. This is definitely a game. But you know what? It's funny you asked that if the fans given up. I'm just not impressed at all with the Dodgers fans. I can't figure out, are they actually paying attention to the game, or is being at the game more of a, is it more of like an image thing, a social thing or something? I don't understand. Sometimes the Dodgers pitchers, actually almost every time the Dodgers pitchers are on the mound and they've got 2 strikes against the batter, the crowd's not making any noise at all. They're not standing up. They're not cheering. They're not on their feet. They're not looking for that strikeout. They're not actually anticipating anything. They're just responding to big plays. They're expressing some dissatisfaction when things don't go their way, if there's a big play. But when there is a home run for them, or they do get a strikeout, or they get a hit, then they respond to that. But otherwise, they are just quiet. Like they're completely disconnected from the game. I don't really get it. That's right. JCHS 2-out magic. They channeled their Astros, their inner Astros, with 2 outs. There will be a substantial reward for Boba Fett Bichette. There will be a substantial reward. They're on TikTok. That's right, Daryl. They're too busy on TikTok. TikTok and maybe Reddit. They're hate posting on Reddit, so they're not paying attention to the game. Sir Anthony Dominguez. Sir Anthony Dominguez, the Queen's own protector, is on the mound for the Toronto Blue Jays. He will be facing Andy Pajes at the bottom of the order. And then Shohei Ohtani, no way, no Ohtani, and Mookie Betts gambles, smokes, drinks, and does all sorts of things. That's strike 1 right in there. Boss Baby says, I have an odd question. Let me take a look at it. Low and outside, 101. Can you talk about how and or what the Japanese think about American baseball culture? How do they feel about their brethren in MLB? That's not a troll. It's not a troll. Troll is saying, purposefully annoying, rude, or stupid things. And your comments are none of those. So, 1 ball, 2 strikes with that foul ball. Man, that inning got me worked up. My head is a little dizzy. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Low and outside on the sweeper. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, here's the thing. Baseball has been in Japan for a really long time. It was brought over a long time. They fell in love with it, and it became the biggest sport in Japan. It's bigger than soccer. Soccer is pretty big here. The baseball is the number 1 sport. They love it. And they love watching Japanese players in America. Obviously, almost every Japanese person, if you ask them who's your favorite baseball player, they will say it's Shohei Ohtani. Obviously, because he's doing the best. But here in Hiroshima, they also like Suzuki Seiya you know, because he played for the Hiroshima Carp baseball team, in case you didn't know that. So they very much like that the Japanese players are doing well in the MLB. That's a full count pitch right there. That's ball 3. Come on, 3-2. Let's get him. Let's get Pages right here. 98 at the bottom of the zone. He hits it out into right field. Barger is underneath it. Puts it away for out number 1. Otani comes to the plate with nobody on and 1 down. But as far as the MLB is concerned overall, they really don't know too much about how the teams are doing. The teams that don't have Japanese players, they really don't follow. They really don't care in general. Like, for example, if I'm wearing my Houston Astros hat, you know, I talk to them about baseball, I might tell them my favorite team is Houston. They know Houston. Most Japanese people know Houston, and they know that Houston has a baseball team, and some of them know that Houston has won the World Series. And even some of them also know that Houston generally has a playoff team recently most every year, right? But generally, most Japanese don't know too much about MLB teams outside of teams like the Dodgers because they have high-profile Japanese players. So they do like MLB, but primarily only stars, and especially Japanese stars. This is hit out into center field and deep, and it's gone. Are you kidding me? Shohei Ohtani hits a solo home run to tie up the game. On the very first pitch, an opposite field home run just a few rows back, but it doesn't take much. 401 feet to left center field, 108 miles an hour. Man, if you take away the solo homers from the Dodgers, they have almost nothing. It would be 5-2 right now. Mookie Betts at the plate with 1 out and nobody on. And of course, the crowd is now standing because of that. But they immediately start sitting back down after that foul ball by Betts. They gotta learn how to do better pitching against some of these batters. No more freaking solo homers. I mean, come on. Otherwise, they're not doing much at all. Can't give them a pitch right down the middle, a flat pitch right down the middle. That's basically 5. 5 runs have been scored today by the Dodgers on 5 flat pitches right down the middle. Here's a pitch. 98 outside, swing and a miss, that's strike 3. So it comes back and gets a 4-pitch strikeout against Betts. But look at this. Once again, literally right down the middle, flat pitch. You can't do that to anybody. You can't even throw that to the worst batter on the team. You can't throw that to Pages. Even Pages would hit that out. Can't do that. Outside. It's been pretty loud a few times. Casey says, yeah, but only as a response, but not in anticipation of anything. It's always in response. Like right now, they're literally sitting down quiet right now. Nothing going on. They should be hyped up. In Toronto, they'd be on their feet still right now. 2 balls and no strikes to Freeman. 2 outs, nobody on. Here comes the next pitch. Low and inside, ball 3. 3-0. Come on, man. Lock it down. Yeah, that's right. I'll never forget the 4th of July. The July night fireworks. The fans, no choice but to watch their team being crushed. That's right. Ball 4 inside. That was a terrible pitch in the dirt. Goes to the backstop. 4-pitch walk. Brendan says, I just saw my first Christmas commercial already. Would you believe that more than a month ago, I saw the local convenience stores advertising pre-ordering Christmas cakes and Christmas chicken sets? They started advertising those in September, at the end of September. That's crazy. It's getting earlier and earlier every year in Japan now. Andy turned the pahis. Freddy is a free man. Well, he's stuck on first base right now. Will Smith at the plate. Fouls back that 97-mile-per-hour pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's a tie game again. 5-5. Daryl says Little League is very popular. Are you talking about in Japan? That's not quite accurate. It's just half accurate. It's better to say that baseball at every level is very popular. It's not just Little League. Actually, high school baseball is a lot more popular than Little League. But you have to say that they're all popular. There is no level at which baseball is not very popular in Japan. It's taken very serious in some schools. Here's the 3-1. 99 at the bottom of the zone, fouled off. Full count. Come on, Mr. Dominguez. Full count pitch with 2 outs. Runner on first. Outside, ball 4. Not even close. Dominguez walks him. 2 on with 2 outs. Max Muncy comes to the plate. Dominguez struggling to shut it down here in the bottom of the 7th. Come on, man. You got to give your team a better chance than that. Boss says, seeing Yamamoto and Otani actively hugging fellow players when Japanese culture avoid touch is what prompted the question. Here's the pitch. Muncy fouls it off. 99 miles an hour, strike 1. I see what you're saying, Boz, but I don't see the connection. I don't see the connection between the question and Otani and Yamamoto hugging fellow players outside. I'm trying to see the connection there. Typical Japanese would not be hugging even each other in games like that. It's not typical Japanese culture to hug so easily. I mean, if they win a game or something, or if there's a really big moment, maybe they would. Maybe so. But in general, no, hugging is not a thing unless they're really close, and generally not in public either. In the dirt, 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike to Max Muncy. The middle of the batting order. Blue Jays fans are standing around like, what in the world is he doing right now? Sir Anthony Dominguez is disappointing the Queen. He's going to be kicked out of the Queen's service. Here comes the 3-1. That's grounded to the second baseman. Finally, out number 3. Ground out with 2 runners on. Another solo homer, though, ties it up. Blue Jays are just not able to stop throwing the flat breaking balls right over the plate. And there's the loud Japanese fans. And by the way, The Japanese fans, they'll be cheering and singing and hitting those sticks and making noise from the beginning of the game to the end of the game. It doesn't matter what's going on. It never stops. The songs, the cheering, and the noise never stops the whole game. I'm not kidding you. It takes getting used to, and I haven't gotten used to it yet. Maybe it's because I haven't been to many games, but I have watched many games on TV, and you can hear the noise. It's 100% of the time. It never stops. The crowd is never. I've actually had some women who go to the baseball games. They tell me that for many of the female fans, they dress up more than the guys. They wear all sorts of stuff and crazy hats, and they dress up their hair, and they put things on their face, and they take things to the game to make noise and to sing and whatever. They get really into it. They learn a lot of songs, and they go together sometimes in groups. They take part in the fan clubs. The really official fan clubs are very difficult to get into, and even if the team is not doing well, none of that matters. What matters is the experience and the fun that they're having during the game. And a lady that I worked with before, a Japanese lady, told me she was so happy because it took her more than 2 years to get into the number one fan club. And so when she goes to the game, she can sit with those fans and she can take part in their songs and stuff. And she said that, you know, their focus at the game is not on the team. And she said, you might find this hard to believe, but whenever the local team, our team, which is the Carp, the Hiroshima Carp, she said, whenever the Carp actually do well, they get into the playoffs, and then maybe they win a league championship, or they win it all. Many of us are actually surprised because they don't really have any idea of what's going on with their record or their ranking, or whether or not they're going to be in the playoffs. All they know is going to the game and having fun. And then whenever the Carp actually win a championship, they're like, oh, we got a championship? Oh, really? Oh, that's amazing. It's kind of like a surprise to them. To me, that's crazy. But that's how much a lot of these women get wrapped up into the emotional, fun experience of the game. But hey, look at that. Grounder right up the middle by Barger. And I'm telling you, Betts, once again, the guy that they said should be a golden glove, he scoops that up, makes an absolutely terrible throw over to first base, and Freeman can't handle it. This is the third throw that Betts has made this game to first base that was in the dirt or made him stretch. And they were talking earlier about how he should be a gold glove. He's like, that's on me. Yeah, of course it's on you. Learn how to throw, man. That's 3 bad throws in this game for him. That one was the worst. But Barger's on first base with no outs. Should be a second error, but are they going to count it as a hit or an error? I don't see it on the screen yet. Ernie Clement at the plate. 1 for 3 today. Runner on first, no outs. Top of the 8th. Dreyer's pitch. He hits it right into right field, shallow right field. He's going to drop it. Drop it. He manages to catch it. 1 down. Andre Jimenez due up next, followed by Ty France. But anyway, that's enough about the games. That's how a lot of the Japanese women experience the games. It's about the singing and the chanting and the making noise and dressing up and all of those things. It's not about, oh, I know this player really well and I know his stats and I know the ranking of the team and I know how many games they need to win to get into the play. No, they don't know none of that stuff. Only the hardcore, the small percentage of women that go to those games here in Japan know those things. 0-1 is the count. Here's the pitch to Jimenez. That's an opposite field hit out into left field. Nice. It pokes through. Runners on first and second with 1 out. Hi, France. Let's pray and give thanks in advance for a Ty France 3-run homer. Hit it to France. That's interesting. They said this could be his first big moment in World Series play. They're having a little meeting on the mound to discuss just how much they want to give France. How much credit do we want to give him right now? Well, $700 million is still overpaying. Nobody deserves $700 million for playing a child's game. They're going to pull the pitcher. Jack Dreyer was the new pitcher on the mound. And after facing just a couple of batters, he's out. Who's the new pitcher? It'll pop up on the screen in just a second. I'm a Cards fan and live in Seattle, so I've kept an eye this postseason. Cards suck, but Mariners, yeah. And algorithms threw in Ohtani into my feed. So color me intrigued. It's funny that you wound up here, though. This is not my main sports channel. This is just my personal channel. What happened? I think, how many people? There's 67 people watching right now. We're on a commercial break, by the way. They got a pitching change going. 2 runners on base in the top of the 8th for the Blue Jays. 1 out. Pitching change coming up in just a moment. But my main channel, which is pinned in the comments, by the way, that's my main live stream sports channel. But I did an NBA game the other day in the same way that I'm doing this game. And they came down with a big ham fist, a big fat hammer fist, and made a copyright strike claim on my channel. YouTube didn't even give me any way of defending it. They just assumed they were right, gave me a strike, and took away my ability to live stream for now. It's been about 1 week. My understanding is that you lose your live streaming ability for 1 week on your first strike. I've been waiting for that to go away. It didn't go away today. So here I am streaming the game, not streaming the game, but doing the live play-by-play on my backup channel. Speaking of Japan, Roki Sasaki, a rookie, is on the mound. 8 innings pitched, 3 hits, and 1 earned run. Hi, France is up with 1 out, 2 runners on. This is a dangerous guy right here. Come on, man, let's do it. Righty on righty crime. Change up? No, that was a splitter. That looked like a change up. 1 ball, no strikes. Come on, France. Get it all the way to France. Here comes a 1-0 pitch. He grounds that one to the left side. He's going to hold up. He can't go to second base. They get him at first, but it was too slow. There was a big jump. Muncy was not able to get the runner. Runner going to third, ran right by him. He had to go to first base. So that's out number 2, but runners on second and third. We've got 2 runners in scoring position with Nathan Lucas at the plate. And this is a dangerous situation for the Dodgers. Righty on lefty. Lucas, thirsty, hungry, There's the first pitch. Oof, he went after that one. Strike one. You're not a fan of decorating Halloween with lights like Christmas. Me neither. Oh, you're welcome, boss. About the Japanese baseball culture. I mean, everybody has their own opinions and stuff, but I can only tell you what I've observed. I've also taught in a middle school and elementary school in Japan, so I've watched the kids, and I've actually played baseball with them and during practice. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Another splitter in below the zone. That's 2 pitches below the zone. Swing and a miss for Lucas. Come on, man. You need to take the gas, take the wind out of this crowd and this team right now with a big hit. You don't need much, just a big single even. Outside and in the dirt, stopped by Smith. Could have been a wild pitch, scored run. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. Yeah, I also feel the same way about the Christmas trees. They started doing Mardi Gras Christmas trees in Louisiana. I'm not on board with that. Them a run. The Dodgers somehow managed to get out of it. So the Blue Jays are going to lose a couple more lobsters. How many now is that? Oh my gosh, 20. Can you believe that? The Blue Jays now have lost 20 base runners. 20 caught lobsters that were lost. The Dodgers have 9. 10 hits for each team. 2 errors for the Dodgers. And despite that extra error, the game remains tied 5-5 going into the bottom of the 8th. Commercial break. Teoscar Hernandez due up, followed by Tommy Edman and Enrique Hernandez. Kiki. KK. Pretty sure that Dominguez will not be in the pitch this inning. Is my guess. Do you like any Dodgers players? If you're asking me, Brendan, if I like any Dodgers players, I mean, anybody who agrees to play for the Dodgers, no matter how much money they get, I can't like. I would like Ohtani if he played for a different team. I liked him more when he played for the Angels. I'd like him a lot if he played with the Astros. But I can't like any players that play for the Dodgers. That doesn't mean that the Dodgers don't have any good players. Obviously, Ohtani is quite good. But I still, because he plays for the Dodgers, I don't like him. I don't think he's bad. Obviously, he's good, and I respect that. But I have such a passionate distaste for the Dodgers for multiple reasons. So when a player plays for them, I just can't like them. TIE Fighter blew it. I mean, he moved the runners over, but that was about it. Working 9 to 5 would have made way to make a living. Boz says, I chose to watch you because you're in Japan. Different perspective. Well, actually, I see what you're saying, Boz, but I'm just wondering how you found me. That's the thing, because this channel right now barely has 500 subscribers. I almost never update any videos here. I'm just using it as my backup so I can do my live stream, because like I said before, I'm waiting on my other channel to get my live stream permissions back. So I think it's just hard. I'm kind of surprised there were so many viewers here today. They're almost 70 right now. So that's the reason why I asked why you're here or how you got here, because I'm surprised that YouTube is getting this out and that people are actually finding it and showing up, you know. Chris Bassett is on the mound for the Blue Jays. He's facing Teoscar Hernandez. First pitch is low and outside for ball one. 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Up and outside, just barely misses the corner. 2-0. You're right. Definitely a big waste of on-base opportunities. Release the goose. Hit high in the air. Shallow center field. Long run for Varsho, but he gets underneath it. Out number one. Tommy Edman due up next. Make-A-Wish Foundation. They wanted to go to the World Series, so they were there getting some autographs and having pictures taken. Good for them. Here's the first pitch to Edman. Right in there, a nice sweeper. Strike one. Bassett jumps ahead in the count. Jackson Huang says Dodgers has better management than Blue Jays. Speaking as a Toronto fan, you're too biased. I don't understand. That's a Jackson. What are you talking about? Dodgers have better management than the Blue Jays. Well, it's easy to do when you're getting billions of dollars a day, basically. And I know that's an exaggeration, but there's a tremendous... You see the metaphor, right? The Dodgers have unlimited cash coming in internationally. So they can afford to buy any player or any manager or whatever they want. And I am not too biased. I'm not too biased. I've been very open that I can't stand the Dodgers for multiple reasons. It doesn't have anything to do with their management. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say anything about the management of either teams. 93 in the top of the zone. And I question you, being an actual Toronto fan, if you're singing the praises of the Dodgers over the Blue Jays. First pitch to Kiki KK is a strike. Here comes the next one. Fouls it off. Strike two. Bassett has 2 outs, no balls and 2 strikes here in the bottom of the 8th. Let's shut this down ASAP. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Nice, Bassett. That's how you do it, man. Bassett with 3 up and 3 down. Beautiful sweeper to get the 3-pitch strikeout. And that ends the inning. Nothing doing for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 8th. He was looking good right there. How many pitches did he throw? Not very many. Let's take a look. 8 pitches thrown, 6 in the zone. That's it. He only threw 8 pitches that inning. 6 of them strikes. Good job. Blue Jays due up in the top of the 9th. Vladdy seems to be due up. Let's see here. Yep, followed by Isaiah Kiner-Falefa and Dalton Varsho. Let's see what's going on in the live chat. Boss says, I found you under live Dodgers versus Blue Jays, and your channel has kanji. Actually, my channel doesn't have any kanji. It's just kana. I think it's all katakana. My name written uintabon in katakana. Kanji is Chinese characters. Those are Japanese kana, katakana. Foreign words and loan words and special words and things like that are written with katakana, not kanji. But yeah, Japanese characters. Let's see here. But yeah, that makes sense though, Boz. If you're selecting specific parameters to find certain live streams, then that makes sense to me. Thank you for letting me. Yeah, that makes sense. Talk to Doug Hewson. He will fix it up. Okay. Boss says I can't read any kanji except the characters for tsunami. Tsunami. Are you talking about the actual kanji, or are you talking about when tsunami is written in hiragana? Brendan says, please not another overtime playoffs game. Well, overtime or not, doesn't matter to me as long as the Blue Jays win. Sydney says they claim Luke's had 9 hits in the ALCS. I swear I never saw one of them. Or Lucas, when I watched, he's over 20. Well, he was doing well in the beginning of the playoffs. He was absolutely doing really well. Here's the first pitch to Guerrero. Low and inside, 99 miles an hour. Sasaki still on the mound. Guerrero does have a single today. He's 1 for 3. He's also got a walk. Here's the 1-0 pitch. I don't know about that one. 87 miles an hour, low and inside on the splitter. 1-1. They are blowing more smoke up the dress of Sasaki and the Dodgers. Guerrero hits this one out to right field. Should be playable. And it is out number 1. 2 more outs to do something here in the top of the 9th. Isaiah Kiner Falefa comes to the plate. Mr. Falafel. Charles says, Blue Jays get her done. Beat those Dodgers, please. Jackson, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't hate anybody. Do you know that there's a difference between dislike and hate? Do you know that? Because there's a big difference. I don't hate anybody at all. I don't care who they are or what they do to me. I don't hate anybody. But I don't have to like anyone. Use your words appropriately and explain yourself a little better, because you're talking about things. You're talking about the management of the Dodgers versus the Blue Jays. I've never said anything about that at all. 98 miles an hour, high, check swing. He doesn't go. That's ball 3. 3 straight balls from Sasaki. Sasaki-san. Falefa with 3-0 count. Here comes the toss. That's right in there. 99 miles an hour on the fastball. 3-1. Yeah, Jackson Huang might be. He's not saying anything that makes sense. Ball inside. Ball 4. Don't mess with the old loyal fans. How about I just get rid of you, Jackson, because you said you're breaking one of my rules, is that saying stuff to annoy either me or the chat, you got to go. You're just saying too many annoying things. You're talking about things I haven't even said. So, sayonara. Enjoy your life, but not here. 1 ball, no strikes. Another ball from Sasaki, this time to Varsho. Runner on first. Sasaki's breathing pretty heavily right now. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Oh, should have let that one go. 87 mile per hour splitter below the zone. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. In the dirt. kind of got away. Smith couldn't find it there first. He was looking around. After it hit him here, he didn't know where it went. He was like, where'd it go? Where'd it go? He spun around looking for it. 2 balls and 1 strike. 1 out, runner on first. Top of the 9th. This is very big right here. Righty on lefty. Good chance for the Blue Jays. 98 fouls it off. 2-2. Did somebody say something about overtime? Highway says there's no overtime in baseball. It's referred to as extra. Who said something about overtime? Were they joking? Outside. If I say something about overtime in baseball, it's a joke. But if somebody in the chat said it in seriousness, that's funny. Full count. Roki Sasaki. Here comes the toss. Varsho pulls it into right field. It's off the glove of Freeman at first base. Palefa goes to third, and they're going to say he's out at third base. Are you kidding me? They're going to see if they want to challenge it. They might take a look at it. But look at this. Off the glove of Freeman. Palefa he didn't even look. He was round second. He thought for sure he would have time to get that, but Edmund was able to get the ball really quick. Yeah, he got him. He's out. Yeah, he was out by almost a foot. He should have stayed on second, but he didn't look. I don't know what the third base coach said, but he should have told him to hold up because Edmund was right there on that ball. There was almost no time for him to get to third base. They're out on the mound having a little talk with Sasaki. It's 2 outs, runner on first. With Captain Kirk coming to the plate, he's drawing his plan in the dirt right now. I'll tell you what, though, that glove on the ball not only enabled the Dodgers to get the runner at third, but that saved a run. That definitely would have been a lead run, a go-ahead run right there. All right. It comes down to Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk, start date today. 2 outs in the top of the 9th. I have an opportunity to take the lead in the game again. I'll do my best. Ball 1. Four of us are watching. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for being here. Up and in, ball 2. 2-0 to Captain Kirk. Oh, Brendan said it. Okay, well, yeah, I know Brendan. Brendan is one of my longtime subscribers. He knows that very well. He's very familiar with baseball. 86 in the bottom of the zone, strike 1. 2-1 is the count. Well, you said you did. Parway says I did. If I did, like I said, it's a joke. But I don't need you correcting me. Trust me. I've been playing baseball ever since I was a child. And I've been watching baseball and football and all sorts of sports my whole life. I don't need to be corrected about overtime. If I say it, it's a joke, purely a joke. My longtime subscribers know that. 3 balls and 1 strike. But thank you for the unnecessary correction. Why would you do that? A guy live streaming baseball who obviously knows baseball. Why would you correct him and tell him? That's funny. 3-1 is inside and low. Ball 4. Sasaki with a 5-pitch walk. Now we have a runner in scoring position at second base with a lefty. Oh, no, no, no. This is a righty. They bring in Miles Straw. Miles Straw is going to be pinch hitting for Addison Barger. Can you believe that? 2 outs, 2 runners on, top of the 9th. Come on, Straw. Low and inside again, ball 1. Man, Sasaki is sweating up a storm out there, man. He looks soaked. He looks like a child. He's a youngin'. Here comes a 1-0 pitch. I said high in the air, fouled away, 97 miles an hour. 1-1 is the count. Arthur says, first time I... Well, welcome in, Arthur, but this isn't my main channel. If you look at my pinned comment, you'll see my main channel. That's my sports channel. I'm just here temporarily. They've got Clayton Kershaw warming up in the bullpen right now. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Grounder to third. He goes to second base to get the out, and that ends it. The Blue Jays' bid for a go-ahead run ends. The game is 5-5, going to the bottom of the 9th, and the leadoff batter is Shohei No Way, No Tani. Blue Jays really racked up the lost lobsters today. The Blue Jays remind me too much today of how the Astros played all season long. More than 20 guys on base that were not moved around. 22 total runners left exactly where they were on base. 22 different opportunities. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. The Dodgers haven't had as many opportunities, but they've capitalized more when they did. So just 9 missed lobsters, or lost lobsters for the Dodgers. 22 for the Blue Jays. Crazy, but the game is tied. 11 hits for the Blue Jays, 10 for the Dodgers. 5-5, bottom of the 9th. Andy Pages due up. Followed by No Way, No Tani. And Mookie Betts smokes, gambles, drinks, and cheats. Jeff Hasselhoffman is going to be the new pitcher for the Blue Jays. Yeah, Kirk doesn't walk, he waddles. That's right. And he doesn't run. It's more like more of a lumber. He lumbers around the bases. Affleck. That's right. Another Affleck. What a weird game. A real talent for making bad teams look good. Yep, Sydney, that's right. And remember, that's the same thing we said. Same thing we said all season about the Astros making the worst pitchers look like Cy Young Award winners. So we'd always make the joke when we were facing an opposing team with an ERA, a pitcher who had an ERA of like 7 or 8. We would say, we're going to make him look like a Cy Young today. And sure enough, he would pitch like 8 innings of shutout ball. Absolutely crazy. They did that so many times this year. Yep, that's right. The story's very familiar with Stros fans. Don't do the George Carlin bit, please. What George Carlin bit? I didn't do any George Carlin bit. I like George Carlin, but I didn't do any George Carlin bit. All right. 2 for 2 in his attempt at saves. Make it 3 for 3. Or maybe you get the win. Maybe Jeff Hoffman gets the win. That first pitch is right in there to Pages. Pages 0 for 3. A nice rounded out 0 for 4 would be perfect. And now the Dodgers fans are standing, but they're not cheering. He grounds out one foul. 0 and 2. He's behind in the count. Daryl, I agree with you. Because, there are multiple reasons why, but Hoffman is also a right-hander. But like you said, and for those of you who are not reading the chat, Daryl said, I'd take my chances. If they strike out the first batter, I'd walk Ohtani. Take a chance. Paez manages to foul that one off. Count stays 0-2. I absolutely agree with you, Daryl. I'd do the same thing. Ohtani's hot. He's got a right-hander on the mound. If there's nobody on with one out, I'd take my chances and walk him. I agree. Here comes the 0-2 yet again. Paez fouls that off too. Barely gets a hold of the slider. Count remains. No balls, 2 strikes. Brendan says, did you ban those 2 people on your channel so they can't come back? There's one guy I banned. Jackson Huang, who was just saying nonsensical things. I banned him. That's low and outside for ball 1. 1 and 2. Because he was saying nonsensical stuff. I didn't believe that he was actually a Blue Jays fan singing the praises of the Dodgers. And he was talking about how I was biased and he was talking about how much better the Dodgers management is than the Blue Jays. I never said anything about their management. I don't care about their management. Up and inside, started to swing, held back. 2-2 is the count. But he also talked about how I hate all of the Dodgers players. I don't hate anybody, and I don't appreciate anybody saying that kind of language to me. So just kick him out for saying nonsense. Grounded foul down the third base side. Count stays 2-2. Yeah, I think he was. I think he was an LA Dodgers troll. He didn't sound like a Blue Jays fan at all. He even tried to prove it, saying, I was here. Probably cheering against them. Here's another 2-2 toss. Grounded foul again. This one hits the dugout. Dark Side of the Moon. That's an interesting name with the CYDE. Low and outside. Ball 3. Full count. Dark Side asks, what play-by-play program to use? Do you mean what program do I use to watch the game? Are you talking about what software I use to do the live stream? 96 miles an hour popped up on the infield. Falefa takes it. That was nice. Guerrero and Falefa both called for it, but then immediately Guerrero backed off and let Falefa take it. That's out number 1. So it's not looking like they're going to walk him. Not yet. Where's the word? Are they going to pitch to him? No, they aren't. Good. Daryl, you and I are in agreement with this call. So you're right. They made the right call. They're going to walk him. The crowd boos a little bit. So Ohtani's on first base with 1 out. Mookie Betts at the plate. You know what? You takes your chances. Whoa, that was close. Almost threw him out at first. But, you got to... Sometimes you have to take a step back for the opportunity to take 2 steps forward, and that's what this walk is. I support this call by the coaches. I was worried that they wouldn't make it, actually. Here comes the first pitch, and Ohtani's off on the very first throw. He's going to be out. Oh, he comes off the bag, and he's out. Ohtani comes off the bag, and he's out. He's like, hey, what happened? The throw by Kirk was good. The initial call, I think he was safe, but then he goes stumbling off the bag. Take a look at this. And the Dodgers are going to challenge the call. Yeah, he's out. Otani is out stealing, guys. How do you like that? He kept the glove on there, and he came off the base. Good job, Falefa. He didn't swipe the tag. He left it on him, and he came off the base. The Dodgers have no choice but to challenge, but they're going to lose it instantly. He's out. It's confirmed. Heck yes. 2 down. Nobody on. LA has no more challenges. Perfect. Perfect result. Well, bets are off. I see that. See what you did there. Very nice. Very nice. Bets are off. Oh, okay. I use OBS. I was using, earlier this year for a while, I was using Prism, but it's very limited in some of the things it can do, so I moved over to OBS, so that's what I'm using. I watched the game on MLB TV. Sit down, boy. 2 balls and no strikes to Betts. 3 flyouts today and a strikeout. He's 0 for 4. Let's make it a nice, uneven 0 for 5. Fouls that one off. 96-mile-per-hour sinker. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kid, I need you, buddy, says Jeff Hasselhoffman. Yeah, Brendan, if they jump on my main channel, I'll block them. Here's the toss. He hits it out into right field. Is it going to be playable? He's got it. Guerrero did not have a good bead on it. And we're going to go into the 10th inning. How about that? Yeah, Shohei's like, darn. So Otani's issues. He's going to have to apologize in Japan later on for using such a harsh word. Otani-san, what did you say? What did you say? I said, darn. I'm so sorry. Gomenasai. Arthur said, I will go to your regular channel when it's available. I enjoy your commentary. Arigato. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do. Like I said, my regular channel. Oh, I got about 100 people listening in and watching right now. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Unfortunately, this channel is not monetized. I don't get any ad revenue. I don't even have the ability to accept super chats right now because this is just backup channel. As you can see, if you look in the pinned comment, you'll see my main channel. NBA came down on my head about a week ago and gave me a copyright strike. YouTube wouldn't even let me defend it. And so my live streaming was stopped it's supposed to be stopped for 1 week. I should have been able to live stream on that channel today, but it was still not available. So I had to do my 3rd live stream here on this channel. But if you guys and gals are interested in following me for the rest of the World Series and perhaps some of the other games that I live stream and do the play, well, I don't live stream the games, but I do the play-by-play for the games. You're welcome to join me on my other channel. Just click that link. You can go over there and subscribe. Pat Sajak. They're really scraping for the celebrities right now in LA. Justin Bieber. Well, they actually showed a Blue Jays fan. I don't even know who Glenn Powell is. Who the heck is Glenn Powell? Don't punish me, guys. I've been out of the U.S. since the beginning of 2013. Ernie Clement at the plate. Half swing, strike 1. He's facing Emmett Sheehan. Top of the 10th, 5-5. Come on, Blue Jays. Let's go, go, go. Here's the pitch. He hits this one high in the air on the right side. Drop it, drop it, drop it. Freeman catches it in foul territory for out number 1. Andre Jimenez due up next. I'm also a Jays fan living in Southeast Asia. Really? I'm in Japan, so Southeast Asia. Where are you at, in Philippines? Thailand? Here comes the first pitch to Jimenez. Nobody on. One out in the top of the 10th. Swing and a miss. 85 below the zone. 0-1. Sheehan facing Jimenez. 0-5 would be nice for Mookie. Yes, and it totally was, right? Here comes the next pitch. Whoa, almost clipped him on the inside there. Should have stuck your arm out a little bit, or maybe your waist. Let it clip you on the belt or on the shirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Already the longest game in the postseason, and now there's more. That's right, Sydney. Here's the pitch. Oh, man, low and inside. A terrible changeup. Why did you swing at that? That ball started off way inside, and it came back low and inside, almost in the dirt. Why? I'm not sure what he saw on that pitch. 1-2 is the count. Lethargic cheers from the crowd while everybody in the back there just sits in their seats and not doing anything. Typical LA crowd. Here's the 1-2. Half swing foul tip into the glove of Smith, and that is 2 down. Should have just brought somebody else in. Jimenez is not feeling it today. What a terrible... Look at this. Half swing on a terrible pitch. A swing and a miss on a low inside pitch in the dirt. Terrible at bat. What does it mean when people in Japan say your name with san at the end of your name? This is an honorific. San. Pronounced like S-A-H-N. San. Not son, but san. Hey, that's hit really hard out to left field. No, no, no. Okay, it's down. Whew. That was a camera trickery right there. I thought that was hit a lot harder than it was. Ty France gets a single. A 2-out single. They have a base runner now for Nathan Lucas. Okay. This is a really, really big opportunity. They bring in a base runner. Schneider is pinch running for Ty France at first base. 12 hits for the Blue Jays now. Nathan Lucas is up. Emmett Sheehan, a right-hander, is facing Nathan Lucas. 0 for 4 today, but he was so dangerous in the beginning of the postseason. He has been rather quiet in this series, but it's righty on lefty. Big opportunity here. Here's the first pitch. That's hit hard into right field, all the way out to the wall. Go, 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 Schneider. Go, 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 baby, go. Here's the throw. Schneider's being waved in. The throw home. He's out by a mile. Out by a mile. Why did you send him if it was going to be so bad? They even had a relay throw. Look how much time he had there. Unbelievable. He was barely halfway down to first. Why did you send him? Could have had runners on second and third. Third base coach fail. That's it for the Blue Jays in the top of the 9th. Wow. Terrible call by the third base ump, or third base coach, rather. Bottom or the top of the 10th is done for the Blue Jays. Look how bad that was. Why did he even slide? Just bowl over the catcher, just run into him. The pitch came in. Look at him. He thought he was so close. It was nowhere near him. Ridiculous. I have no words. Okay, so the Blue Jays tried to say that the catcher was blocking the plate. And they also challenged the call of out. Neither of those worked, but I'm not surprised. There was no blocking. It's kind of hard to call blocking when the catcher catches the ball about 1 full minute before the runner even gets there. You know what I'm saying? Let me jump over to this question right quick. You want to know what it means when someone says "san" with your name? It's an honorific. It's a term of. It's just a way of showing respect. You know, in English, you might call somebody Mr. or Mrs. or Miss, right? It's similar to that, but they also have san is the most general term. You can use it for anybody, whether it's a child or an adult or an old person. You can say their name with san for anybody, any gender, any age. Coworker, person working at the supermarket, doesn't matter. You can you can say Otani-san. If you say, it's nice to meet you, Otani-san. But if there's a child whose name is Yuki, you can say, oh, hi, Yuki-san. You can add that to anyone's name to just show more respect, because you don't call people by their name unless you're really close to them in Japan. Your coworker, you would never call your coworker just by their name unless you had a really close relationship. So if you have a coworker named Goro, for example, you wouldn't just say, "Oh, hey Goro, could you print those documents for me?" No, you wouldn't say that. You'd say, "Goro-san, sumimasen." Excuse me. You'd call him Goro-san because you're not close to him, so you need to show a little more courtesy rather. But there are also other honorifics and other titles that you can give people depending on age and gender, like kun and chan. And there are some others, like sama, senpai. Some of them mean like, your elder or your senior. Some of them are like really high level. Sama is a very high level honorific. They use this for customers. A lot of times they will call you okek-sama. It just means customer, but it's a very high level of respect. Anyway, Jeff Hoffman is back on the mound. More Hasselhoffman. Freddie Freeman at the plate. 1 for 2 today. Schneider, why did you go, baby? Why did you go? Next pitch is fouled off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bad coaching, I agree. It wasn't, it was nowhere near being close. Look at that. He put the tag down quick because he thought he was going to be there, and he was nowhere near. Nowhere near. Yeah, I want to know who made that call. But that's got to be a third base coach failure. He should have recognized that and told him to hold his arse up. Swing and a miss. 95 up and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. High and outside. Ball 3. Full count. Freeman draws a full count from Hasselhoffman. Come on, very important. All the Dodgers are standing there with their hands in their pockets. This is it high in the air. Is going to be playable. Looks like it should be over on the third base side. Nice. Clement puts it away in foul territory. 1 up, 1 down in the bottom of the 10th. They're talking about the blocking of the plates. What were they looking for? Can't hear him. He's talking, but they can't hear him. Audio failure. They're talking with a guy at the replay center, but they can't hear him. Isn't that funny? That doesn't give me confidence. They're talking with the replay center live, and you can't hear a word he's saying on the screen. Low and outside, the first pitch to Will Smith. 1-0 with 1 out, nobody on. Dark said that could be the game. Well, you never know. Could be. And it's not just that. Think about all the way back in the beginning of the game when the umpire made that bad call that cost the Blue Jays a run. This game could already be over. It should be 6-5. Blue Jays should have won this game already. But the umpire, with that bad call, the ball that was out of the zone, everybody thought it was a ball except for him. And ball's outside in the dirt. Ball 3. 3 straight balls from Hasselhoffman to Will Smith. 3 balls, no strikes. Yeah, and I got another thing to say about that. That's strike 1 right in the top of the zone, 95 miles an hour, 3-1. Jay, if you want to know one more thing, like whenever people refer to another person with san, they usually use their family name, not their first name. Ooh, he hit him. Okay. And Otani's cheering. Good, I'm glad you got hit, Smith. I'm glad you got hit. That gets you back for that money that I lost gambling because of you. That's what Otani's saying, in case you didn't know. So there's a runner on first base with a hit by pitch. 1 out for Max Muncy. 0 for 4. Why don't we go the bets route and go 0 for 5? Ball outside, 1-0. Kirk says, calm down. Slow it down. Did you hear the Astros have a new pitching and hitting coach? Yeah, they've been slowly kind of cleaning house, Brendan. I'm glad to hear it. I really am. I hope they can bring in somebody who's really disciplined and a good leader. 89 on the outside edge, strike 1. 1-1 is the count. Jay says, I've met people visiting from Japan at work. I was tempted to call them by their name with san. Just wasn't sure, but it's good to know. If you know their family name, you can call them their family name with san. That would be the most appropriate Japanese way to do it. 95 fouled off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So, for example, you know Suzuki Seiya? Suzuki is the family name. So if you have a guy working with you and his name is Mr. Suzuki, you can say Suzuki-san. Don't call him Seiya-san. That's kind of weird. I mean, it's not disrespectful. It's just weird. Strike 3. 89 miles an hour on the splitter. Got him looking. Muncy goes down 0 for 5. A nice uneven number for him. 2 outs. Runner hanging out on first base. Nice toss. Right across the knees. Right across the knees, please. Strike 3s. Teoscar Hernandez, 2 for 4 today. Had the solo homer earlier and the single. He hits it straight up in the air. Is it playable? Kirk wanders over there, but it's going to be out of play. Strike 1. Sydney says, back to Star Wars. I have a bad feeling about this. I think they were playing some Star Wars music on the organ, Sydney. Is that what you're talking about? That's what it sounds like to me. Runner on first. 2 outs. No balls. 1 strikes. 1 strikes. I love it. Here's 0-1. Swing and a miss. That's 2 strikes. Why did Springer get replaced? That's because earlier in his last at bat, the very first pitch that he swung at and fouled off, he hurt his side. He immediately called out the coach and they took him out of the game. He had to go to the locker room. I haven't heard an update about him yet. Line drive past a diving shortstop. Jimenez couldn't get it. Now runners on first and second with 2 outs. Tommy Edman at the plate. Just past Jimenez. How close was that to his glove? I don't want to see the hit. I want to see where it went through the hole. Who cares about the swing? Magic Johnson. Irvin Johnson. Edman is at the plate. He's also 0 for 4. He needs to round it up to the nice uneven 0 for 5. Here's the first pitch. That's hit high in the air. Should be playable on the right side. Guerrero is under it, and he puts it away. That's the end of the 10th. They strand 2. The Dodgers collecting a couple of more lost lobsters. Both fans looking nothing but disappointed with their offenses right now. Opportunities lost. Too many lobsters. Too many lobsters. Blue lobsters today. No red lobsters, just blue ones. Toronto blue lobsters and Dodger blue lobsters. 22 lost opportunities for the Blue Jays today and 12 for the Dodgers. We go into the top of the 11th, guys and gals. Emmett Sheehan seems to still be on the mound for the Dodgers. We'll see. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading it off. How great would it be for him to plunk one over the fence? Isaiah Kiner-Falefa on deck and Dalton Varsho in the hole. Let's see here. There's news the pitching coach going to the Pirates. Are you talking about the Astros pitching coach? That's interesting. Now watch the Pirates become like a division leader. Jay says, I think Sydney was referring to Obi-Wan telling Anakin he had a bad feeling when they were going to Trade Federation General Grievous ship. I barely remember those movies. I remember I was so excited about the new movies coming out with George Lucas many years ago, you know, the prequels. And I thought that they were, at the time, I thought they were absolutely terrible. And then later on, after I saw all of the Disney movies, which I think I actually haven't seen all of them, maybe one of them I haven't seen. I just couldn't anymore, you know. But when I saw the main last three movies from Disney, those were absolutely garbage. They just dumped on all of my childhood. Then I realized that George Lucas's films were just poor. Not terrible, but just really poor, because the Disney movies were terrible. But I still don't like the George Lucas prequels. I think that they're ridiculous. The acting wasn't bad. The acting was bad, but the thing is, the problem with that movie was George Lucas. George Lucas has interesting and creative ideas, But when he is forced to work with other talented, creative people, like he was in the original trilogy, great things happen. But when you give a guy who's not really a good director, not good at directing actors, you give him too much money and power and control, and nobody is able to say anything to him or tell him this sucks or that's silly or whatever. And then he just does whatever he wants and he goes to town. It's like a person winning the lottery and they're not ready for it. They're not ready for that money, and that money ruins their life. That's basically what happened, in my opinion, to George Lucas in the prequels. 78 miles an hour, big curve on the outside, strike one to Guerrero. All right. Emmett Sheehan up to 10 pitches with this delivery. Way outside, ball one. The count's even. Just like the series. Goose season. They ain't got no real magic. That's right. It's fake magic. It's Irvin magic, but not real magic. That's hit high into center field, but going to be well within the park. Out number one. He hit it on the very end of the bat. If he had gotten it on the sweet spot, could have been gone. Kershaw is warming up again in the bullpen. Man, by the time he gets into the game, he's going to be tired. Poor guy. They only have 3 more guys in the bullpen. Enriquez, Klein, and Kershaw. 2 righties and a lefty. Falefa at the plate. How about a falafel? Inside, 97 miles an hour, ball one. Sydney says, please win now. It's 4 a.m. You know, it's 1:10 p.m. here, and I've got an appointment this afternoon. I need the Jays to win this game ASAP. Low and outside on the corner. They give it to him. Strike one. The count's even with 1 out. Revenge of the Sith was his only good one. Bouncing ball, easy play back to the mound, and he lobs it over to first base for out number 2. Falefa with more of a waffle than a falafel. How easy was that? Just a tapper. Come on, Varsho. You're our last hope here in the 11th inning. Speaking of Star Wars, you're my only hope. 2 for 4 with a walk and 2 singles. How about a homer? Righty versus lefty. He could do it. I know you can do it. You can do it. His OPS at the start of the postseason was really high. It's down to 831, but he's got the power. And this righty on lefty, we can do it. Hey, he taps it foul. 1-1. As soon as I say he's got the power, he can do it, he just taps it foul down the first base line. Now, I will say this. There were some really cool moments in the prequels, but there were just too many ridiculous writing and directing decisions. Are you kidding me? 88 miles an hour up and in. Look at this pitch. That's a ball. Giving it to LA. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs, nobody on. Come on, Varsho. Take it into your own hands. You can do it. Strike 3. 97 miles an hour. He misses it completely. Now, the Dodgers are going to have another opportunity to walk it off in the bottom of the 11th. Superman at the plate. Did you see Altuve? Was Altuve in the game? I didn't see him. Daryl agrees. Disney films were trash. Absolutely. They just put in a bunch of Mary Sues. They replace characters with women or black characters for no other reason than to replace them with women or black characters. Now, don't get me wrong. When I was reading a lot of comic books when I was growing up, I had a variety. I mean, I didn't have a lot of money. My family was very poor, but the kind of comic books that I read were quite a variety. And one of my favorite comic books, and you probably, I'd be surprised if any of you know this comic book. It was a Marvel comic book called Deathlock. And Deathlock had some similarities to RoboCop in a way because it was a guy who was basically turned into a cyborg. His brain was intact, so his body had pieces of what was left of his body, his organic body, and then the rest of him was a cyborg. But he was freaking amazing. I mean, unlike RoboCop, he was extremely fast and agile. He had an amazing weapon. He had an amazing gun. That character was black. There was also Cage. I had the Cage comic book. I didn't follow him for a long time because they didn't have a lot of those. Whenever I'd go to the comic book store, I didn't always buy the same stuff. I would buy various things. But the thought never crossed my mind to buy a comic book or not buy a comic book because of the color of the character. I was just interested in what looked like a really interesting story. And I loved the character of Deathlock. I loved him. I used to draw him a lot too. Just a really cool looking design character. So there are plenty of awesome characters that they can put into these movies, not just Marvel movies, but in Disney movies and Star Wars and whatever. They don't have to pull in and like inject any particular color or gender or sexual preference, God forbid, to push an agenda. First pitch to Kiki is a ball. Braden Fisher is on the mound for the Blue Jays. Let's wish him a much better outing than he's had before recently. In the dirt, 2-0. Yeah, he did. That's the thing. Lucas got a bit weird with characters like Jar Jar. Yeah, I mean it's a lot deeper than that too. I mean the dialogue was stupid. And I can't blame the actors for not doing a good job because that's a director's problem. If he doesn't recognize that the lines are being delivered bad, you can't just blame the actors. You have to blame the director for not recognizing it and redoing it. 3 balls and no strikes to Kiki. Inside, barely gets that strike. He thought it was a ball, 90 miles an hour. 3 balls and 1 strike. Come on, Mr. Fisher. Catch you something. Catch you something. Otani is in the hole. Swing and a miss, 91 miles an hour. Good, good, good. Hernandez calls a timeout. Full count. Chase says, I was a huge Star Wars fan. Didn't watch the last episode. Never will. That's kind of how I was with the Marvel films. 90 on the edge, fouled off again. Count stays 3-2. Captain Marvel and the Marvels, I didn't watch either one of those. And the funny thing is I didn't miss anything at all. I was able to watch all the other Marvel movies and the old series, all the way up to the Avengers Endgame. Ground ball to third, but foul. 3-2 again. But a lot of people told me thank you so very much because I watched an advanced IMAX screening of the Avengers. Swing and miss. Strike 3. Good toss. Can you believe that? Fisher gets way down in the count. Comes back to strike out Hernandez. Nice. 1 down. But some of my friends and even some people on YouTube wanted to know if they needed to watch Captain Marvel in order to understand Endgame. And I said, nope, not at all. And they watched Endgame, and later they said, you're right. Thank you so much. I didn't want to waste my time and my money to watch Captain Marvel. I felt like it was kind of shoehorned in. I mean, she was. The character and everything, all of her story and everything was shoehorned in. It didn't fit. It was unnecessary. Line drive, nice. Line drive to Clement. He grabs it for out number 2. Beautiful. Beautiful. Otani's at the plate. Are they going to walk him? Yes, they are. They're going to say no thanks with 2 outs. You're not going to bat. Coach is making the decision again. Intentional walk. They're going to pitch to Mookie Betts. Going to go 0 for 6 with Betts today. Mr. Jar Jar Binks. Misa Mookie Betts. Misa going to be 0 for 6. First pitch is there for strike 1. Otani does not steal on the first pitch. It would be really great if they threw Otani out again. That'd be a great way to end the inning, wouldn't it? Here comes the 0-1 pitch. He's not running this time. Another strike. Beautiful. Curveball in the top of the zone. 2 straight strikes to Mookie Betts. It's 11:11. Oh, here. It's now 1:20 p.m. Here comes the next toss. He hits that one through the left side. Darn it. On an 0-2 pitch, you give him one in the bottom of the zone. Are you kidding me? What are you doing, man? You could have thrown any pitch at all. You were ahead in the count, 0-2, and you throw it right in the bottom of the zone. Look at that, right in the center of the plate. Look at that, right across the top of the knees. It couldn't have been any more gift wrapped than that. What are you doing? Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Now Otani is in scoring position. Oh yeah, Otani's out there stretching. He had to call out the trainers. He's got a cramp. He's trying to get rid of a cramp right now. Look at this. He kind of hobbled into second base. Immediately starts having to stretch his leg out. They're out there talking to him right now. They might pull him out. Bad calls all night. That's right. Jesus. Dang again. Dang. That's right. Dang. My leg. First I get thrown out and then my leg. Dang it. Yeah, the first Disney movie was good. The other two just... Really? You think the first Disney movie was good? They destroyed characters, man. What are you talking about? But yeah, you're entitled. If you like it, I'm glad for you. I didn't like any of them, but you know, if you liked it, that's fine. JCH says, if I called Altuve mini-me, would you kick me from the stream? Nope. Because he is like a mini-me, isn't he? He's tiny. Freeman at the plate with 2 runners on. Here's the toss. Fouls it off. 95-mile-per-hour cutter, strike 1. Jay Harness says, here we go again. History does repeat itself. Occasionally it do. This game is almost 5 hours long. Yeah, I started it a little before 9 o'clock. Started the stream, that is. That's it, high in the air. Should be out number 3, and it is. Taken by Varsho. No, Straw, I'm sorry. Straw is out in left field. My bad. Kirk, Straw, and Clement. Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk is set to lead it off in the top of the 12th. Okay, I really do need to go get my electrolyte drink, though. I haven't had anything in multiple hours. I'll be right back, guys and gals. I need to relieve myself and put some more electrolytes in me. Burb. 5-5. Top of the 12th. All right. We are back. You ladies and gentlemen think that for the rest of the series they're just gonna walk Ohtani if they have a right-handed pitcher? Emmett Sheehan's still on the mound for the Dodgers. 19 pitches, 14 in the zone. Captain Kirk at the plate. Ball one. 13 hits for the Blue Jays, 12 for the Dodgers. We're tied at 5. Top of the 12th. Here's the pitch. Ball 2 below the zone. 2-0. Hey, yeah, it is. Especially considering that this channel is just my backup. Kershaw warming up again. I'm telling you, man, his arm is going to be jelly when he comes in. They're going to light him up. Okay, so they get one runner on, they bring in Kershaw, and then they hit a 2-run homer because his arm is jelly. What happened, Kershaw? We thought you were warmed up. Well, that's the problem. I wound up pitching like 200 pitches while I was warming up, so when I came in, I was tired. Why didn't you tell us that? I wanted to do my best, Captain. Here comes the next pitch. Too far inside, 3-0. We're dud. We're dud. Yeah, see you. Here's the toss. Way outside. On the 3-1, he walked him. So Kirk gets on base with a 5-pitch walk. Captain Kirk, start dates. October 27, 2025. I not only hit a home run in the game, I got a walk in the 12th inning. Give my team a chance to win. Miles Straw at the plate. The crowd is kind of quiet right now. They bring in a pinch runner. Ooh, they take Kirk out of the game. That's a big deal. You take your catcher, your main catcher, out of the game because you want a fast guy on base. You got a pinch runner on first with no outs. Miles Straw at the plate. Is he going to bunt him over or is he going to be swinging? Let's see. The bunt is on. He takes a strike. 0-1. And Blue Jays just make some runs and win already. I agree. Grand slam inning. Hey, it'd be nice. Blue Jays get a grand slam this inning. That's fine by me. Put those nails in deep. Nail that coffin down. He fouls away the bunt. 0-2 is the count. Yeah, that's right, Sydney. 3-run homer and 2 walks. MVP for show. MVP of the World Series. It was really close because Ohtani had so many home runs and so many doubles. But Kirk did have that 1 3-home run game with a couple of walks, so that pushed him over the top. That ball was outside and in the dirt. 1-2 is the count. Straw now being forced to swing away. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. Now he's going to bunt. He bunts it in the air. But there was nobody really covering first base. So Straw bunts on a 1-2 count. It's in the air. Freeman catches it. But luckily, there was nobody at first base. I think there still was an opportunity. Somebody got over there. Why didn't he throw it? I think he had an opportunity. Look at that. He didn't throw it. I think that was a bad play by Freeman. 1 out. Ernie Clement at the plate. We need a good hit. They're not bunting now. 96 miles an hour right down the middle. Strike 1. Yes, please. Just please, Homer. Yes. Well, yeah, you know, it's funny you mentioned the 15-inning game against the Mariners. You mentioned that. I was thinking about that. This game reminds me of it. Clement fouls that back, and it's 0-2. They're showing a home run on August 10th earlier this year. Clement has an opportunity right now to put the Blue Jays up. Come on, man. You got to win this game. You got to want to win it. And ground ball up the middle. Backhanded. He's going to go to first. Barely gets him at first base, and that's out number 2. So Clement grounds out. But Heineman, who's pinch running for Kirk, is in at second base. That was close. Barely got him. Almost beat that throw. They're not going to pitch to Jimenez. They're going to put him on. So they're going to intentionally walk Andre Jimenez, the 9th hitter, who's a lefty, and they're going to pitch to Davis Schneider, the leadoff batter, who replaced Springer earlier when he was out. This is the swing they showed. He grabbed his side immediately after. Yeah, he immediately called for the pitching, or the batting coach, rather, to come out. Timeout on the mound right now as they're having a little powwow. Blue Jays have 2 runners on. The Dodgers are taking a gamble here by walking Andre Jimenez because they don't want to pitch to the lefty and let Davis Schneider come to the plate. An adult-looking baseball player, if you know what I mean. Schneider batting 154 in the postseason with no RBIs, no homers. What is his OPS? 544. This would be the perfect opportunity for Schneider to become a hero. This could be his postseason moment. Emmett up to 31 pitches, 21 in the zone, with a 9.95 ERA. Crazy. Be a hero, Schneider. Here's the first pitch. High. Ball 1. Jay Herna says, I remember the 18-inning Astros did with the Mariners in the ALDS 2022. I hope so too, Brendan, but I have a lady coming to my house. I don't have to leave, so that's good. But the thing is, she gets here, I have to go. She's coming from the city office. Ooh, low and outside. That was a very, very bad pitch to call a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike against Schneider. Schneider has 2 guys on base, first and second. Both can run, and it's 1-1. Sheehan comes off. Arthur says the players must be tired. I bet they are. Here comes a 1-1. On the outside upper edge, strike 2. Sheehan has put 2 pitches outside. That one can't really argue with too much. I mean, from that angle, it's not over the plate at all. But it was close. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Schneider, you got to be the man. I'm begging you for all of America and the world and everything that is holy, come through. High and outside, 2-2. I have a souvenir cup from Paul Tuckett. This Sydney. Paul Tuckett? Really? I have souvenir cups from several countries. I collect Starbucks tumblers, so I have several from China. Here's the pitch. In the dirt outside, full count. Man, why does it always have to get down to 2 outs and a full count? It seems like it just has to happen, you know? Daryl says, are you kidding me? Watch him hit 1 out. Man, how awesome would that be for Schneider? Not just the Blue Jays, but for Schneider. He's one of their guys you would not expect that from, you know? Bouncing ball to third. It might be a problem. They say he's out at third base. The force out at third base, they call him out. The Blue Jays are going to look at it. They might challenge. He's safe. They called him out, but he's safe. Yeah, they're reviewing it, and he's clearly safe. How could the umpire miss that? Maybe he just had a bad angle. But you know what? If you're not sure, you're supposed to give that to the runner. For those of you who've played baseball, you understand that when you're the umpire and the play is too close to call, it goes to the runner. Did you know that? That clearly was a bad call by the ump. But now bases are loaded. MLB thinks the inning is over. They've already got the batters for the Dodgers up, but they just overturned the call. They say he's safe. He's clearly safe. Look how that wasn't close. And that's why you don't have Kirk in the game. And Sheehan is out. Top of the 12th, bases loaded with 2 outs. Clayton Kershaw's coming in, guys. They're going to light him up. They are bringing in Kershaw, no kidding, with bases loaded. Bases loaded and 2 outs. In the top of the 12th, they are bringing in Clayton Kershaw, who absolutely has a bad track record in the playoffs. Oh, I see what you're saying, Sydney. I was wondering why you mentioned Paul Tuckett. The Paul Sox have the record for longest game in baseball history. Gotcha. The refs suck tonight. I agree, Brendan. Overturned. Yes, tie goes to the runner. Grand slam. Yes, how perfect would that be? Clayton Kershaw's ERA right now is 18. You heard that right, 18. How great would it be for Nathan Lucas to hit a grand slam right here off this guy? Like I said, he's been warming up every single inning for like the past 3 innings. Is his arm jelly? Kershaw on Lucas. Lucas has just 1 hit this game, but this hit right here is the most important and biggest one of the game for the Blue Jays. Yes, that's right, Dark Side. The umpires are showing their bias. It's clear. Kershaw's still working out the rust. I hope he I hope he didn't use too much WD-40. That's right, Sydney. But don't worry, it's okay. Trust me. Nathan Lucas can do it. Working 8-5. 2023 Kershaw meltdown in 23. NLDS. All right, first pitch. Bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the 12th. First pitch is in the dirt, ball 1. Hey, walk in some runs. Here's a good question for you. How many walks would Kershaw have to issue before the Dodgers pull him out? 1, 2, 3? It's a good question. Man, it would make this game so long, though. 89 right in there with the slider. 1 ball, 1 strike. I wonder how many bullpen pitchers have gone tonight on each team. Well, right now, they only have a couple left on the Dodgers. Woo! Close, low and inside. I'm surprised the umpire didn't call that a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. Look how close that was. Two balls, 1 strike. 88 mile per hour slider in the top of the zone, strike 2. So Lucas is making him pitch. But man, maybe he throws a flat one. Give the Blue Jays a flat one. In the dirt, ball 3. Woof. Full count. Of course, here we are again. Did I not just say this earlier? Why does it always have to get to a full count with 2 outs? Everybody's calling for the grand slam. A walk, I mean, even a walk followed by a grand slam. How about that? That's fine, too. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. He hits that out to left field. It's going to be foul. Woo, that was not too far from a grand slam. But it could have also been ball 4. I think that was low and outside. Could have been outside. 76 people following the game, listening in right now. Thanks for being here. I do appreciate you. Kershaw on the mound with a 3-2 count. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Nathan Lucas at the plate. Here comes the pitch. Fouls it off again into the crowd. Count remains 3-2. I think I'm getting a little dizzy here. I think I'm going to get a headache. Here comes another 3-2. He bounces that one over to the right side. It's going to be a quick play. Scoops it. He's out at first with a scoop. Are you kidding me? A tapper to second base. And he scoops it to first. And he gets the out by just a step. Oh. You know what's sad is that one foul ball, if Lucas had taken that pitch, it would have been ball 4, and they would have walked in a run. Oh, man. How many times am I going to see that comment? That's the game. I think that was said 3 or 4 innings ago. How many lobsters? I don't even want to look at it. Good grief. 27 runners lost. 27 lobsters in the traps, ready to be brought home and lost at sea by the Blue Jays. That's 27 runners on base that were lost. 27. The Dodgers have lost 14. The Blue Jays have basically lost twice as many as the Dodgers. This is no joke. Think about it. The Blue Jays and the Dodgers have the same amount of runs, 5 and 5. But what's the difference? The difference is that the Blue Jays have had basically twice as many opportunities to bring runners in and have failed. So they're getting a lot of guys on base and then just forgetting about them. Just leave them there. I don't I don't believe in momentum. I'm not a believer in momentum. Now the fix, that could be. I believe that sometimes the fix definitely is in. That's one thing I can agree on. Well, the Jays could afford to lose this game, but since they're having to work so hard and use up so many arms, it's going to hurt both teams regardless. But the only way to get out of it is to win it. The only way to benefit from this long game is to win it. First pitch is a strike, 94 mile per hour. Oh, excuse me. 94 mile per hour fastball, if I can speak. 0-1 to Will Smith. Swing and a miss, 86 miles an hour. Oh, and 2's the count. I have Marty's almanac. This game goes 23 innings. Jays win. Oh my God. If that's true, I wouldn't be able to call it. Just a little outside on the slider. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bottom of the 12th. Here comes a 1-2 pitch from Fisher. Swing and a miss. 89 miles an hour on another slider. This one was better placed, and he gets the strikeout. Yeah, that's the pitch they were showing. See, that last hit was also a ball. There were a couple of foul balls that Lucas had. They're crying. Dodgers fans are crying with bases loaded. Lucas gets the out, and they're hugging each other and crying. Soy Idol 2.0. And they're bringing Fisher out. Max Muncy's at the plate, but they're going to take Braden Fisher out and bring in another pitcher. So we've got a break going on right now. Yeah. I am in the process of trying to make my prep. I'm in the process of making preparations to put in place my final wishes. This is just in case something happens to me. I want to make sure that everything is already planned. And so I went to the city office several days ago to talk with them about making these plans. And I was there for several hours, and there were like 5 different ladies helping me with this. And I have a few specific requests. And one of those was, whenever I pass away here in Japan, I want to be buried here, or laid to rest here. I don't want to be sent back. I don't want my remains to be sent back to America. There are a couple of reasons for that. But the thing is, if you die and you haven't made any type of clear instructions about your body, then they will contact your family. If your family wants to bring your body back, then they can pay and have you brought back and buried in the U.S. But I don't want that. I'm not close to my family. And the last thing I want is for them to bring my body back. And they would do something like that because they think that I shouldn't be here, that I should be in America. And I don't want to be there. It's not anything against America. It's just that if they send me back, they'll send me back to my hometown where my family is, and I'll be put where they want me to be put, and I won't rest easy with that. I want to be put where I want to be put. So that's the appointment that I have today. The lady is coming out to my house to talk to me about that and some other things. So if this game keeps going on and on and on, I'm going to have to step away from it, because obviously that appointment is more important than the end of this game. The end of my life is more important than the end of this game. First pitch is a strike to Max Muncy. Eric Lauer on the mound. That's hit high in the air to right field. Wow, Falefa runs out and makes an over-the-shoulder catch. Great catch for out number 2. Base is empty with 2 outs. Teoscar Hernandez comes to the plate next. I think she said she would be here after 3 o'clock. You were asking Brendan, what time am I supposed to leave? I don't actually have to leave. She's coming here, but after 3 o'clock. Right now, it is 10 till 2, so I've got an hour and 10 minutes. I certainly hope the game doesn't go another hour and 10 minutes, but whatever it takes for the Blue Jays to win. First pitch to Hernandez is strike 1. Eric Lauer, 3 pitches so far, 3 strikes. Here's the next toss. Outside. That's his first ball. 1-1. GCH says, I think the baseball is the hardest sport to fix. No, not really. You can buy players and coaches. It's not difficult. And with all the micro bets and all the little things going on with the players, they can fudge some numbers and fudge some things to make some extra cash. How can you really police all of that, you know? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Way outside on the curveball. That was a big miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jay Harness says, what's up with all the soy crying? I mean, seriously. I didn't cry whenever the Astros finally won a World Series. You know, if the Oilers came back to Houston, right? If they changed the Texans to the Oilers and retook all their old logos and stuff, I would be so incredibly happy about that. I would be ecstatically happy, but I still wouldn't cry. And if they won the Super Bowl that next year, I wouldn't cry. I'd just be really happy about it. This is hit high in the air. Should be out number 3. Falefa's underneath it at second base, and that's it. All right, 3 up and 3 down for Lauer. Or rather, 2 up and... Look at him praying. She's got her head down praying. Look at them seriously putting their head down praying. Seriously. Are you kidding me? Do you really think that God cares about who wins this baseball game? Do you really think that he's going to listen to the prayers of a bunch of people? A bunch of random people? Please, God, let my team win. Do you really think so? Why would he listen to you? And you got all these Blue Jay fans, I'm sure, praying that their team wins. How could God possibly choose? Well, we got to weigh the good deeds of each side. Everybody that's praying on each side, I'll weigh the good deeds, and whoever has more good deeds, that's the team that's going to win. BS. So silly. Think about how messed up you have to be. And I'm going to say this seriously. This is my opinion, but this is how I feel about it. How messed up is your life when you really believe that praying to God in seriousness, okay? People who are seriously praying to God that their team wins. In all seriousness, if you're praying to God that your team wins, there's something wrong with you. And I'm not talking about people who are just saying, oh, please, 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 please. You know, I'm talking about people who are seriously sitting there. Like there was one lady there, she had her head down and she was praying and you could see her saying some prayers. How broken of a person do you have to be at a baseball park in Los Angeles praying for the Dodgers to win a baseball game, in all seriousness? If you disagree, that's fine. But I just think it's clearly a ridiculous thing. Now, if there's like a If there's a parent in a hospital and their child is watching the game with them and the child is in the hospital bed and they're dying of an illness like cancer, and they really, really, really want to see their team win or their player win or something like that, and the parent is praying, please, Lord, for my son or my daughter, let this guy do well or let this team win. I can understand that. But a bunch of people in the stands praying for a victory makes no sense to me. Oof. 83 miles an hour on the slider right in the middle of the zone. Strike one. No more Kershaw. Edgardo Henriquez. What kind of a weird name is that? It's like they messed up Eduardo with Edward. Eduardo Henriquez and Henry and Enrique and Vasquez or something. It's like they're mixing up names. One ball, one strike. Here's the next pitch to Guerrero Jr. High, 2-1. Matashita. Matashita. Yeah. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. I sure hope so. Ground ball just fell down the third baseline. It's 2-2. Here we are spinning the wheels. Blue Jays had a great opportunity. Met in a home run from either team. When are you supposed to leave? Oh, yeah, I see. I saw those earlier. Grounder to short. Mookie Betts is going to make a bad throw. No, he makes it right on target this time. Good for you, Mookie. You actually made a good throw this time. First one of the game. One down. Big out for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to ground out. Dodgers only have one more pitcher in the bullpen. That's Will Klein. That's it. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who walked in the ninth, is at the plate. Man, we could have used him at the plate with bases loaded. He could have walked in a run. 102 miles an hour, strike one. You know, Edgardo Henriquez's ERA is 27. That's insane. Here's the pitch. 101 above the zone. One ball, one strike. Here comes the next toss. Why are you swinging at that? 101 above the zone, strike two. One ball, two strikes. Brendan says I'll be asleep in an hour or less. This game is going to wear me out. I'll probably go to sleep early tonight. Here comes the 1-2. 102 miles an hour, a half swing from Falefa, and he goes down on 4 pitches, swinging at one out of the zone, and deciding a nice half swing is good enough. You know, a weak half swing is okay. Just kind of throw the bat out there, but don't really commit to it or anything. God forbid we commit to a swing. Can't do that. You didn't want to put a ring on that swing? That's pretty funny. Dalton Varsho at the plate, 84 miles an hour on the slider. Strike one. 2 outs, nobody on. We got a righty on lefty here. This is an opportunity, Varsho. Varsho, go, go, go. Oh, he hit him on the thigh. 101 miles an hour, and he looks ticked. He immediately gets up and runs down to first base. Man, that's the thing about some of these guys that throw that ball over 100 miles an hour. These relievers, they come in and yeah, right across that back thigh. I thought he got the front thigh. Got the back one. But you know, some of these guys that throw like 101, 102, they often hit the batters. They lose some control, and then they have to be taken out of the game. If they had better control, if they had good control, they would be unstoppable, right? That very first pitch is hit high in the air, should be easily playable. Please drop it, drop it, drop it. Darn it. Pajes puts it away for out number 3. Strands a runner, and that's yet another lobster lost for the Blue Jays. Now 28 left on base and not moved around. We go to the bottom of the 13th, guys. Eric Lauer probably still on the mound. 8 pitches and 6 of those in the zone. He had 3 up and 3 down last inning. Or 2 up and 2 down, rather. He came in after the first batter. Tommy Edman is due up, followed by Kiki Hernandez and Andy Pajes. I do want to check my email, though, just to make sure I didn't get any messages from the government here. Okay. Yeah, I got an email about my upcoming appointment. I've got to have another appointment to follow up and check my lungs and check my kidney, check my blood. Yeah, I don't see any new messages from the city office. So my guess is that she's still going to be here sometime from 3 o'clock after. That's 1 hour from now. So, all right. But both teams are fighting for this game. You can't say that the pitchers don't want this game. But the batters, that's a different issue. Boz says that everyone has their sports superstitions. Well, praying to God and asking him to give you the game or give your team the game, that's not a superstition. That's different. Tico, you're right. Don't bother Almighty God for a game. That's right. You know God's got to be shaking his head, throwing out prayers. Nope, 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 nope. Kind of like Jim Carrey, the Jim Carrey movie. Maybe that's how he'd be answering prayers. Just throwing out those trashy prayers. Eric Lauer versus Tommy Edman. First pitch is outside on the curveball. 1-0 is the count. Jay Harness says, what if there was Oilers and Texans in Houston, kind of like having New York Jets in New York? I'd be an Oilers fan just because of nostalgia. That's hit out into center field, and it's going to get down on a one hop. He brings it in, but that's a leadoff double by Tommy Edman of all batters. Varsho was over as quick as he could, but he couldn't get there in time. He got it on a bounce. Leadoff double. We have a runner in scoring position for the Dodgers. Right across the top of the zone. Right across his right below his chest. And that stupid little dance that they do. But they are taking Edman out and putting in a pinch runner, looks like. Now they might be changing their mind. Okay. So they do decide. No? No, he's not coming out. He just went over to talk to the third base coach. Rojas is coming in to bat for Kiki Hernandez. So we've got a bunch of nonsense going on in the field right now. Dodgers trying to extend the game as much as possible, looks like. Yeah. Now the Blue Jays coach comes out to talk to the entire infield about what's going on. He gives them the word about what's up. JCH says, I'll cry if Bronny hits a winning shot. I would cry laughing, I think. I wouldn't believe it. Someone passed the Charmin. Miguel Rojas going to be the pinch hitter for Kiki Hernandez. Kiki wasn't quite getting it done today, even though he had 2 hits. I guess that's not good enough for the coach. Let's bring in a guy who hasn't done anything the whole game. Let's just bring him in. A bunt over to third. He gets him over. 1 away. So the Dodgers actually get the bunt down properly. I like how he's biting his tongue. That's a very dangerous thing to do in a Major League Baseball game. You got a pitcher throwing 100 miles an hour to you. You're bunting, and you've got your tongue sticking out. How dangerous is that? You want to bite your tongue off, bro? Be my guest. Jay Harness says Christian Javier, when he was going to pitch against Rangers in 2023 LSS, he said, I hope we win if God wills it. Well, I can understand that. I can understand that a lot better than praying for victory. Makes more sense to me. Because that's the thing. Everything happens because it is the will of God. Everything moves in the same direction. That's the belief, right? Everything happens because it is the will of God, and it all leads everything into the right direction for the right outcome. 1-0 is the count. Inside, 2-0 from Lauer to Alex Call. So they have another batting change. No, I'm sorry. Oh, they got... Yeah, it is Alex Call. That's hit high in the air on the infield to Jimenez. Out number 2. Nice. Otani comes to the plate. And they're walking him, obviously. That's 3 intentional walks in a row. And that brings up Mookie Betts. Betts, 6 appearances at the plate, 1 hit. Yeah, but yeah, you're right, Jay Harney. It's a little different if you say, I'd like to win if God wills it. But, that's the thing. If you don't win and you say, it wasn't God's will, I don't have a problem with that either. But when people actually pray, a lot of people pray and they think that God will change the outcome of the game. They're not praying, Lord, if it's your will, let us win. But if it's not, then the other team can win, and I'm okay with that too. I mean, how many people are actually praying that right now in Dodger Stadium? Nobody, probably. Here comes the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. They actually loaded the bases. They not only intentionally walked Otani, they also intentionally walked Mookie Betts. Why? So they can pitch to Freddie Freeman, the lefty. It's lefty on lefty. Here's the toss from Lauer, the 1-0 pitch. I said high into center field. It's pretty deep, but should be playable. And he catches it. Varsho gets it for out number 3. Whoo! All the way to the warning track. Can you believe that? Freddie Freeman almost got a grand slam. How terrible would that have been? Ah. Bottom of the 13th finished. We're going into the top of the 14th inning. Let's see here. YYGG says, really loving your play-by-play. I hope this goes a few more innings. Oh my gosh, I can't take much more. Save me. I don't have a problem praying for a win. Oh yeah, I read that one. Cyber TV says, go Dodgers from Philippines. Sorry for your loss. Give him the evil stare. The Rockets game ended hours ago. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And they scored a ton of points. You know, the Rockets scored over 130 points, but this game will probably have more innings than that. They'll have more innings than the Rockets had points. That's right. The base runners are not starting at second base in the postseason. Dark side, once again, you say it's over. Pick him off, it's over. Ground to the right, and it's over. You keep mentioning it's over, it's over, it's over, and it never is. Okay, so this inning, if the Blue Jays get somebody on base, then I want Dark side to say the Dodgers will easily get out of this inning where they're doing those things. Whoa, I left that on way too long. Ball one to Miles Straw. He's over 2 today with a fielder's choice and a line out. Dodger fans better not hug each other too hard. They might squeeze the silicone and Botox out of their bodies. 100 miles an hour above the zone. But called a strike. 101 is the count. Thank you. Blue Jays will not score this inning, says Darkside. Thank you. I appreciate that. Here's the toss. 98 out. I love the way the umpire says it like he's disappointed. Ball two, that's out. It sounds like he's like, he doesn't want to call it a ball, but he knows it's out. 2-1. Here comes the toss. Henriquez still on the mound. Fouled back, 99 miles an hour. Uh-oh. He's lost 3 miles per hour off of his fastball. His quick ball isn't so quick anymore. Who wants goose for Thanksgiving? My gosh, it's a little early for that. Trick or treat. What is this, an egg? That's a big egg. It's a goose egg. 100 miles an hour, hit out to center field pretty deep, all the way back to the warning track and caught. That looked just like Freeman's hit. Excuse me. They said that they prepared 290 baseballs for this game, and right now they've used up 220, and now they are getting more balls prepared. That's nuts. Here comes the first pitch to Clement, and he fouls it off down the third base line. Strike one. I'm talking trash about LA fans, and I'm from LA. Good for you. Well, that's the thing. If you're from there, you have the right. You have the privilege to talk trash about where you're from. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. 100 fouled off, 0-2. $14 hits for the Blue Jays, 13 for the Dodgers, but 2 errors for the daft Dodgers. 0-2 count. Outside, barely misses. 101 miles an hour. Maybe an inch out of the zone. The crowd boos. But come on, you can't give him that. Can't give that to him. It was a dangerous take. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Come on, Clement. You can do it. 100 on the lower outside edge. Fouls it off. 1-2 the count remains. The World Series record for most innings in a game, I'll have to look it up. Here's the 1-2. Fouls it down the third base side. Most innings in a World Series game. World Series extra innings games in the baseball almanac. Give me one moment. Here's the next pitch. Another 1-2. 99 outside. Fouls it off. 18 innings. And of course, it's the Dodgers. Dodgers against Boston in 2018, actually. 18 innings in 2018. 3-2. The Dodgers won. 3-2. That what a terrible game. Nobody could hit the ball. There's a bouncer to third. Long throw in the dirt, and he scoops it up. What a good catch by Freeman. Freeman has had a lot of terrible throws come at him tonight. He couldn't get all of them, but he's gotten most of them. Plenty of time for Muncy to make this throw, and he throws it in the dirt. Dodgers are lucky because Freddie gets that one. That's out number 2. Clement was close, but not close enough. 2 outs. Nobody on. Top of the 14th. Andre Jimenez, the guy they intentionally walked last time, is at the plate. Swing and a miss on a ball in the dirt. 82 miles an hour. I think he was expecting a fastball. Didn't get it. Run, Forrest, run. Looks like this is going to go 18 innings. Are you sure? That's 4 innings away. 4.5. Another swing and a miss on an 82-mile-per-hour slider. Now he's probably going to bring the heat. Unless he's expecting the heat. And he brings another breaking pitch or off-speed pitch. We'll see. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Fouls it off himself. Jimenez goes down for a moment. Coach is going to come out and check on him. Ouch. Yeah, the commentator said there's nobody to replace you unless we have to unless we have to saw off the leg. You got to stay in. How many people do we have watching right now? 87? You know, I can only imagine if I were on my main channel, I'd probably have hundreds watching right now. I'm pretty amazed that I was able to get to this number on my backup channel. It's not even a sports channel. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. 99, fouls it off again. So basically, Jimenez seems to have been camping out on the fastballs. He's fouling those off. Maybe it's time now for Henriquez to throw a breaking ball. Let's hope he's ready for it. Here comes the pitch. He throws a slider 83 miles an hour in the dirt, but he's able to foul it off. Okay. Maybe Jimenez has now found the happy middle ground. Okay, so he can put the bat on the fastball, and now he can finally put the bat on the breaking ball. Maybe he can put the ball over the fence. Here's the 2-2, or I mean the 0-2, rather. No, he can't. 84 miles an hour. He says that he fouled it off. Jimenez says that's a foul in the dirt. He calls it a strikeout. He's arguing at the umpire. He's saying that that ball went into the dirt after he hit it. He's saying it was a foul into the dirt, but they're on a commercial now, so they didn't wait around to see what the umpire would say. Bottom of the 14th coming up. It's still 5-5. We haven't had any runs scored since the 7th inning. The Jays took the go-ahead run in the 7th inning. The Dodgers tied it up. And then from the 8th inning until here in the bottom of the 14th, it has been nothing but a big pile of goose eggs. It makes me want to cook some omelets. And, you know, right in there, I have a bunch of eggs. I have some melting cheese. I have soft tortillas. I have onion, tomato, and lettuce. And bacon. Hickory smoked bacon. And I have 2 different types of sausages. I have bratwurst and another type of smoked sausage. All of that just sitting right in there in the fridge. I was expecting to be done with this game over 2 hours ago. Make myself a really nice, yummy, beautiful lunch. What Donald Trump might would call a big, beautiful lunch. Or maybe a big, beautiful brunch. And here we are. Here we are. Don't have any hot water left. Just a little hot water. I need something warm on my throat, I does. All right. Hey, I might have enough. Not quite enough for a cup of tea. I can't put a tea bag in there. It's not even a half a cup of hot water. Jay Hernes says, I'm getting sleepy. What is it? Like midnight there? Current game time, 5 hours, 10 minutes. 5th World Series game to go over 5 hours. All right. Here we go. Will Smith at the plate. 86 miles an hour, high and outside. Eric Lauer back on the mound for the Bluebirds. I'm free as a bird. That's in there. 75 mile per hour, big curveball. 1-1. 1 a.m. in Toronto. Paper Mario. I like your logo, by the way. It's a little small, but it looks like a Lamborghini logo. I'm a big fan of Lamborghini. Smith fouls that one off for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I got the midnight blues, says Daryl. Karimasu. I haven't had any food all day blues. Here comes the 1-2. 93 fouled off. Count remains 1-2. So many Dodgers fans standing around with their arms crossed. They've become impatient. Here's a toss. Low and outside. 2-2. 10:20 here on the West Coast. Yep. Jay fans, y'all really got this. I'm lucky that I've got the schedule that I do right now so that I can do these games. But truth be told, there are 2 main reasons why I'm able to do this. One is, well, you could add 3 if you want to say, but one is I'm ill and I can't work because of cancer. So that sucks. But second thing is because, oh, that's fouled off again. 2-2. I have no other family or obligations, so I can be here. Here comes a 2-2 pitch from Eric Lauer to Will Smith. Come on, slap Will Smith. Slap him back. That might be gone. It's hit way out to left field and caught at the track. Everybody thought it was gone. Dalton Varsho catches it. Will Smith stood there like it was a homer, like it was gone. He hit it and he just kind of stood to watch it go, and it was caught. Look at him. He's like, I got this. He threw the bat down. He thought, I've got it. He's like, go, 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 and he gets upset. Yeah, look at him. Look at him cheering. They're like, oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's right. Dalton Varsho says, no, no, no. Out number 1. Max Muncy at the plate. First pitch is a ball. But the third reason is because I've got some great subscribers who've really done a lot to support me. Without them supporting me, I would not be able to run my YouTube channel. So, special thank you to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. There's the 1-0 pitch. Max Muncy takes that one for strike one on the curve. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the 14th. Just think all those Dodger fans who got to work in the morning. Well, they probably won't care if they win, but if they lose, you know it's going to be difficult with the hangover and everything and all the side effects of mixing alcohol and drugs with their Botox treatments and all of those things, you know. You know what I'm talking about. 2 balls and 1 strikes to Muncy. 1 strikes. I love it when I say 1 strikes. It's my favorite. Here comes the 2-1. Swing and a miss, 93-mile-per-hour fastball. 2-2. Boss says, sorry you're going through this. Thank you. It's there's a good reason for it. Just like everything. Here's the 2-2. That's crushed hard out to right field. And foul. Another one. That one had home run distance on it, but it was foul. So they drive one to the warning track, and it's caught at the wall. And this one was crushed. Definitely far enough for a homer, but foul. You missed your chance, Muncy. Can't believe it. I can't believe it's not butter. Timeout called by the catcher, and the crowd boos, of course. That's right, Casey, still here. Jay Harness says, I feel for Jays fans by the time this game is over, it'll probably be close to 2 a.m. or after. Even Kershaw, he came out, he thought it was gone. He came out, that's what you get for celebrating too early, my friend. I love how the Dodgers, the batters, the teammates, the crowd are celebrating like it's gone. And then it's not. That's funny. Arthur says it's 2:26 p.m. Same here. Here's a toss in the dirt. 3-2 to Muncy. Paper Mario says, I truly appreciate your stream today. You're welcome. I'll do my best. I missed a game yesterday. I was going to do the Houston Texans, but I had to go to the hospital and to the clinic. I was just in too much pain. Ball 4. Speaking of pain, a little bit of pain is inflicted on Eric Lauer as he walks Muncy after a full count. The winning run is on first base for the Dodgers. Teoscar Hernandez comes to the plate. Tico wants to know what other team sports I stream. I focus primarily on baseball, basketball, and American football. And if you want to know, why do you say American football? It's just because I'm in Asia, and I've gotten used to making of noting the difference between football and American football, because many people call soccer football. And if I just say football, some people might be confused and think I mean soccer. So I've been living abroad now in East Asia for almost 13 years. Oh my God. Why do they have a rally cap on? It's just a tie game. You don't have a rally cap on when it's tied. Never heard of that. They boo their own guy. Teoscar Hernandez steps out of the batter's box. This is another old guy there wearing his hat inside out. Here comes the 0-1 toss from Lauer. Swing and a miss in the dirt. Good toss. 0-2. But Muncy My main channel, Tico, if you click on my link up there and you go to my main channel, you'll see that my main focus is to do Houston sports, baseball, basketball, football. Those are my main focuses. But of course, the World Series is important, and I've got a lot of subscribers that wanted to see the Blue Jays, especially because they have Springer on the team. So I've been doing these games. That's in the dirt. Ball 1. 1 and 2 with 1 out. Runner on first. But anyway, yeah, I focus on the Houston Rockets, Houston Texans, and of course the Houston Astros. The Astros got my channel started last summer in the middle of the summer. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. High and outside. Misses. 2 and 2. All I want for Christmas is a playoff win, says Daryl. All I want for Christmas is for the Blue Jays to get 3 more World Series wins. Bounced foul. Count remains 2 and 2. Brendan says the Blue Jays need Christian Walker. Yes, in this stadium, perhaps so. Or Jose Altuve. Anybody that owns the stadium. What in the world? What kind of a weirdo? He's on something. Shaking around with his tongue and his mouth open. Get off the drugs, man. Here's the pitch. Up and in, ball 3. Come on now. Boz Baby says living abroad is an amazing experience most of the time. Well, after you've lived abroad for a while, most of the time it ceases to be amazing. Like when you're a tourist, it's, basically everything is amazing, right? Fouls it off. Count remains 3 and 2. When you first move abroad, there are a lot of amazing things. But after you've lived abroad for as long as I have, and I know that there are a lot of people who've lived abroad much longer than me. It's just that once you've lived in another country for a certain number of years, most of the life there tends to be not so amazing. That's grounder right through the middle. That's going to be another base hit. Muncy goes to second base. Runners on first and second with 1 out. Tommy Edman comes to the plate with 2 runners on and 1 out. Bottom of the 14th. This feels so weird to say bottom of the 14th. G. Herna says, what's your favorite sport out of basketball, baseball, and football? It depends on if you mean watching or playing, but if you're talking about watching, I'm enjoying watching the Astros mainly because I love Altuve. Once he's gone, I might say, but actually these days I am really having a lot of fun watching the Texans games, even though I've missed a couple of them. Ripped foul down the third base line. Edman is down in the count, 0-1. I used to really, really love the Oilers. You could not pull me away from a Houston Oilers game. After they left, I was very crushed about that. Stopped watching football. I started watching LSU Tiger football in college, but when they're not doing well, like this year, they're useless to watch. Fly ball in the infield. Falefa puts it away. Runners stay on first and second. Now 2 outs. Couple more lobsters lost to the sea. But as far as playing, I absolutely love playing baseball more than any other sport. Playing football is also really fun. I like to play receiver. Basketball is fun too, but I found that too many people take it seriously. They all think that they're playing in an NBA game, and they foul a lot, and they injure a lot, and they don't know what they're doing. They're a little out of control, and I'm not used to that. I used to play serious in high school, and I was offered a scholarship to play basketball. I was quite good at it. And whenever I play with the average Joe, I guess you could say, they're just too slappy, too scratchy. They travel. They do all sorts of crap that I can't stand. I just don't like playing with other people so much anymore. There's a ground ball bounced over to first base. Guerrero scoops it up. Nice toss by Clement. Out number 3. So he throws it over. He bounces it in the grass. So it's an easy play for Guerrero. More lobsters lost for the Dodgers. The Dodgers slowly creeping up and catching up to the Blue Jays, and lobsters lost to sea. 22 now lost for the Dodgers. 28 for the Blue Jays. We're going into the top of the 15th, y'all. Davis Schneider, Nathan Lucas, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. due up. This has to be the inning. It has to be. Absolutely has to be. Roger Clemens, a blast from the past. Boss says, I lived in Italy for 3 years. The food alone would never get boring no matter how long I lived there. I can imagine. I love Italian. American Italian is laughable. But the people, the chaos, and the culture never get old. I bet. And you're also talking about a place that has a lot of beautiful scenery, you know, like the old buildings that are there, the ruins that are there, the art that is there. I mean, it's I can't, and of course Lamborghini is there. I love Lamborghini. Lamborghini is my favorite car ever since I was a child. So, you know, they've got some really nice exotic cars. Italy's got a lot of great stuff. I still haven't been there. It's on my list of places to go, but I haven't been able to get back to Europe since I was in high school. I was in Europe when I was 17. Got to go to about 5 countries, but Italy was not on that list. I was with the tour group. "22 more minutes." That's how much time is left for me to have this game done. Blue Jays, come on, man. They got the top of the lineup coming up. This is the top of the lineup, the very first 3 batters. You guys can do it. Will Klein is in the game. I think this is the last pitcher for the Dodgers. He is facing Davis Schneider. Here's the first pitch. 99 low and outside, strike 1. 0 misses the food in Ireland. I bet it's really good. Also love the Irish accent on a woman. I think it's absolutely super beautiful. 90 miles an hour in the top of the zone. 0-2 is the count to Schneider. And now he's going to go gangbusters on the 0-2 count. Ryan, dude, good to see you. I'm here for good luck to the Blue Jays. What the hell did I miss? You missed a whole lot of nothing burgers. That's what you've missed. Way high. Suddenly loses control. That's a ball 1 from Klein. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You missed 7 straight innings of no runs scored. 99 above the zone. Swing and a miss. Schneider trying to keep the goose eggs going, looks like. Golden Goose? No. These teams have the Olden Goose. 487 pitches thrown by 18 different pitchers so far this game. They're close to 500 pitches. I'm sure we'll get there. Nathan Lucas at the plate takes the first pitch in there. Curveball for strike 1. There's the bullpen. There's nobody out there. There's nobody else. Here's the toss. Are you kidding me? 98 miles an hour above the zone, called a strike. Lucas is like, are you sure about that? And then he calls timeout. 0-2 is the count. That was a terrible pitch to be calling a strike. I've been to see family in Ireland a lot of times. I'd love to visit Ireland too. Ireland and Scotland are also on my list. I've only been to England in that area, unfortunately. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Whoa! Another one he lost control of. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out, nobody on. Top of the 15th. Little is warming up in the bullpen, and that's the last guy for the Blue Jays. 99 fouled off on the third base side. Daryl says the Dodgers might have to use their fans to pitch. You never know. Which position player would they bring in first, I wonder? Now, the Dodgers could bring in Shohei if they needed to, but the problem is he's supposed to pitch in a couple of days. That would not be good, I think. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2. 99 fouls it off again. Count remains 2-2. A tour or vacation just doesn't cut it in locales that have thousands of years of history. It's like speed reading The Lord of the Rings. I agree. Here's the toss. Lucas goes opposite field, but is right to Betts, who makes the throw over to first base for out number 2. Ugh. Vladimir Guerrero. Come on, Vladdy, please. If ever there were a time to do a homer, now's the time. It's funny, I just mentioned the position player. Which position player would pitch? World Series fact just came up on the screen. No position player has ever pitched in a World Series game. 99, high, swing and a miss, strike 1. It's interesting, Boz Baby, what you said. I was talking with somebody the other day, a friend of mine. Top of the zone, strike 2. 0-2's the count with 2 outs, nobody on. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. calls timeout. 1 for 6 today. A walk, a single, and 2 runs. Hasn't done much, but both times he's been on, he's scored. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Ground ball up the middle. It's going to be trouble. He's going to be safe at first base. What kind of a joke throw is that? Just don't throw it. Why did he throw it? Vladdy is on first base. What in the world was he trying to do there? Who are you trying to impress? Good catch. Oh, a good stop, rather. But why would you even try to throw it when you know you can't get him? But remember, he's been on base twice. He scored both times. Falefa at the plate. It's his third at bat. 98 miles an hour in the lower inside corner. Strike 1. But a guy that I was talking about the other day, he said some friends back in Australia. No, not Australia. I'm not sure who was it that said that. 97 right in there, fouls it off, strike 2. 1-2 is the count to Falefa. But anyway, basically what was said was some friends or somebody wanted to come visit Tokyo, and he said there's so much more to Japan than Tokyo. And I was like, yeah, but Tokyo, you can live in Tokyo for years and never see or do everything. So if you want to experience Japan as a whole, Tokyo is a perfect place to do that because you don't have to go very far to see and do many things. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The count remains after that foul ball. But I lived in Tokyo for about a year. There's still a ton of stuff that I haven't seen or done or eaten. That there are many things. Here's a 1-2 pitch. 2 outs. In the dirt. 2-2. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is on first base with an infield hit. Will Klein is on the mound, pitching to this guy here, Isaiah Kiner Falefa, with 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. How about a 2-run homer? All those 2s. Strike 3. Got him looking. 98 miles an hour. What the heck are you doing, man? Are you kidding me? What are you doing? It is the 15th inning, and you're going to stand there and take a fastball right down the middle? Good grief. What are you doing? Ryan says he's going to have to use Otani next. You know, it would be really funny if they did use Otani. He gave up a homer. They lost the game after Otani has a long inning. And then it messes him up. It makes him useless for his start that's scheduled a couple games from now. That would be funny. That would be funny. But you know what? It's 2:45. I'll be right back. I need to run in here and do something. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I just realized I got some mail. I think it's one of my hats. I had to open my front gate. I realized, or I remembered, that my front gate was still closed and locked. And if the lady arrives from the government office, she wouldn't be able to get in, and I might not hear her knocking at the door. Strike one. Eric Lauer still on the mound facing Alex Call. Cool. It's my Texans hat. Nice. It was either going to be my Texans or Rockets hat. 92 inside, fouled off. Where do they close this? Okay, I see. Whoa. Little bit of a leg cramp. Sitting and moving around. Sit for a while and then move around too fast. It's easy to get a leg cramp. 0-2 is the count to Alex Call. Fouls it off. Count remains 0-2. There we go. Take off my Lamborghini hat. There we go. How about that, guys? Guys, how do you like that? My Texans hat. That's high for ball one. I was able to get myself a Rockets hat and a Texans hat. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Call. Ooh, 93 up and in. Ball 1. I'm sorry, ball 2, 2-2. Brendan Little dealing to Alex Call. Here's the 2-2. Bounces it foul. Count remains 2-2. Okay, no calls. Speaking of call, there's no call. Let me check my email again. No email. Okay. Well, 2 balls and 2 strikes. What in the world happened there? Okay. Palefa makes almost a boo-boo here. Woo, man. That ground ball just now. Palefa takes his time, and he barely gets the ball over to Guerrero in time to get the out. Whew, man, what in the world was he doing there? 1 out. Otani's at the plate. They walk him again. Yeah. Japanese fan in the crowd looked like. He's like, what are they doing? Come on, let him hit. Come on, man. You know they're not going to let him hit. Yeah, I wanted something a little different, Daryl. Thank you. I liked it. A little red color. Kind of like that. Mookie Betts at the plate. 75-mile-per-hour curveball, strike one. 1 out. Otani on first base after the intentional walk. Mookie Betts at the plate. Here comes the 0-1 toss. Ooh, up and in. Almost got him. I thought that Otani was scheduled to start 2 games later. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes to Betts. Here comes the toss. That's hit out into right field. Should be catchable. It is. Otani goes back to first base. Wow, what a throw. Right on the dot to second base. 2 down. Let's see here. Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. Two outs. First pitch, upper inner corner, but called a ball. This is currently the second longest World Series game. Next pitch is right in there, 83 miles an hour. 1 ball, 1 strike to Freeman, 2 outs. Otani on first base. One ball, 1 strike. Pitch from Lauer. That's hit out into center field. Varsho on the run, makes the catch, running towards the warning track. Makes a great catch. And that'll be out number 3. We're done with the 15th inning. 16th inning coming up. 16th inning coming up. Let's see here. What in the world is with this screen? Oh, I see what it is. It's zoomed in all the way. I see. I got it. I got it. Let's see. Tomorrow, the 29th for me. Oh, Bieber versus Otani tomorrow. Bieber versus Otani tomorrow. Okay, got it. Maybe when I looked at it, I was seeing today's picture and then tomorrow's picture together. Now I'm up to speed. Okay. Otani. Oh, yeah, we got that. Springer got pinch hit. Oh, Ryan, earlier in the game, Springer swung at a pitch, fouled it off, and immediately grabbed his side, and he went out of the game. So they brought in at the time they brought in Ty France to bat for him, and then later on Schneider came in to pinch hit for Ty France. So this is currently the second longest game in MLB World Series history, and the second longest by innings, 16 innings. Dalton Varsho at the plate facing Will Klein. 92 miles an hour, fouls it off. 21 pitches now for Klein. Who's warming up in the bullpen out there? Here's the pitch. Shane Bieber is warming up in the bullpen. For the Blue Jays, and Little is stretching out there. Here's the next pitch. Way outside, ball 2, 97 miles an hour, misses by a substantial margin. Girl says, cool. Oh, yeah, oh, you're talking about the hat. They got pissed, yep. Varsho hits it, a line drive on a short hop to second base. Rojas is able to scoop it up and fire it over to first. One hit, basically, in the last 4 innings. Grower's eating an apple, trying to get some energy, I guess. Opposite field bouncer for strike 1. Tyler Heineman is getting his opportunity at the plate. This is his first appearance. No, I'm sorry, he's 0 for 1. My bad. Second appearance at the plate. 97 fouls it off. 0 and 2. Ryan says tomorrow's score is going to be like 11 to 8. I don't know. A lot of these games that go a really long time, the next day they tend to be not so high, right? Maybe 3 to 2 or something. But who knows? I don't even know with these teams anymore. Fouled off again. Count remains 0 and 2. They seem to do the opposite of what you think they're going to do. I'm telling you, it's now 3 o'clock here. Fouled off again. I'm letting you guys and gals know right now, I'm going to keep my scoreboard up. If for some reason my social worker from the city office shows up while the game is on, I will leave my scoreboard on, but I will not be able to stay here and call the game. I'll just have to let it keep playing. Fouls it off again. The count remains 0 and 2. So I'm just letting you know, my front gate is open. My back door is open. If she shows up, I will hear her calling out, and then I'll have to get up and excuse myself. But she said she would be coming by my house sometime after 3, and it's now 3 o'clock. Just letting you know. Here's the 0-2 pitch. In the dirt. It never fails. I kid you not. I almost never have appointments. Whenever I was going to go pick up my friend Glenn from Australia, I was going to meet him at the airport. I told him the game should be over between 12 and 12:30, and I'd come get him after that. He shows up at the train station, and he's waiting there for me, and the game goes into extra innings. That game wound up going into the 15th inning. I had to leave. I had to leave early to go get him. And then I made this appointment because I thought for sure. See, this is what Dodgers fans do. She's doing her makeup. She's not even watching the game. But today I thought for sure, no problem. Having an appointment at 3 o'clock or after is no problem. And now it is a problem. Ridiculous. Here's a 1-2 pitch. This is hit high in the air. Pitcher's underneath it, and he puts it away for out number 2. Jared, are you going to spam the chat with Let's Go Dodgers? How about I remove one of those? Okay, see you. No spam. See you. You can put it in there in the chat one time, but when you start spamming, you're gone. 98 miles an hour, low and inside. Strike 1. Miles Straw. Been waiting for him to deliver this whole time. He hasn't delivered anything. He's over 3 today, and he fouls that one off, and he's now down in the count 0-2. Ryan says it's already a 6-hour game. Kind of crazy. Yep, second longest World Series game ever. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Will Klein is up to 33 pitches. 25 are strikes. Good grief. Bottom of the 16th inning coming up. You know what? I haven't heard anything about Springer. They haven't been talking about him at all, really. They went back and they showed some clips earlier of when he swung the bat and went out of the game. But they haven't said anything. I don't think they really can know too much. It's not like they can do MRIs and scans like that in the stadium, you know? And normally they don't do them very quickly. Now, I don't know what other teams do. I don't know about the Blue Jays and other teams, but I know that the Astros, usually in something like that, you hear them over the next couple of days say, we're going to have some scans done. And they make it sound like a very slow process, which is strange to me because, if I pull something like that and it really hurts and I go to the doctor, they're going to order a scan immediately if they think that I need it, right? Why would they wait a couple of days and then say, well, it's been a couple of days and you're still in pain and hurting and stuff, so now let's scan it. Why would they wait? I don't quite get it. Losers are what we call those guys. Not just spammers, but losers. Blue Jays Kurt got a home run and they put a pinch hitter in for him, so he's out of the game now. Too bad they did that. Yeah, but you know what? Here's the thing though. Look at the I mean, if he had been in the game, he would have been thrown out at third base, right? That play where they got to third. If Kirk had been on base, he would have gotten thrown out. But of course, if you can't drive your guys home, it doesn't really matter, right? 5-5. Will Smith at the plate. 75-mile-per-hour curve from Lauer. Ball 1. 58 pitches now by Lauer. 37 in the zone. Here's the toss. Right in there, 91-mile-per-hour. Strike 1. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. 86 on the inside edge. Nice toss. Strike 2. 1-2. Yeah, he's got to be one of the slowest. The footage of him scoring from first base the other day, it's got to be one of the funniest. First time all season long he had scored from first base. 92 miles an hour. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 4-pitch strikeout for Lauer against Will Smith. Max Muncy comes to the plate next. Most innings in a World Series game is 18. 18. Dodgers versus the Red Sox. About 7 years ago or so. Not too long ago, actually. It was 2018. 18 innings in 2018. Strike 1. Look at this. Yeah, it was above this, well above the zone. He's like, what is that? Well, they called one like that earlier on the Blue Jays, so maybe it will come back to bite you in the butt. 92 fouled off. Ooh, it's starting to get a little chilly in here, but I had to open my door so I can hear whenever the social worker arrives. Oh, and 2's the count. Strike Muncy out. Outside, 88 miles an hour. 1-2 is the count. Someone get Chris Burke to the stadium. In the dirt, 2-2. You know what they should do? They should just they should agree to get all 18 all players are in the game right now, all 18, to come together. Well, technically it's 20, with the DH and the pitcher in the game, but get all players from each team who are in the game right now and get them at home plate and have them do paper, rock, scissors until there's nobody left on one of the teams, and then the other team wins. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Got him. Strike 3 and a foul tip. So he does get the strikeout. Muncy goes down for out number 2. Teoscar Hernandez comes to the plate. So that extra strike called by the umpire does help Lauer get the out. First pitch. Hernandez hits that out to center field, and it's going to be playable by Varsho. Once again, the crowd goes crazy. He thought he hit it out, and he stood there, and just like the crowd cheered, Hernandez stood there like he thought it was gone. He held the bat up like it was, oh, this one's gone, bro. It's a walk-off, and it was, once again, a Varsho catch. So we are going into the 17th inning. We are 1 inning away from matching the longest World Series game ever played by innings. I really hope that the social worker comes by a little later. I can't believe that I've been sitting here and doing this game for over 6 hours. It's insane. Are there actually people? Let me move my screen over. That's better. Okay. How many people have 116? It's a real shame that I don't have this going on my main channel. It'd be so nice to get all of that extra traffic and ad revenue and all of the subscribers and stuff, because this is just my backup channel. My subscribers have gone up quite a bit today, and that's great. I appreciate that. But I hope you all of you who've joined me, I do hope that you will also click on my pinned comment. That's my main live stream channel. As soon as I can live stream again on that channel, which should be in the next day or two, I'll be moving back over there. So I hope you can join me there. Klein back on the mound. 15 hits for the Blue Jays, 14 for the Dodgers. It's 5-5 in the top of the 17th. Look how my scoreboard just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's running out of room, isn't it? Fouled off by Clement, 98 miles an hour. What's the record for hours? I saw it earlier, but I forgot. This is hit out into center field, but Edmund is over. Edmund. I keep calling him Edmund. Edmund is there to catch it. Longest World Series game by time. Next batter is Ernie Clement. No, I'm sorry. Andre Jimenez. I don't know why that information came up wrong on the screen just now. It changed. Changed on me while I was looking for something online. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Low and inside, 2-1. Two and one. This is a good matchup. Come on, Jimenez. Be the hero, man. You're the 9th hole hitter. Don't do that. Swing and a miss, 97 miles an hour. Come on. Seven hours and 20 minutes. There you go. 7 hours and 20 minutes in the dirt. Full count, 3-2 with 1 out, nobody on. Let's see here. G. Ernest says, LA Dodgers fans be like, yeah, walk off, yeah. And I'd be like, psych. 99 miles an hour, foul tip, swing, strike 3. Come on, you were supposed to be the hero. Unlike the song says, we do need another hero. We do need another hero. We need just one run to go home. Or something like that. Here comes the first pitch to Mr. Schneider, top of the lineup. I can't help but think that if George Springer were in the lineup, he would have ended this game already. Mr. Clutch. Line drive straight to the pitcher, and he catches it. That's it in the top of the 17th. Schneider hits a soft liner right back to the pitcher. Doesn't get any easier than that. Just give it to him. Why not? Just give it to him. Bottom of the 17th coming up in just a moment. The game is still tied 5-5. Yay. And there was much rejoicing. Boss says, already subscribed on your main channel. You have a nice sportscaster's call voice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, that's right. Tina Turner. You know, we did have Mad Max pitching in the game earlier, but he has long since been removed. There is one thing I need to do, though. I have to take some medicine. I have cough medicine. Actually, the other thing I have to take is not really medicine. It's just a supplement. It's iron, but I need to take it. Be right back. I'm not going out of the room. I'll just be right over here. Don't get worried. This iron supplement is something I have to take like 4 times a day, so I'm supposed to take it after I eat. A little difficult to eat when baseball games are lasting over 6 hours, you know what I'm saying? Stanley, I'm sure God's going to hear your prayer. Oh, you want to go to bed happy and know the results, so I will answer your prayer, make the Dodgers win. Little is finally in the game. Oh, what did I say finally in the game? Is it? Yeah, that's right. He's just now starting the game. That's right. I was right. This game is going on for so long, I can't even remember who's been in the game and who hasn't. Swing and a miss. Low inside. 1-1 is the count against Edmund. Yeah, it's almost no time. Occasionally, I go in there to relieve myself, but it's a quick trip. I have to hurry. Just barely enough time to do that. Oh, man. And now here I am out of liquid. And I've got my cough medicine to take. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Edmund. Here comes the toss. Swing and a miss on a foul tip. Swing and a miss. 87-mile-per-hour knuckle curve. Three of the last 4 hitters have been struck out. Miguel Rojas comes to the plate next. First pitch on the way. Right in there, 94 miles an hour, strike 1. Oh my gosh, just barely enough water in there to swallow that medicine. Swing and a miss, strike 2. 0-2 is the count to Rojas. Let's see here. Caesar can't even use the restroom. Well, if I had to do more than relieve myself of some liquids, that would be a problem. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Boss Baby says, dude, eat, blank your cam and eat. Your health is more important than... Oh, trust me. It's better for my health not to eat right now. Curveball outside. Misses. 2-2 is the count. 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the 17th. Here comes the 2-2. Ground ball straight to Jimenez, who fires it over to first for out number 2. Trust me, Going not eating all morning and half of the afternoon is really good for me. The reason is because fasting. Fasting helps me out. It's 2:20 a.m. in Toronto, 11:20 p.m. in Los Angeles. It says Tokyo 3:20. Yes, of course, that's the time everywhere in Japan. Japan has no different time zones and no daylight savings time or anything. It's very easy. Here comes the first pitch, low and inside to Alex Call. Jaden, you're right. It is taking forever. Plus a day. Forever plus a day. I wouldn't mind getting a snack, but my cashews are out in the van. I could go out during the break. I might do that. There's a single into left field. He has to put on the brakes. The throw comes in pretty quick. He loses his hat. Are they going to pitch to Shohei? Like, are they not going to walk him? I know they got a runner on first, but they got 2 outs. Look at this, guys. Brendan Little is going to pitch to Shohei Ohtani with a runner on first and 2 outs. He has been put on base basically every single time for the past 4 times. I think it's 4. 4 intentional walks in a row. Two doubles today, 2 solo homers. One of the assets that Otani has that most Japanese players do not have is his size. His size is very, very abnormal for Japanese players. First pitch is in the dirt, ball 1. Boss says 4, maybe 5. Could be 10. I don't remember anymore. It's kind of a haze right now. But he's been on base 8 times. That's crazy. Yeah, it must be 4 because he's 4 for 4. So there we go. This is his 9th at bat. In the dirt again. Ball 2. They might walk him anyway. What's the point? What is the point? You know, if it gets to 3-0, you know they're going to deliberately walk him, right? That's what they do to Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez. If they do it to Alvarez, you know they're going to do it to Shohei Ohtani, right? Here comes a 2-0 pitch. In the dirt again. They're going to send him. Send him. 3 balls and no strikes. Come on. Send him to first base, coach. What are you doing? Don't let him pitch to him. If you're just going to pitch around him, what's the point in burning your arm? Why would you do that? What? Ball 4. Little throws 4 pitches that are nowhere near the strike zone. Why would you burn your pitcher's arm when you know you're not going to throw it in the zone? Why would you do that? Is it just too late? Are the coaches, are their brains asleep? Am I the only one that sees? Surely not. Should have walked him on purpose. That was not a purposeful walk. It was a useless, ridiculous walk. You've got like what, 1 pitcher left, the one guy on the mound right now, and you're burning his arm to throw 4 useless pitches when you could just walk him intentionally. It makes no sense. 2 runners on with 2 outs. 1-0 pitch is in the dirt. See, now he's throwing balls again. 2-0. Mookie Betts at the plate. Nonsense. Oh, if Blue Jays lose today, it will be because of this messing around with Otani. Probably so. Or messing around. Maybe they make Little's arm too tired. He can't get to the 25th inning or something. And they wind up losing the game. Cesar says, can't afford cable to watch the game, so thank you for this. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Make sure you join my other channel. Look on my pinned comment. Fouled off. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 bets. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. Bottom of the 17th. Just go ahead and strike him out so I can go use the toilet and get my snack from the van. Come on. Nope, he steps off the mound, of course. Oh, out of the box. Extend the game as much as you like, Bets. Boss Baby says 25th inning, don't jinx us. Wouldn't it be funny? My appointment comes, I go out there and I talk to her and I spend like an hour with her. I come back, the game's still going. In the dirt and outside, ball 3, full count. Ugh, don't tell me this is how it's going to end. Don't make it lame. If it's going to be lame, I don't know how I'm going to handle that. It should be a good ending that I should be able to applaud. Here's the full count pitch. Right in there, and he rips it down the line. Foul. Jaden says, please strike. That one was right into the corner there. Here comes the full count again with 2 outs and 2 runners on. Betts fouls it off. They are playing some garbage music in Dodger Stadium right now. Once again, the whole crowd, all the crowd just standing around with their hands in their pockets. They're such a lethargic group. Here's the 3-2 again and again. This is hit high in the air. It should be a fly out to the infield. Guerrero is underneath it, and he puts it away in foul territory for out number 3. There we go. Inning number 18 coming up. I'll be right back. I need to relieve myself and grab a snack. 18th inning coming up. Did I make it back? Yes, I did. It looks like Will Klein is still on the mound. The starter, Bieber, is warming up in the bullpen. He has been stretching for the Blue Jays for a while. Nathan Lucas is at the plate, 98 miles an hour, strike one, swing and a miss. Ugh, I can't believe that I got back before that first pitch. Crazy. Next pitch. Oh, that was low. Hold, strike two. They're going to show a replay on that? I'd like to see it. 0-2. Line drive straight to Freeman, out number one. Lucas goes down. Bob's Baby says it may be chilly to them there. Been in Dodger Stadium once in summer, and it was chilly once the sun went down. Geography doesn't hold onto the heat well. Maybe like a desert, right? Inside on the curveball to Guerrero, ball one. Fouled off. 1-1. Dodgers have fruit. Apparently, they had delivered fruit to both teams. Inside, almost clipped him. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the toss. Okay, 3-1. Look at this. Yamamoto is now warming up for the Dodgers. Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Here's a pitch. In the dirt, ball 4. All right. A 1-out walk. Will Klein is up to 52 pitches. If all of these arms are worn out, it makes me wonder how the next couple of games are going to go. Here comes the first pitch to Falefa. Ball inside. Klein not throwing as many strikes as before. Guerrero on first with 1 out. Here comes a 1-0 pitch. Fouled back, 1-1. I appreciate you ladies and gentlemen hanging out with me here. Got about 150 people viewing. If you're interested in me hanging out with me for the next game, make sure you join my other channel too. Ground ball to short could be the first double play of the game. He's safe at first. There hasn't been a single double play this game. Can you believe it? That was almost it right there. Wow. They might challenge. They might have gotten him. From there, it looked like he was out. But the umpire was right to call it if he wasn't sure. Yeah, I think that's going to be a double play, guys. Can't tell from that angle. Freeman, what are you doing getting your foot in the way of the camera? They might not be able to overturn it, though, if it happened at the same time. One of my subscribers, his name's Angel, he actually was kind enough to send me some really cool stuff from the U.S. recently. He sent me some of these Payday peanut caramel bars. I'm sure you guys are familiar with them. They don't have these in Japan. So I was very happy to get these. I'm also having some cashews. I love me some cashews. They're reviewing the play right now. We're waiting on that. Is this an indisputable? It's not indisputable. They say safe. Call on the field stands. No double play. 2 outs. Polefa on first base. Dalton Varsho comes to the plate. If this turns out to be a big deal for the Blue Jays, because that could have been an inning ender. Varsho has a couple of singles today. He's 2 for 6. Here comes the first pitch. In the dirt. They throw it over to first base. Why did they go to third? The camera went to third base. He threw it to first to try to pick him off, and the camera went to third base. Gordon, it's look in the pinned comment. I have a pinned comment at the top of the chat, and that's the link to my channel. Pop up foul. 1-1 to Varsho. For those of you who don't know, I'm just using my channel here as a backup because NBA attacked me for doing a game the other day. They claimed my entire video, even though more than 99% of the video was my content. YouTube gave me a strike. Thank you very much for not giving me an opportunity to defend myself. They just believed NBA because that's how it works. These big companies protect each other, not their users, not their audience. Fouls it off. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Varsho with 2 outs. Runner on first. And basically, I have to wait for a certain time period to wear off before I can live stream there again. So that's why I'm over here. Varsho fouls it off again. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. So that's why I'm letting you know if you join my other channel, then you can stay up to date, because if I have to live stream here, I will post it over there. But if I can live stream over there, I will not be doing anything on this channel for that. 97 fouls it off again. I think I hear something. I might hear somebody outside. Hang on a second. Below the zone. Full count. Once again, here we go. 2 outs. Full count. Heineman on deck. Varsho at the plate with the 3-2 pitch coming from Klein. Fouls it back and out of play. We're going to have another 3-2. Fouls that off. Oh, I had that on the screen way too long. Didn't mean to do that. I'm going to get a copyright claim. I'll have to cut that out. Yeah, that fouled off of his bat and hit the wrist of Will Smith, the catcher. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner on first. Klein to Varsho. Inside ball 4. Check swing. He did not go. Back-to-back walks. Varsho had to work really hard for that one. Good hold up. Now we have runners on first and second with 2 outs. Isn't this interesting? Klein up to 66 pitches, 46 strikes. They said this is twice as many innings as he's ever thrown this season. Yamamoto is due up next. The lefty versus the righty. Tyler Heineman is a lefty. This could be a really big moment. Klein has never thrown so many pitches. Oh, I hear somebody outside. That's it, guys. Whoops. Please enjoy the scoreboard. Konnichiwa. Oh, hello. Sorry, I gotta go. Strikeout. That's the end of the top of the top of the 18th. Crazy. ああ、嬉しい。でも、これはベッド、コンピューター、ライブ、ストリーム。
おお。あ、野球。
はい、そうです。
ああ、そうなんですね。アメリカ。
I appreciate that. Yeah, 7 hours. Crazy. I imagine nobody's still hanging out right now. 20 people watching right now. Crazy. Well, I see that the wrong team won the game and they went 18 innings. And I have to say, who was it? Was it Freddie Freeman that hit the homer? It looks like it. I will pull it up. I will pull it up on the screen to take a quick look. Let's see here. 18 freaking innings. I'm kind of glad that I didn't see that inning. Yep, it was Freeman. He homered to center field. I'm not surprised. Freeman drove one out there just shy of the wall. So you can see it on the screen right here. What a crazy game. I have to say that I'm really disappointed in the Blue Jays because for a team that overall generally hits so well, they had a terrible outing today, right? But anyway, I thought I was going to have a visit from one worker, but 3 different workers showed up. Excuse me for a moment. Moving around so much kind of aggravated my lungs, and the cold air outside really has me coughing a little bit. But like I was trying to say, the Blue Jays as a team are hitting so much better in the postseason than the Dodgers are. If you look at their batting averages, their hits, their RBIs, their OPS, it's overall so much better than the Dodgers as a team. I expected them to perform so much better than what they did today. So I'm disappointed, but also surprised. The Dodgers now lead the series 2-1. And the next game, if I'm not mistaken, is at the same time tomorrow. But let's take a quick look at it. You'll notice, don't pay any attention to these dates on the screen because these dates for me are different from you. If you are in the U.S., then these dates are going to be different. For example, here it says that today's game is Tuesday the 28th. And for me, that's correct. It is Tuesday the 28th. It's 4:30 in the afternoon right now. I can't believe that it's about to get dark outside, and I haven't done anything but sit on this game. But yeah, tomorrow's game is at 9 o'clock. It's the same time, and Shane Bieber is supposed to pitch against Shohei Ohtani. I hope that you guys and gals can join me for that. And then again, on Thursday the 30th, goodness gracious, sorry. Nothing much I can do about that cough. I just want to say that the next 2 games in Los Angeles, tomorrow and the next day, are both 9 a.m. Japan time for me. That is 7 p.m. Central time. I think you guys and gals can probably figure out what that means a little better if I put it in Central time. But I plan to be here for both of those games as long as, I don't have to run back to the hospital for some reason. If this pain medication can help me out and I can keep from getting worse over the next couple of days, should be able to handle it. But everything's looking the same tomorrow and the next day, 9 o'clock a.m. Japan time, 7 p.m. Central time. Real quick, let's see here. I want to take a look at some of these comments. It feels like a purgatory. This is what a purgatory feels like, says Ryan. That's right. Message from Taipei. You guys are incredible. It's never easy to stay up even for something amazing like this Epic Games 3. Yeah, that's right. Let this coach face Shohei head on. I don't even understand what you're trying to say there, Carrie. He done did it again. I don't see a save. I don't think there was any save. There was just a walk-off homer. That's all. So this game is now tied for the most innings. Yep, that's right. No, most innings in a World Series is 18 is correct. So Boz Baby is correct. It's the most innings for a World Series game. It's tied for most innings for a World Series game. Boz Baby says, Dodgers home run 5 minutes after you left. Thought you'd want to know. Hope your appointment went well and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for letting me know. I was going to look it up, but I appreciate you letting me know when I came back. I kind of assumed because I had to come back in here and grab my medicine. They wanted to see the medicine that I was taking, that I was given yesterday. And when I came back in, I saw them talking to Ohtani, and I figured, okay, well, somebody must have won the game for the Dodgers. But it is what it is. Let's see here. I don't know yet if I can do the live streaming on my other channel, my main channel. But like I said earlier, for those of you who are here, if you click on the link, there is a link it's pinned in the live chat. If you click on that link, it'll take you to my main channel. That's where I do most of my sports live streaming. I do focus on Houston sports, but for special events like the World Series, of course, I also do. I also make some exceptions and do those play-by-plays. So if you can join me for that, I'd appreciate you. I think that's pretty much it for today. I don't see anything else that I really need to do. We just have World Series games for the next couple of days. I think that we might be off for the 31st. There's no World Series game on the 31st for sure, either way, no matter what happens, because they're taking that day off. And as for the NBA, if I'm doing any games, it would be for the NBA. It would be for the Rockets. And I don't believe they're going to be playing on Saturday because they're playing, well, for me on Saturday. But because they're going to be playing the day before that. But I'm going to take a look at their schedule real quick. Just real quick. Yeah, right over here you can see there's no game on the 31st for me. And there's a game on Thursday, the 30th. But unfortunately, that is happening on a World Series. Now, I might be able to start the game. It's going to be about an hour and a half before the Dodgers and the Blue Jays play. So I might be able to do the first hour and a half or so of that game before I flip over to the to the baseball game. But I'll let you know. And thank you for subscribing. Hopefully I'll be back on my main channel. But for those of you who've joined me here and supported me and watched me over the past few days, thank you so much. I appreciate you migrating over, and those of you who are new, I appreciate you being here. Do join my live play-by-play channel that's pinned in the live chat if you want to continue following me for some more games. I'm going to be doing, the NFL games, some NBA games, and the remainder of the World Series games. But that's pretty much it for now. I've got to jump off of here. I've got to get myself something to eat. I'm going to make myself some soft tacos. Several of my plans today were already dashed because of this ridiculously long game. There's nothing I can't stand more than a really long game or a really low-scoring game or a pitcher's duel, and the team that I'm pulling for loses. It's very frustrating. It's frustrating, isn't it? It sucks when your team scores. Well, I mean, the Blue Jays aren't my team, but the team that I wanted to win. It sucks when they score 5 runs and they can't win. And then they have basically 10 more innings. You could say nine more innings to just score one freaking run and win the game, and they can't even do that. It just feels so ridiculous, you know? I mean, how many pitchers can come in and just get 3 up and 3 down, or 4 up and 3 down, and not give up a single run? That's a really big failure on the part of the offense. But that's all I got for now. Thank you again. I appreciate your thoughts, prayers, and well wishes. And I likewise wish you, your family, all your loved ones, nothing but the very best. I love you, ladies and gentlemen, and I will see you tomorrow, Lord willing. Thank you again. And for now, let's go, and bye-bye.